I'd like to call to order the Parks and Environment Committee. It is now 7:33. Could you please call the roll?
Thank you. Councilman Ford? Dr. Warren?
Present. It appears we have a quorum. We have two items on the agenda. The first item is a resolution approving a management agreement between the City of Memphis through its Division of Parks and Memphis Museums Incorporated to manage museum properties, including the Museum of Science and History, also known as the Pink Palace, Lichterman Nature Center, McGevney House, and the Mallory Neely House. This is districts 2, 5, 6, 7, and super districts 8 and 9, sponsored by administration. Could I have a motion for approval? Moved by Ford, seconded by the chair. You're on, Mr. Walker.
Okay, so just quick overview of what we are bringing you today, which is essentially a new management agreement with Memphis Museums, Inc., which operate the Museum of Science and History, Lichterman Nature Center, the Mallory Neely House, and the McGevney House. The reason for this is a couple of reasons. One, we've come to you several times over the last few years to talk about a change in approach as it relates to management agreements. When a lot of these were drafted in the 80s and 90s, it was a cooperative thing where there were city employees who worked at the facility in combination with employees that were hired by the nonprofit that ran the organization. That was true for the Botanic Gardens. It was true for the zoo, and it was especially true for the Pink Palace. Over time, what we've discovered is as these nonprofits have become more established and market rates have changed for the specialized labor force that works in these locations, it makes more sense to give cash in lieu of employees. And so over time, we have, through the process of attriting out employees, and in this last year, converting some employees from Memphis Museums, Inc. over to the city. Effective July 1, there will be no more city employees that work at Memphis Museums, Inc. And that's been over the course of 5 or 6 years. And again, we've talked about this with council and the reasons behind it. In conjunction with that, we needed to change the way that the agreement was structured. Because again, previously, it was a combination of materials and supplies, contracted services, and then labor, where the city incurred the cost of both the salaries of the employees and the benefits associated with it. So again, essentially, similar to the zoo, similar to the Botanic Gardens, similar to the Brooks, we're going to be giving an annual management fee and some support services on the building, limited support services on the building. The agreement is structured as a 10-year agreement with 3 options to extend, mutual options to extend for another 10 years, which require that both sides say, we want to continue this relationship. The management fee is set at a little over $3 million. It's $3,033,000, with the option for City Council, should they choose to adjust the budget based upon the recommendation of the administration, to do so. It's no different than any of our other management agreements. This fee is actually based on what we currently give to Memphis Museums, Inc. So this is a budget neutral recommendation. And really the last thing, based upon the recommendations of general services and real estate, the city will still be responsible for preventative and minor maintenance on the building. This will include fire and safety contract, and GS will conduct annual site inspections. The things that the city receives are similar to the things that we have always received, which is that we partner with them to do programming with our youth programming, and every year Memphis Museums, Inc. makes available free summer field trips for all of the children in our summer camp. Usually includes like a planetarium show and going through whatever exhibit they currently have at the Museum of Science and History. In terms of controls that we will have over them, very similar to the way that it is today. Kevin and his staff will continue to participate in my staff meetings. I'll have regular meetings with the folks at MOSH, and all admissions fees to the facility will have to be reviewed by the parks director to ensure that it is in line with the thoughts of the administration and the city council. And then lastly, As a part of this, and it's a good business for both sides, there are 10 vehicles that we will transfer ownership over to Memphis Museums, Inc., in part because right now we have non-city employees driving city vehicles essentially under city insurance, and that just doesn't make sense for either side. So again, with the transfer of these vehicles, none of which are brand new, I'm not giving them any great vehicles as a part of this, just the vehicles that they're already using. They will become the property of Memphis Museums, Inc., and they will be responsible for insuring and servicing those vehicles.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. That was a good summary. Let the record show that Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and Councilwoman Janice Warrington Washington are here. And I'd like to point out that my name is Jeffrey Stephen Warren, which is also a JSW. So whenever this is, and Councilwoman Green is here. I just saw, thank you, Councilwoman Green. Didn't see you slip in. So every time they say that, I turn around and look, because that's what people used to call me in high school. Just so you know. All right. I've got a couple things I just want to run by you. You said that the Museum of Science and History allowed trips, but what about the Lichterman Nature Museum, the McGivney House, and Mallory Neely? Do we have students going through those also? If so, tell us about that.
Sure. Essentially, for the purposes of our summer camp field trips, going to MOSH has really been the thing. I mean, it's a lot of the kids get a similar experience. Shelby County Schools has a lot of field trips with the Museum of Science and History, and it's a package deal. That being said, on their side, there is no specificity about where the field trips are. So again, I think it's a great idea. Lichterman is a wonderful experience. It's very different. I mean, it's the only nature center that we have in the city. And so I think it's a good idea.
Right. Yeah, I'm just thinking, in the McGivney House and Mallory Neely House, a lot of history there, a lot of stuff for kids to see. So I didn't know how that was working, so just putting a bug in your ear. This is budget neutral, you said. It makes sense that we're turning these things over. We still own all the buildings?
Yes, sir. We still own all the buildings.
Okay, and this is 10 years with a renewable option of 10 years, and council determines what that is. Do we revisit this at all in the 10 years in case there's a reason that, there's an issue? I mean, how does this work out as far as options to change the contract in the middle of the contract if needed?
So the way that the management fee is structured is that, similar to all of the agreements, there is language that says depending upon funding from City Council, and that means both ways. That means that either the management fee can be increased or decreased based upon the appropriation given by Memphis City Council.
All right, thank you very much, and let the record show Councilwoman Logan is here. Do we have any other questions? Oh, you're going to start off early. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, she was late yesterday. She's going to get on today. Go ahead, dear.
Thank you. So I think, thank you, Chairman. I did hear you say that's a $3 million management fee that we pay the museum for managing this, right?
Yes, ma'am. We pay, right now, the city, through a combination of management fee, materials and services, and contracted services, spends $3,033,000 every year to supplement the income that Memphis Museums, Inc. brings in to operate the facilities. So that is what we currently pay, and that is what we are proposing to continue paying.
All right. I would like to see a detailed flow of what that looks like, what's being paid. I don't understand when you say miscellaneous. That I need to know what that looks like. All that is involved and detailed in that for $3 million. Is salaries involved in this as well?
So salaries currently are. Again, effective July 1, they will be responsible. Every employee will be an employee of the nonprofit.
Yeah, I think one of the things you missed maybe was when he started off the conversation, he was saying that we have been through a gradual reduction of city employees working at all these facilities. We actually pulled city employees out of the zoo. We pulled them out of the Brooks. We pulled them out of other of our sort of parks and ventures. And that is to try to make this contract like those others to where they're responsible for running it. If they're not doing a good job, they don't get the contract back. But we don't have to pay city benefits and everything else for their employees. They've got to do all that on their own.
I would still like to have a detailed printout on that. For this is new to me. So I like to see, and you know how I feel about contracts. You know about the contracts with parks. We've talked about that before. And so with this being new to me, I would like to just go through it to look at the language and what it's set up and what it's saying, and we go from there. And if there needs to be any changes or there's some objections, you and I can talk about it. I'll bring it back to the council and we can look at it. And so all the vehicles are going to be turned over strictly to them, with no liability on the city.
Correct. We went through the inventory of vehicles that they operate. We took a couple back, but I want to say out of the 13 or 14 vehicles that are currently on property, 10 of them would be transferred over to.
And all this will be effective July 1st?
Yes, ma'am. That is the hope. Yes, ma'am.
And I see the summer programs, the summer trips and all of that. How many students go through this through the summer? Is there an actual count?
Yes.
And who are we affecting?
So when this is in partnership with our summer camp. So all of our summer camp children, this is one of the field trips that they take. So 2,200 roughly.
2,200.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Dr.
Question, just to make sure I know he gets you what you need. You need something other than the contract in the book. You want to see how the numbers flow.
Yes.
Okay, and so do you want to see how they're spending it?
Yes.
Maybe total budget, what you spend, and what percentage of this budget is
Yes.
city. I think that maybe executive summary like that would be good.
Be perfect.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Logan.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Director Walker. Do they all do their own communications and in community engagement?
Yes, Memphis Museums Inc. have staff because again, remember they're revenue driven. So admission fees, tickets to the planetarium, events, rentals, those sorts of things. So they have a dedicated staff that do communications. Typically, they partner with us for citywide events or things that are going to be in conjunction with us. But they do have their own communication staff.
I'm interested in making certain that all of them have access to the community and making sure the community knows what's going on at all of these and have better access to the events that are planned there, that they're, especially the ones that are catered to the public, that we utilize every avenue and opportunity to share. Because I wouldn't really know where to go find information about what's happening at the Mallory Neal House unless I looked on their website. But in terms of being people facing or, being out there for the input out there, I would like to see us really kind of hone in on that moving forward to make sure everybody has equal access.
I wholeheartedly agree. In fact, I think that one of the things that we've talked with with the communications department here in the city about is anybody that we have a partnership with, so the zoo, the Brooks, the Botanic, anytime there is an event that is catered for the public that's not just a pay-for-play event, that we make sure that there is effective communication so that people can take advantage of these because they're all city-owned assets. I wholeheartedly agree with you.
Even because, you can search Facebook, you first search events, but to have a place where everyone in the community can go and see everything that's happening on our website, what's happening in the city on an ongoing basis, I think would help to change the narrative of our city. There's not one thing that's going to change the narrative, but as we make all of these different changes across the board, I think it would help boost, for people to see, we have some wonderful things going on at the museum or, different opportunities for everybody. So, and beautiful, either Lycoming Nature Center, a lot of times children can just be children. They can go out there and really enjoy nature and not worry about having to think about dogs and, bullets and all that stuff. So I just want to really stress that that's going to be important moving forward. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. We've got about 12 minutes until we finish, and we have one more thing. If there are no other questions, all those in favor of moving this down with a favorable recommendation, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The chair is aye. The ayes have it. We'll move that down with a favorable recommendation. Our next is a presentation by Clean Memphis. Thank you, Mr. Walker. Presentation by Clean Memphis on building a more efficient and sustainable food system to reduce food insecurity, waste production, and impacts on the solid waste system. All council districts, requested by Councilman Canale, who is gone and hidden in the back. Okay, so please come up, introduce yourself, and we will begin the presentation. I bet Councilman Canale may show up.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I'm Janet Boscarino, and I'm the founding executive director of Clean Memphis. We're an environmental organization in town. We're supposed to have a presentation. Who is our email person? Kimberly Golden.
We have it in our packet.
We have it in your packet.
Oh,
Would you
okay.
like a copy of it?
Yeah, that would.
Here you go.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Okay. All right, as I was saying, we're an environmental organization in town. We've worked with the council and presented to the council before in a variety of things. I also wanted to introduce Nefertiti Oren, who's with us today. She is our deputy director, and so you will see her from time to time coming to talk about different issues. And she's been working in community relationship work for a long time, has been a great asset to the organization. So I will get started. I wanted to, some of what we're going to talk about is a kind of a review because we have new council members, and so I just want to ground us a little bit in what the issue is and what we're working on. As an environmental organization, we do a lot of environmental education programming in schools. We work with about 10,000 children each year providing environmental STEM education, but through our Project Green Fork program, we're working with restaurants and the hospitality industry to be more sustainable. Several years ago, we were approached by the Tennessee Department of Environment and Conservation to work on the issue of food loss in Memphis and Shelby County. And so we've taken up that issue. We've made a couple of presentations to the council, received some ARPA funds to do some of the work. So we're going to walk through that a little bit and then talk about sort of where we're going from here. So if you'll go to the first page, we'll sort of ground in the issue. Every year in the U.S., we spend about $250 billion on growing and transporting food that's never eaten. It's wasted. About 21% statewide of that waste goes to, of that surplus food goes to landfills. There's an environmental concern with that. Obviously, we'll get into that a little bit, but also it is an economic concern. Each U.S. resident wastes about $456 each year on the food loss that occurs in their own home. So there's a significant economic impact to this food loss as well. On the next page, what we're looking at is it's also an extreme environmental issue. Food waste makes up the largest portion of waste in landfills. So a lot of your solid waste pickup at the home is 30% of that almost is food waste. So us looking at how we can work on reducing food waste in homes helps residents hold on to that food, use it, not lose money, but it also helps our solid waste team not have as much waste to pick up at curbside. This also is part of our climate action plan. When you look at food waste, it is one of the primary contributors to greenhouse gas emissions that are in the landfill. And then the next page, we're looking at food insecurity. There's also, if you're looking at this issue, our partnership with Natural Resources Defense Council, they're our technical partner in this work. They have estimated that we have 5,000 tons of rescuable food every year in Memphis and Shelby County, 5,000 tons. Meanwhile, we have 1 in 5 residents in Shelby County that are food insecure. Now, if you look to the right, what NRDC is projecting for us here on this graph is that by focusing on food rescue, surplus, nutritious, quality food, we could close 20% of the meals gap by focusing on this surplus food. So not only is it economic, social, and it's environmental as well. And again, I think the 1 in 5 in Shelby County being food insecure was actually pre-COVID. I think that number is more significant now. Now, I always like to say here too that this is not a substitute for having grocery stores and access to food in communities. What we're talking about here is more efficient management of resources, more efficiently managing that 40% of food that we're losing each year. So on the next page, you look at our foundational strategy. Again, we work with national partners to lead this work. So the EPA is guiding our work. The first thing that we look at is to prevent food waste. So we do a lot of education and outreach, not only with communities, but also with restaurants and hospitality. We're working with Memphis Shelby County Schools. Anyone that has anything to do with food, we're working with them to do waste assessments, to look at education around how they purchase and store food so that they're not losing food. The next thing that you look on is the highest and best solution is food donation. So that food rescue, that 5,000 tons of food that we're trying to grab so that it is moved to people who can use it. And then as you go down that scale, the next thing would be feeding animals. So anything that's not viable for human consumption, converting that to animal feed or composting. So those are the sort of the foundational work that we look at to guide the strategies. If you look at the next page, you'll see a pie chart. This was developed by our partners with Natural Resource Defense Council. They were able to evaluate Memphis and Shelby County and understand, for us, where we're losing food by sector. As you see, the largest portion of where we're losing food is in our own homes. We overbuy, we don't use something that's in the fridge, we lose it. So a lot of our education work is targeted to the general population. But if you look beyond that, restaurants and caterers, events and recreation facilities, all of those areas are producing a significant amount of surplus food waste. And that's what we've been targeting over the last year and a half to really rescue that surplus food and get it into the hands of people who can use it. It is a preventable problem. Again, we have the 5,000 tons of rescuable food. We also have 115,000 Memphians that experience food insecurity, and that addressing that shortfall cost about $63 million per year. So on the next page, what does this mean for Memphis? I want to talk a little bit about what we've been doing over the past couple of years. So through the Project Greenfort program, the work that we're doing, I want to make sure we're connecting to existing strategies and goals that are out there. So in the Memphis 3.0 plan, we're connecting to that, one of the measures in there around addressing food insecurity. Another one that we're connecting to is increasing waste diversion capacity. Again, that significant amount of waste that's going into the landfill, there's 30% of that's actually food. We're connecting to the Memphis Climate Action Plan, which goal is to reduce food waste by 10%. Our goal is aligned with the national goal, which is to reduce food waste by 50% by 2030. So we're aligned with a much more aggressive national goal with regional and national partners. So one of the things that we did with the ARPA funds was to hire a program manager for the work. Secondly, we worked with Innovate Memphis to do a landscape assessment. We understand from NRDC that there are 5,000 tons of rescuable food, right? Quality, nutritious food. We needed to understand from the last mile organizations, which are feeding programs, what is their capacity to accept more food? We can't just throw it at them. That would not necessarily solve the problem. So we did a landscape assessment with Innovate Memphis, and what we found is they needed cold storage, shelving. They have an aging volunteer population. So we took that study, we used more ARPA dollars, and we also leveraged additional dollars from National Resource Defense Council and other funders to make mini grants to those last mile organizations for refrigeration, shelving, and a variety of other things. We've done 2 grant rounds on there with them now, giving over $10,000 out to those organizations, and we'll continue to do that. The other thing that we're doing is working with the local universities to recruit food movers so that and I'll talk a little bit about an app that we're using called Carrot that's managing this sort of donation process. What they need is people to pick up the food and get it to them. And so we're working on college students to be those food movers, and they'll sort of work like Uber Eats, where it's posted, a donation's posted, they can grab the food and get it to the last mile organization. And so I do talk about that here. So since 2020, January of 2022 and August of 2023, we rescued 27,000 pounds of quality prepared food. So think about you're at a convention at Renaissance Convention Center, and they have multiple trays of baked chicken and fish and potatoes and vegetables back of house. That was all being thrown away. Now we're able to safely capture it. We do safe food donation training with the health department. They capture that, package it, and then it's transported to one of our 11 last mile organization partners. Think Neighborhood Christian Center, the Hospitality Hub, a variety of organizations like that, so that this nutritious quality food does not go to waste. We needed a better way to manage this transfer of food so that we could see it going through the system. So we looked at multiple applications. and we decided on the purchase of an app called Carrot. And what that allows us to do, we've onboarded these organizations. There's a lot of hand-holding that goes on in the beginning. We need to make sure, like if it's Neighborhood Christian Center, they really want produce, fruit, highly nutritious food. So we need to make sure that the donation partners match that. If it's Hospitality Hub, they can take higher caloric food. So they're partnering with the FedEx Forum. And FedEx Forum donates a lot of food to them because they can handle that type of food for their population. Anyway, we onboarded all of our partners to this app. Now, when they have a donation, they package it. It has a date and timestamp on it. They've been through the safe food donation handling class. They also put any allergy restrictions on there. And they take a picture and post it, and the partner organization can claim it, and then the process goes through. They get a receipt for it. The donation partner gets a receipt, and we can track. This is how we know if we're getting closer to our target. We need to have metrics. Track that moving through the system. The donor gets their tax benefit information, and we get the climate information, and we get the pounds of diversion. So it's a way for us to really track the work that's going on. Since we enacted that and launched that app, we have 9,500 pounds of food, but over the weekend, we are working with event spaces and festivals. We were able to rescue 2,000 pounds from the Memphis Slam Fest barbecue bonanza, and it was great, and multiple organizations received the surplus food from that event. And we're working with Memphis on their music fest. We just recently worked with the Peabody on a large convention they had to do food donation. We also set up composting and recycling for them, which was important because they're trying to attract events. So is the Renaissance Convention Center, and they need a sustainability plan. Other organizations, companies, people that want to come to Memphis to host something, they want it to be sustainable. Now we're able now to kind of be a one-stop shop to set up. We can help set up food donation, we can set up composting, we can set up recycling with our partners. So it's also important in that sort of tourism aspect as well. So what does this mean for Memphis? We currently have 17 local organizations that regularly donate to the LMOs or last mile organizations. New donors include FedEx Forum, Renaissance Convention Center, Peabody, Memphis Presents, and ALSAC, St. Jude, and their cafeteria services. So we're getting ready to target the rest of the hospital industry. They have quality, nutritious surplus food that's currently being wasted, so we'll be working with them. And one of the things we want to look at with additional resources moving forward is the local agricultural community. There is a lot of produce that's imperfect. It's bruised or it's not shaped right, and so no one's going to buy it, but it still has the same taste and nutritional quality, and that can be rescued and used in different ways, maybe in prepared foods, maybe for MIFA. We need to do some research on that and then build that infrastructure as well, and that's a new target area for us. Again, we have $10,000 in mini grants that have been awarded to the last mile organizations. We worked with the health department to develop the safe food donation brochures and have been distributed to 3,000 restaurants. We also launched with our restaurants where we're working with them doing waste assessments. Our Project Green Fort program manager is she's a classically trained chef, but she also worked in the hospitality industry or the hospital industry, and we hired her from Memphis Shelby County Schools, so she understands food systems. So we're able to evaluate their waste, and we're also able to make recommendations back to the restaurant so that they can reduce their waste. And they work on a very thin margin, so helping our restaurants do better economically for them. They're now donating surplus food as well, composting, and just being more sustainable overall. We also are hosting quarterly safe food handlers classes for any of our donation partners or any of our restaurants. Last thing, and I know we're probably running out of time, and I have one last thing that we're doing. We are working with Memphis Shelby County Schools. We've done waste assessments with several of the schools where we engage the students, and they are actually doing the waste audits with us. It's how we do environmental education, engage them in research. But that's ended, we're setting up share tables for surplus produce and packaged food. So that was being previously wasted. Now it goes to a share table. Other students can take that, or it's moved to after school programming. So that's it. We want to continue the work. We do need additional resources to do that. We're working on a couple of federal grants that I think will come through down the line, but we do want to continue this very, very important work. I appreciate the support that the council's provided for this work. That's all. Thank you. I'm happy
Thank
to
you very
take
much. That
questions.
was highly informative.
Thank
And I'd
you.
like to call on Councilman Canale, who brought you here, and then we have Councilwoman Logan in the queue.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's not much that I can say. I mean, the work that Ms. Boscarino and Project Green Fork do speaks for itself. When she first contacted me last year, year before last, I can't remember, I lose track of time. It was something that really interested me, what she was doing, because food insecurity is something that really bothers me, not only within, of course, within America and Memphis. It's something that food waste is something that I try to teach my own children in my house. But we have too many resources within Memphis for so many children and adults to be going hungry every day here in our city. So I think this is an amazing program. So my ask of all of you really is, when I come back with the financial ask, is that you support that, because they're doing amazing work. And this can really change lives, because no child should be forced to go hungry any day, or adult. And this is something that we can do that's very impactful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Canale, and thanks for bringing Project Green Fork here. Yes, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that presentation. Janet, I really am impressed on how you've evolved. Started way back when, and I'm so glad to see that you have Ms. Cordell, Orrin, right, with you. But to see how you've evolved, this is such an amazing work and so needed. And I love, what you're doing. I want to know how, I'm more interested in the back end of this process, on how it's actually getting on the tables and to people and to residents individually, to homes. I see the work you're doing on your side and how, but if you could share or send us some information on the last mile organizations and how they're actually getting the food to the people. We did with the Raleigh CDC, we did this same thing with hospitals in 2018, 2019, and we had agencies that was something that we really had to be mindful of. What are you doing with the food when you get it? How are you getting it to the people? And what condition is it when you get it? That type of thing. So I'm interested if you all could send us some information on that and how you evaluate them and how they report to you and you manage those numbers.
Absolutely.
And the family education piece, that I'm interested in that as well. How sometimes we have tons of food at our homes and we prepare large portions and, throw it out. So that's kind of what you're talking about, but you don't know what to do. Or do you have any educational pieces to get to homes who are preparing food on how you can do that better and how you can, repurpose and things like that?
Absolutely.
I think I would be interested to know that as well.
And
So an executive summary on last mile organizations and educational pamphlets that we can give out to people in their homes. I think that was our request.
I'm happy to do that. Yes, we do have that for sure.
Councilwoman Green, I'm moving this a little quickly and I'd like the records to show that Councilman Spinoza has come and Councilman Canale has left. Go ahead, Councilwoman Green.
Thank you, Chair. I am very interested in your last piece in connecting with K through 12. It was my experience during the pandemic as a parent, when we could pick up food from the school, that there was an enormous amount of food. And what I was given, you were allowed to take a portion for each child. I started only taking for 2 because taking for 3 was way more than I could handle. And I actually started donating a lot of it to a local food pantry because it was more than I could take in. So I just have to assume that when they were giving me like 4 gallons of milk, and there was frozen produce, fresh fruit, meat, there were snacks and stuff too. But again, this is all supposed to be high quality food. We can talk about that later, but things that I felt fine about donating to a facility. And I'm glad that we're in 8 schools and doing these food audits, but I have to believe that there's a lot of food waste in our schools that we could divert to other places. And so I would like to see that part of your programming broaden. I understand you're doing a lot, but if there's ways that we can help facilitate that process, because if we can get, they had giant buckets of green beans and stuff to the mission downtown. We need to be helping make that link more happen in more than just 8 schools, I guess.
Right,
Is
and
there,
that was
is there a
pilot.
federal law that prohibits donating school food other places?
No.
Okay, because at some point people were saying that during the pandemic.
That's changed. That legislation has changed, and that was a pilot to see what we could learn from that. So now we do have a grant from World Wildlife Foundation to work with additional schools, and our hope there is then we go to the district and say this is the policy that needs to happen district-wide with share tables, back-of-house food donation, and also how you're purchasing and storing. So our goal is to make that a district-wide program for sure.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Cooper-Sutton, and then
Thank you,
Council.
Chair. Councilwoman Green answered my question about the 8 schools. I know they're always disposing of good, food, and I was just wondering how could we expand that as far as the school part. And the homeless community, which I dealt with, Manor House on Jefferson, Catholic Charity. I don't know those in Claire's house. I don't know if you know about Claire's house. Claire is one of my babies. I met her many years ago. She's a place for women, abused women that are on drugs, that don't have any place to go, and making sure that they have good food. Yep. On Jefferson, where they're only open at a certain amount of time, and the homeless that is right there on Mississippi Boulevard. That was part of my baby. The veterans over there off of Union and Popular, just making sure, are these organizations that I've dealt with through many years in my past life, dealing with the homelessness and seeing the shortage sometime of food, them not being able to provide good quality food, good nutritional food for people, and just not only for children but for adults as well. I've ran across that, seeing adults not being able to have food. We see it all the time when we pass on the street corners. I work for food. I work for food, and just making sure that that those organizations, are you tied in with those organizations?
Yeah.
Those are my babies that I've worked
Sure.
with many years.
Room in the Inn, and all of
Room
those.
in the Inn
for sure is one of ours in neighborhood
and
Christian.
all those.
So what I would ask of the council, this is we see this as a collaboration. We really do see ourselves as an extension of solid waste and of public works and of the city to do education and outreach and provide efficiencies. If you guys have a feeding program or a last mile organization that we're not aware of, part of the landscape assessment that we did was to identify those that are out there, but we could easily miss some or some new ones come online. So if you have recommendations for us, staff on our team goes out to work with them to identify their needs and then works to find a donation partner and to build that relationship. So we're always looking for new partners.
Do you do single family homes, if we know families and home people that are not as fortunate? Do you, like you just said, we can reach out to you and said, this family needs consistent food coming in?
That would be a little outside of our scope, but
Okay,
what we would do
what-
is connect them with one of the partners so that,
okay, that's
that
what I want
might
to know.
make sense. Yeah.
Okay. And there was another question. You talked about ARPA funding,
Yes.
and I'm sure that's about to run out.
Mm-hmm.
And have you implemented or thought of another resource that you're going to place in that gap of that ARPA funding?
That may be why she's here.
Well,
I know
for
one of
sure.
the reasons.
Yeah, for sure. But we also are not relying solely on this. We do consider it a partnership. So like I said, we do have a grant from the World Wildlife Foundation. We got some funding from a CC Foundation. So we're building a funding structure. I do believe within a couple of years, there's enough federal dollars out there to drive this work, but we still need some runway for the next year or two to get to that. It takes
Next
a little
year
time.
or two?
Year or two. I would prefer to be generous like that and come back and go, well, we're done. But for sure, a year.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Councilman
Janet.
Spinoza, you had a comment, and then we're going to close so we can get to the next committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hello, Janet.
Hi.
I just wanted to say hey. Thank you for everything you do. Janet and I worked together when I was at the chamber with Epicenter, and like not to, I just think very highly of you. And we need to get together maybe once we get through budget season. And anything we can do to help you.
I hear that's a thing.
You do tremendous work, and seriously, I'm just grateful to have you. So thank you for everything you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Chair.
one
Thank you.
last quick plug is that we did roll out a community classroom that NEF is leading. So we would love to work with you guys in your respective districts to host those in your area, because it is a lot about education of what they can do at home, recycling, waste management, stormwater, litter abatement, a lot of things. We'd love to work with you guys. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And let the record show before we close, Councilwoman White has arrived. And thank you for that great presentation. And we're looking forward to when we can all have the compost ferry back. Thank you very much. We are now adjourned.
committee to order. Can you call the roll?
Councilman Ford Sr., Councilman Canali,
Here.
Councilman Warren,
Present.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton,
Present.
Councilwoman White, Vice Chair Green.
Present. All right, it looks like, and Spinoza's present. We have both Italians. Okay. Today we have one item that I requested, which is a discussion about our 2024 library programs. I will just say before they begin, just as I brought our Director of Parks last time, I have asked libraries to come this time so that we can hear about the good things that are happening in our communities. And I challenge every council member to step up and find a way to plug into these. So with that, turn it over to you.
Thank you for allowing us to be here today. I'm Jamie Griffin with Memphis Public Libraries. So I'm going to talk briefly about our summer program that we typically do for our young adults, which is called Explore Memphis. It focuses more so on youth, but it also spans the entire age range. And what we do is encourage people young people to read by participating in programs. And you've got that information there of some of the library locations that, some of the programs at various locations. All of our 18 library locations will participate, of course. And again, we work with the schools around the area to help get this information out and help to encourage people to read and prevent the summer slide. So if you have any questions about that, please feel free to ask. Otherwise, I will move on to a new portion of what we're doing this year as it relates to education. So this year we're doing a continuing education and lifelong learning, which is focused more so on adults and what is referred to as opportunity youth. And that, of course, is for those people 16 to 24 who are either not working or in school. Now, a lot of the continuing education classes we've done before. This is the first time we'll be doing it during the summer. We've started it in 2022, and actually Councilwoman Pearl Walker was one of our instructors. And we do a vast of different I guess, topics. This summer, we're offering a lot of new stuff, including calligraphy. We are looking forward to offering Japanese language for the traveler, Chinese language for the traveler, and even saxophone playing. So you can see we run the gamut with those things. Some of the popular items that we've had before will include sign language, hairstyling, and also Spanish and French conversation. We identified this as a program that we thought that our city needed because in the past, the University of Memphis would offer continuing education, lifelong learning courses, and they no longer do that, or they don't do it at that level that they used to anymore. And the same also with Southwest Community College. So we thought this would be a great way of keeping Memphians, and especially the fact that they can get this done free. A lot of the instructors, because we work with so many partners, we partner with so many agencies and organizations, we are able to find people who are really specialists in certain areas and get a chance to give back to our community by doing this. This is all funded by our library foundation. This particular summer, it's at a cost of $8,500. And I know there's 100 other things I could talk about with it, but I won't waste your time and just answer if you have questions.
Thank you so much for that. I encourage everybody to really dive into the materials that have been given to us. Oh, and I should say that Councilwoman Swearingen Washington has joined us. Thank you. there are programs that I'm already seeing when I look through the children's programming that I know, my daughter who's into cooking would love to come to the kid cuisines or the smoothie moves. I know that, there is all kinds of arts in conjunction with the Dixon and story times that would be good for my youngest. There's every time I go to the library often. And I'm always amazed at the offerings that are just sitting there at the front desk that, it's Comic-Con or robotics or something. I often walk in and there is music playing in the main library, and I see that in your adult education classes, there's saxophone, there's digital photography. There's so much going on at our libraries. And when we hear over and over again, there's nothing for our youth to do, I would point you to our libraries because they literally have a rotating calendar every time I walk in of the things that are going on that week. And it is numerous at the one main location. And I know they're throughout our community. So I am continually impressed with what you're doing, and I hope there are ways that we can help boost what you're doing. I ask, as I did with Parks, if you go to their social media and follow them, if you're on social media, please share their programming and what they have going on so that more people can get involved and knowledgeable about these adult learning classes, these programming for children. And again, it's free. It's free. And they can also check out books, which is fantastic too. Ms. Cooper-Sutton, you had a comment?
I did. Thank you, Chairwoman. How are you communicating these activities? I know the Dixon have a free opportunity, but how are you communicating these activities to the public and to our underserved communities? And how do they know about this as far as all of this good stuff that's going on? I still go to the library. I found out that the kids next door to me, I've been talking to them, haven't been to the library and I don't know when. And so talking to their parents and trying to get them more involved in it instead of, and I mean, I know children just want to play for the summer. They don't want to come in the library and be like, yeah. They want to run around and play. But how do we get this out to our underserved communities right before school is out, and get this good stuff that's going on so we can get our children, more exposure to our children, other than going to, I love community centers, I love, their youth programs, but I spent a lot of time as a kid at the library. I remember we had to go make copies, go in a quiet place, and I love the library. I still have a library card. I'm part of Friends and Library. I still do that. But what I find just very disturbing is a lot of the underserved children in a lot of underserved communities don't know that these are going on. Neither do their parents know that this is happening. So what is that looking like? And
yeah. Well, thank you for your involvement with the public library, first of all. And, there's various ways that we go around sharing that information. Obviously, the more traditional ways in terms of having that information at our libraries, but we do social media posts. And we do have an outreach team and our whole purpose is to go to underserved communities and to share information that the library has. Not just to share that information, but also to sign people up for library cards. We did an assessment just a couple of years ago and targeted certain areas in Memphis so we could go out and actually walk the neighborhoods, find out the needs of the people of that neighborhood, talking to some of the leaders in those areas. And by doing that, we were able to build a better relationship with the people in those different communities and also the leaders of those communities as well. So in summary, obviously the traditional social media posts, being able to work with different agencies and organizations. When we do that, for example, we're working with ABC 24, doing a program called Reading Wizard. And by working with them, we'll be able to go into they're coming to different library locations, 6 library locations, but they're helping getting the word out. and we have been on various television programs and on radio to talk about the summer programs that we offer.
And I have just one more suggestion. I don't know how we would collaborate and get that involved. We know what our children look like in the reading here in Memphis, Tennessee. And I don't know, the church has always been a pillar of the community. And I don't know if you all have engaged with them or just reached out to certain pastors. I saw on the news a couple of them are trying to get involved with more youth, but reading is so very, very important. I just left North Haven Elementary School, did a honors program with kindergartens and fifth graders, and they made principal list, and some of them were honor roll students, and stressed to their parents, getting involved, reading, making sure they reach out, take those cell phones from those kids, and just but I just wanted to ask that part of it, because, Memphis is the Bible Belt. I was told when I first moved here and through family members, and engaging in that and getting the word out of what's going on, even for adults. Smooth moves, like she said, that's really cool. But getting that message out, they have announcements every Sunday. That will be something to be add onto the agenda to let them know that this is happening and to get involved in that.
Well, that's something we definitely can do a better job with. But we do reach out to churches. We do work with churches. We do some programming with and at churches. And a lot of the churches, or some of the churches in Memphis, actually have child care centers or daycare centers. And we go into those daycare centers and we do programming for kids in those particular neighborhoods. In addition to having an outreach team, we also encourage our 18 locations to do assessments within their community and work with different agency organizations and churches, as you mentioned, in those communities as well.
Well,
but
I'm
obviously,
part of,
we can get out to more.
To more, yeah. I'm part of the big Grand Old Church of God in Christ.
Okay.
So that is my affiliation. And this would be something, they do have youth programs. And so we know how much Memphis loved the old Grand Church of God in Christ. And
Absolutely.
That would be a good affiliation to start with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. And I will just say that this is a timely suggestion, as we just met with communications last night and saw that they have 13 members on their staff, and they have a multi-million-dollar budget, that it can't all be done at the library. As we have been pitched, this will be a unit that will help put out all things City of Memphis, and so hopefully there will be, I see Chief Adams is here, there will be some communication between libraries and our comms department so that they can help as well. And Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington.
Thank you, Chair. I just recently found out that even at the library, you can get seeds for your garden and seeds for your yard for flowers and all of that good stuff. And I was at Cherokee Library, and the children even came in and they were able to play with the gaming station, so they have some technology available. My concern is I don't want us to be put in a position of what we have done to our schools with our maintenance. I had an estate planning clinic at Cherokee Library, and the air was not working, the carpet was filthy, and it needed painting, and I was so embarrassed because Cherokee is a beautiful homeowners community, and they have a thriving neighborhood association. And we had all of those lawyers to come in and work with the people. But you know me, that was very distracting. Had I known, I would have brought my shampoo and shampooed the carpet. But we need to not only have opportunities and thriving programs, but when they come in the buildings, we need to let our customers know that we respect them and we value them. So whose responsibility would that be? Would that be the librarian? Is there a supervisor that does walkthroughs?
Chief Adams looks like he is dying to answer this question.
I would like a response because, I was embarrassed. The carpet looks horrible. They could have put some awesome on it, let it soak.
Totally awesome.
Then do your cleaning,
Totally awesome.
something.
So I'll let Director McCloy speak.
Okay.
Well, we do have a new service. So now Service Master is responsible for ensuring that everything is clean, because it's definitely been a challenge for a very long time. But we're pretty confident that we've turned the corner and things are looking much better right now. So, and I agree with you about Cherokee. It's a lovely neighborhood, and don't want to disrespect it.
And with regard to the deferred maintenance, that would be something that would be the response. They have a building, I guess, building supervisor, a building maintenance supervisor that would collect their work orders and then send to general services, and then general services would dispatch, and then they would work on the various equipment. I can't speak to what's going on at Cherokee. We can talk, directly to general services to see if there are any pending work orders, what they are, and what's going on with the state of that library.
Well, I can tell you that the air condition is not working,
Okay.
and it needs some painting. And the carpet needs to either be cleaned or replaced. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a great call to action for council members as well, is to visit your local library branch and kind of take stock of what you see and get back to the administration about improvements that you would like to see in your local branch while you're there checking out all the fantastic programming. But I will just reiterate, I am constantly blown away by what is offered at the library outside of books. And I know you can check out other things. You can check out tents and stuff now. So there's all kinds of amazing things that are happening at our library, things that our children can experience that are free. And you heard the cost of this program is very low. So we need to continue to invest in these sort of programs and do our part, I think, to be ambassadors and megaphones for our libraries. And that also means sticking up for you and saying, hey, it needs a little paint here. We need to get the AC working. So thank you for that reminder, Councilwoman. Are there any other questions or comments?
Memphis Light Gas and Water Committee for the Memphis City Council. Today is Tuesday, May 21st. Regala, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Green, Councilman Ford Sr., Councilwoman Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Councilman Canali, Councilman Warren, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman White, Chair Spinoza.
Here. All right, we're behind. We're going to get back on schedule. President McGowan.
All right, yes, sir.
Two items on the agenda, both requested by MLGW. Item number one, discussion of MLGW fiscal consent. President McGowan, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, sir. Pursuant to board action at the last board meeting, we have 6 items for the consent agenda item tonight. The 6 are here, so I'll dispense with reading the list and just go into each one individually. The first consent agenda item is for the purchase of sodium hypochlorite in the amount of $3,096,000. This is a 24-month contract. It was produced from a sealed bid. It was awarded to Hawkins Incorporated. The sodium hypochlorite is the product that we use for downrange disinfection. We inject it into the water system to ensure that the water stays safe and disinfected all the way from the pumping station to the tap at your home. This keeps us in compliance with federal regulations as well as local TDEC regulations. It's a 2-year contract for 1.6 million gallons of sodium hypochlorite. And we are requesting same-night minutes on this item tonight if we can. The next item, same-night minutes on this one. Same-night minutes. The next one is for fluorosilicic acid in the amount of $896,670. This is also a 24-month contract awarded to Harcross Chemicals. Now, fluorosilicic acid is needed to comply with our fluoridation mandate that we have from the state, and it was put into place by ordinance by Memphis City Council. So this is a 2-year contract. We buy about 900 tons of fluorosilicic acid a year. And this keeps us, again, in compliance with our ordinance from Memphis City Council. We're requesting same-night minutes just because we want to get this stuff delivered to us so we don't run out. There's a little bit of a long lead time on getting these items, both of these, from these suppliers. The next item is for our energy management system and supervisory controls and data acquisition system. This is SCADA. Some of you have been to our system operations center, and this is where we control the electric grid, the gas distribution system, as well as the water distribution system. We put an RFP out, and it was awarded to Open Systems International. This contract is 28 months, and what they will be doing is ensuring that we stay in compliance with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission by giving us updates to our system, making sure that our operators stay in compliance with the training that is necessary for us to operate our system. And then they're actually making some changes at the federal level where we had kind of 2 standards, on and off peak, and now we have to go to an hourly standard to make sure that we stay in compliance with federal regulation. And so this contractor was awarded the contract to make sure that we stay in compliance with federal regulation. The next item is an item I'm bringing back to you, although modified, for the LED streetlight conversion. This is the funded amount of $7.6 million. This is phase 2 for LED streetlights. Originally, this contract was bid by the city of Memphis, and as you know, we awarded it $47 million to convert 78,000 streetlights. The last time I was here, I brought you phase 2, which was $10 million, included a number of things, and they're mostly still in here, with the exception of we have carved out the town of Arlington and the city of Millington, who we were doing a pass-through. They were going to pay us for the conversion of LED streetlights, and we were going to pay the vendor. They have chosen to pay the vendor directly, and so we have excised that from this contract. Now, this is an energy services contract, and there was a question last time about whether this should be bid or not. And actually, there's a Tennessee code annotated that says you shall award this like a professional services contract and shall not bid it out. That was a product, I believe, of the energy services corporations likely lobbying the state to say that's how they have to be awarded. But it's consistent with state statute. This will allow us to continue fixing the underground faults because they will provide some additional assets there to get all the underpasses lighted because we knew there was some wiring and underpass fixtures that we needed. and then those high mast lights, which are in the interstate, the clover leaves. They're the very tall masts with like 6 lights up at the top, several hundred feet high. This will allow us to change those out and essentially complete the entire project for the city of Memphis. Other communities are moving forward with theirs. Obviously, Collierville and Bartlett chose to pay the vendor directly, and so they're nearly complete. They're in the high 80s to low 90s. Arlington moved forward. They're in the 90% complete. Millington has not yet started. But this allows us to complete all of the project inside the city of Memphis. So $7.6 million will complete that. The next is for Series 2024 electric system revenue bonds. So there are 2 items here today. When we presented the FY24 budget and our 5-year capital plan, as you know, part of that was just like the city of Memphis issues bonds, about $150 million each 2 years for capital improvements. So does MLGW. So this is $180,000 in the electric system bonds. And what the first item here is just for you all to approve the professionals in connection with that issuance. There are underwriters, and they're listed here. Raymond James, they have a local presence. South State Duncan Williams, who is a co-manager, they have a local presence, and they are a WBE. FHN Financial is obviously a Memphis company. Here it's First Horizon. The co-bond counsels, these are folks who have been our bond counsels for a number of years, and they know the MLGW business. They know the bond business, and that is the Wade Law Firm. I think you're all familiar with that, as well as Bassbury Sims, who is also a local presence here. They have been our bond counsel. They've done good work for MLGW over the years. And then Stevens Incorporated is the financial advisor. This company is headquartered in Nashville, but they also do good work in the bond space. The next item is the revenue bonds themselves. We intend, with your approval, to issue a principal amount not to exceed $180 million. This is consistent with the comprehensive plan that we have for electric system upgrades. As you know, this is the first of 2 bond issuances. This one will take us through about 26, and then we'll issue another set of bonds probably next year to continue the electric upgrades. This is replacing outdated infrastructure and modernizing the grid. Notably, this will be our first investment in battery storage that we talked to you about last year. So this gives us the money to pay for the batteries and to begin the engineering on the solar piece. So we're very excited about that. The note that you have here, I have to declare that we will and do intend to use this to reimburse us for money that we've already spent. This is consistent with how bonds are issued in the civic space as well. And so with your approval, we can go back about 60 days and pay for things that we have already paid for out of our cash on hand. At the end of the day, the impact here is that it's going to continue to improve the reliability and resilience of our electric distribution system and actually add some energy storage for the very first time in our history. So it's a very exciting proposition for us. And with that, I will answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, President McGowan. We had Councilman Warren with a question, but it was answered through your presentation. And then we've got Councilwoman Green. The floor is yours. And then we'll recognize Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Going back to the LED streetlight conversion, can you tell us how many lights we will be doing with this $7.6 million?
So we'll be paying for about 1,500 additional lights that were in the regular LEDs. I'll have to get the number for the high mast lights and the underpass lights. Does anybody know exactly how many that is? We'll have to get you the number. We can have that for you tonight as to how many that is. Okay. But we do know there's a significant number of underground cable faults and also the cable for the underpasses, which is a special kind of connection there. So we'll get you all those high mast numbers.
And one other quick question on this. Do we have a projected completion date?
Yes. So we originally had anticipated phase 2 would be done by the end of the summer. So I would anticipate by this fall. I'll just say at the outset, we should have everything tied up by the end of this calendar year. I will say, just for perspective, we went very fast replacing all of these lights in 1 year. There are other cities like Chicago that are still several years on after having changed the lights, working out the bugs. So we're well ahead of pace from what our peers. We learned a lot from them. So we'll be wrapped up by this year.
Thank you. I also just want to say I appreciate you talking to me through this about the suburban piece and the TCA piece. so that we could get clarity about such a big change without an extra bid. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, President McGowan. Is this phase 2? You know, you went through and then there were some lights that started blinking and wouldn't come on and all that. And you said you were going to come back through after you installed everything.
Yes, ma'am.
And then change all of those out in the voltage and all of that. Is that what this is?
That's exactly what this is. The biggest
Okay.
part of is the underground wiring that needs to be repaired. So the company that came and helped us replace all those, because we couldn't do all of that ourselves that fast, they're bringing additional resources to help us get those underground cable faults fixed. So that's exactly what this is.
Is that Amoresco?
Amoresco, yes, sir.
They're going to be the ones to bring in some extra help to
Yes, ma'am.
assist. Okay. All right. That's all that I wanted. And you said, I didn't hear, what's the target date for that?
So I'm just going to say we'll be done this year in 2024. Originally,
Okay.
I had forecast that we would be done by the end of the summer, but as you know, we took a little bit of a pause there while we went through this. So I know there will be some months of delay. So I'll say we'll get that wrapped up this year. My hope is to always beat that, but I'll say by the end of this year, we'll have it all wrapped up.
Okay. Some people, companies that have light pole lights on their property, they're leasing it or they own it. Is there a process that they can go through to get LEDs as opposed to, because they're being replaced with the old ones, and so some of the businesses have the old.
We the last ones you said.
Oh, okay.
I got them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we have about 40,000 leased outdoor lights, so that's when I originally proposed that's phase 3. What I'm trying to figure out is how we economically do that for the customers, because remember, I'm sharing the LED streetlights for all the streetlights across 636,000 Memphians with the streetlight fee. The leased outdoor light is only being paid by that one person, the individual in the household or the company. So we're trying to look and figure out how we can get that done as economically feasible for the customers. So that's phase 3. I owe you an answer on that. We're not ready to do that yet. That's likely a 2025 project. But there are people interested in helping us do that as well.
So my question was, is there a process? Can they get on the list? Even though I know you're not ready to do it, is there some way to get on the list to have that?
I'll ask the team to see if we can put like an early list together to see who's interested.
Yeah.
So sure.
Okay.
We were trying to focus on getting this one done, but we'll definitely get on that. We know that's next.
Thank you. Yeah, because a lot of those are in the community.
Absolutely.
So appreciate that.
All right. Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, Doug. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Then we'll go to item number 2.
450 and
Floor is yours, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Chairman. President, I emailed you. Did you get a response about those issues and concerns that were provided? Did you look into that for us?
So we've started. There was about 17 items that you sent that were forwarded from, I guess, several different sources.
Yeah.
There was probably 7 of those that were interstate lights, and I will tell you that I told the team, yes, we are aware of all of those, but we're prioritizing neighborhood lights with the assets that we have until we get this contract approved so we can do all of them. That takes care of about half that list. The Macklemore construction is completed and paved. The team is taken care of. There was another street cut that was being taken care of today and paved. There was a sinking on Germantown Parkway that was attributed not to MLGW, but to another utility, potentially. I think they're still investigating that. And there were individual streetlights that have been passed along to the team. So yes, we have action on all of those. There were a few that I sent back to the staff asking for clarity because all I got was an address, but I didn't know what the problem was.
Okay, if you don't get any clarity, please let me
know. Oh, they're
know.
working on it.
They're working on it, good. And the concern that I have is these not getting to you because this is coming through the customer care. Am I correct? I mean, so when I see a list like this, to me, there poses a problem with you getting the information. So is there a glitch in the system why we're not tackling these immediately? Or because in the email it said that this was more than once, twice, 3 times. And I'm glad, thank you, because whatever I send you and it's sent to me, you are right on it and you respond to it. But I should not have to be sending anything to you. You're the president. There is a system that is set up. Am I correct? That there should be some type of communication be going to that system and these things be addressed. I should not have to call you on simple things like this. That's why you have a team, am I right? That's getting paid 6 figures, 4 figures, whatever it is. They should be on this immediately and addressing this. And I feel bad when I have to include you into this, especially if I'm a leader and stuff got to come to me. It's some heads gonna roll.
There is a system, and our team tracks that. Like I say, the street lights, I would suggest that since nearly half of those were street lights, they were noted, they were in the system to be worked, and as I said, had to prioritize because we didn't have the contractors on board to fix it. And so I've repeatedly given that information back to people who've reported it to me and said, yes, it's noted. All of the other items, the team said, yes, we're aware of those, and it's just a function of working through that. For the street cuts, I'll say specifically, as you know, we had 2 failed attempts at getting a paving contractor to help us with street cuts. So we are behind, and we are working on getting caught up. And that's where our team is out fixing those street cuts, removing the plates and putting the asphalt and the concrete back in the hole to fix it. So hopefully we'll be out to bid on another asphalt paving contractor to help us get caught up on those things. But it's not a fact that we don't know what they are. It's just having the resources to get to it in a timely fashion.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you, President McGowan. And everybody needs to take that skater tour. Seriously, it's great. Like even the streetlight questions you just had, it's cool to just put your eyes on it, right? We talked about that earlier, going looking at and seeing things with your eyes. All right, item number 2, discussion of MLGW Board of Commissioners.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to say that I recognize I'm joined today. We have sitting in the audience here Commissioner Mike Pullman, Commissioner Cheryl Pesci, Commissioner James Llewellyn, Commissioner John Butler. Anybody else? Okay, so yes, these are part of the MLGW Board of Commissioners who joined us today. So today what I'm going to bring up is a discussion item that was put forth by the Board of Commissioners. I think in their discussions with with the constituents they represent all across Shelby County. And so what was done was there was a resolution passed by the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Board of Commissioners on April 17th of 2024. Essentially, they're seeking to increase the number of voting members on the board from 5 to 7, with 2 of those members residing outside the Memphis city limits. Today, the current board is made up of 5 voting members with a 3-year term. They are all nominated and appointed by the mayor of the city of Memphis and approved by you on city council. All of the board members are required to reside inside the city of Memphis, the voting members. In 2017, Mayor Strickland and this council added 2 advisory or non-voting members to the MLGW board who could reside outside the city of Memphis. So that's where we stand today. We have 5 voting members that live inside the city of Memphis and 2 non-voting members that you all appointed that live outside the city of Memphis. What's being proposed is essentially that this body pass a referendum ordinance that would allow this to be placed on the November 5th ballot so that the citizens of the city of Memphis could vote as to whether to change the charter and allow 7 voting members instead of 5. So for this to happen, it has to be a referendum ordinance. It would have to go on the ballot, and the citizens of the city of Memphis would have to vote. What is proposed functionally, this is not the language, this is the narrative of it, is changing the board from 5 to 7 voting members, 2 of whom could reside outside the city of Memphis. They would all remain appointed by the mayor of Memphis and remain approved by the mayor of Memphis City Council. But it's reasonable to expect that the mayor would consider recommendations from the county mayor and suburban mayors for the 2 non-Memphis appointees. There are no other changes being proposed. No change to the authority of the board. There is no change to the authority of Memphis City Council with this proposal. So we'll move to the next, which is why is it being proposed? I think quite simply because 1/3 of the MLGW customer base lives outside the city of Memphis. And a change like this provides representation and a voice for those ratepayers who are impacted by the decision of the board and the city of Memphis. I think that's as simply stated. And again, I'll say I'm just bringing this to you as what the board has decided on. I'm not coming down one way or the other on the discussion here. The background and discussion here, the charter, I want to talk about, there's a couple of things here. The charter changes there are several charter changes that have happened that change the composition of the board over time. Our customer base has changed over time, and I think you'll hear at some point in the future during the discussion about representation and fairness from the suburbs. So moving on to the first issue for background is just the charter changes. As you know, we were established in 1939. The Board of Commissioners, there were 3 members. The president and the vice president of MLGW were actually commissioners when first formulated. They all served a 2-year term. And I think what you'll see here is from 1939 to 1983, for 44 years, board members only had to reside. The requirement was to live inside Shelby County. In 1951, the board was increased to 5 members, and it was moved to a 3-year term. In 1980, they removed the president and vice president from the board, so they were 5 individual commissioners. And then in 1983, there was a change in the home rule ordinance that essentially required all members of Memphis City boards, it just said generically Memphis City boards, that everybody has to live inside the city. So for 44 years, the board members had to reside within Shelby County. The last 41 years, they had to live inside the city of Memphis. So those are the major changes to the board composition for Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. Talk about the MLGW customer base. On the column to the left, you'll see, I just have put the year. You'll see the Shelby County population, the city of Memphis population, which represents the MLGW customer base for gas and electric. There are municipalities, namely Germantown, Collierville, Millington, and Bartlett, that have some of their own water services. So this represents the split of gas and electric. You'll see that starting back when MLGW was founded, about 18% of our customer base resided in Shelby County, and that stayed relatively consistent. It actually dropped to 14% in 1970. The big thing that happened in 1970 is the city of Memphis annexed Whitehaven, which had its own utility district and a pretty substantial population. And so the city of Memphis population grew pretty substantially, and the unincorporated population dropped pretty substantially. And then from about 1980 on, you'll see that the growth as a percent of our customer base has grown from about 17% in the unincorporated and the municipalities outside of Memphis to where it stands today at 32% in the unincorporated areas and the municipalities outside the city of Memphis. I think the last slide, I just saw an article in the paper, so I thought I'd reiterate that today. The suburban mayors have said essentially that they would like to have the same kind of representation on the board because they do receive their services from us. And I think that's, in summary, what Mayor Parsons and Mayor Palazzolo said, is that we have participation, but we really don't get a vote, though we are served by Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. And so today's purpose is to introduce this for discussion. I don't have a referendum ordinance. I know our general counsel will work with Attorney Wade to formulate some language for you all to consider at the next meeting. But today was to get the discussion started so that there are good questions we can have, and when we come back next time, we can prepare to answer questions. You can also identify who you might like to hear from as a part of this discussion. So this is just teeing it up. I will say, for it to be on the November ballot, it has to be approved with the minutes read by the second meeting in August. So that's why we're starting now, so we have plenty of time for discussion.
How would you be so familiar with these processes? I'm totally kidding. It's not a laughing conversation, but you just happen to know.
No, that's fine, yeah. Plenty of experience, Councilman.
All right. Thank you, President McGowan. We've got Councilman Warren in the queue. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, when I initially heard this, I was thinking, really? I mean, we think we're going to get the citizens of Memphis to vote for this? And then as I'm thinking about it, I mean, really, we have a lot of issues that we need the help of Mayor Palazzolo and Lakeland and Collierville particularly as we're dealing with, break-ins and crimes and gun legislation in Nashville and things that we need to push for our city in Nashville, that it just makes some sense to me that we are going to probably want to do this and put it on the ballot. The question is, how can we get those suburban communities to be able to come together and convince Memphians that, yeah, we want you to be on this board with us. We want to share this with you because, we want your opinion, but we need your help in Nashville. So, I think that's pretty much what we've got to look at is, can we use this as a way to build better relationships, to actually get things done that we need done in Nashville, not just for our power supplies, but for other issues. So in my mind, it won't hurt us to put it on the ballot. I think it's going to be a tough push to get it voted through. And that push is going to have to come probably from the county people coming in and saying, here's where we can help you out. And one of the ways they can help us out is pushing the county commission to raise taxes and support our public schools with their, I guess, lack of construction for the last, 10, 15, 20 years. I think we have $1.1 billion of deferred maintenance. Having those people come in and pushing for that really may help our citizens want to vote for this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Councilman Warren. We've got 3 council members in the queue, Logan first, Cooper Sutton, and then Councilwoman White. And I want to, real quick, I just want to offer this. I think something to consider, similar to Councilwoman Warren, my initial reaction was, I think putting this on a ballot makes sense, but I think, is it fair to say that maybe an MLGW could be created outside of the city of Memphis, perhaps one day as well?
I don't know that that's necessarily anything anybody's deliberately contemplating. Certainly there's the authority to do that. Anybody has the authority to set their own utility district, as was the case, you'll recall, with the Shelby County Water. That was a utility district that was incorporated by Memphis Light, Gas, and Water. I just mentioned the Whitehaven had its own utility district. There were several towns that no longer exist that were utility districts, and all of that still applies today. So there are areas that could create their own utility districts. We have an agreement, a franchise agreement with those municipalities to serve them. So,
and council members, I just wanted to ask that. I don't know if that has anything to do with your questions, but I have like 20 other questions.
Sure,
this
yeah.
is the first discussion, so
Absolutely.
I'm going to stop with my questions.
I don't know that I have all the answers. I'm just teeing it up.
We'll go to Councilwoman Logan.
That actually was similar to my question. What was the impetus for this request? Have there been meetings with the mayor and the ratepayers in their cities, their municipalities, and were they saying that they wanted a voice, or where did this come from?
Yes. So as far back as I can remember in my service to the city of Memphis, the suburban mayors have been talking about this, saying, hey, they would like to have some voice since they are served. They would like to have a voice, and this is the case in most public utilities, including the very largest public utilities, where people are always concerned about having some representation. So there was, I have heard frustration expressed from those suburban mayors about, hey, we feel like we don't get attention from MLGW. We feel like we're not part of the decision loop down there. So this is just general paraphrasing. I'm not quoting anybody, but
Right.
From my time as the COO and working with them closely, I have heard that expression of frustration voiced. When I came on as the president, one of the first things I had heard, I tried to bring them into the loop because they are customers. Every single person who receives electricity and gas is a customer of ours, and I have to make sure that they have the same information about when their utilities will come back on, if there's an outage, what's happening with respect to rates and service, and what our long-range plans are. So this, I think, is a culmination of probably a decade or more of discussion from the suburban folks who said they would like to have representation. That's how the first non-voting members were appointed in 2017, that was expressed to Mayor Strickland. It actually came through Representative Ron Lawler, who is subsequently deceased, who said the state was pushing for that representation, and the place where they landed was the non-voting representation to start.
So, because that discussion has been had, has there, I'm sure they shared with you, well, in fact, if that doesn't happen, here are some things that citizens are requesting, or here's what we're looking at or could potentially happen. Has that conversation been had as well? And what are those things?
There was no implied or specific, hey, if you don't get this done, we're going to do this. And again, I'll, at the next discussion, we could tee up some of the questions for commissioners, and potentially if you'd like to hear from them, we could have them here as well. But this was a question about representation and their
Just
belief
wanting
in fairness and representation, since we do, the board and the city council obviously approve, board recommends and city council approves rates, the board recommends and city council approves capital improvements.
Okay, all right, thank you. On your back.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chairman. Get my process. I don't want to say the wrong thing.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Feelings caught up in it.
Got you.
Because what I'm hearing and what I see and what I see coming down.
Gotcha.
The pipeline. So I'm going to defer to my colleague.
Councilwoman White, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I just wanted to know right now,
Is your mic on, Councilwoman?
As of 2017, there were 2 advisory non-voting members added. So if this change is approved, would it still be required? Would it be just like 7 members, or will it still be required that 2 are from outside of the city, or would it just leave it open where the mayor could still do all members as inside the city? Does that make sense?
I think as it contemplated, it would be 7 members with 2 who could be appointed from outside of the city of Memphis. But that language is not written yet, so I think that's, I think the intent as expressed from the commissioners is for it to be 5 members for sure who are residents inside the city of Memphis, and 2 who could reside outside of the city of Memphis, ostensibly representing the 280-some thousand customers that are in that area.
If it is something that moves forward as a part of that discussion, I think it's important for us to make sure that that distinction is made, because what you don't want is that over time you end up with more people outside of the city than you do inside the city. Because as of right now, it's 2 advisory members who are outside of the city. But if you make it all members, make it inclusive, then there's no limitation on the number of people that you have outside of the city. So I would just say that that distinction be made in whatever conversations move going forward. And the other thing, well, that's it.
Yeah, great. I think that's what's on slide number 1 here, is changing the board from 5 to 7 voting members, of which 2 reside outside the city of Memphis. All others reside inside the city. So that's the plain language as I understand it.
Great questions, council members. It's funny she says that. What I think about is revenue comparisons inside the city, outside the city. I think about people leaving the city of Memphis. You know, we need to do everything we can to keep people here. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, would you like to?
yes.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. What I do not want to see us doing here in Memphis is relinquishing our power. You made it clear that the state legislation is probably going to try to get involved and they're looking into it. Am I right? I just want to make sure we got clarification.
I never said that. I said the state legislator, Ron Lawler, spoke with the mayor of Memphis, and I believe there was some discussion. Some of the council members may have been around and suggested that some advocacy for the suburbans to have some representation, and the decision was made to get 2 non-voting members. But there's no deliberate push from the state today to make anything like this happen that I've heard of.
Okay. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you.
All right, we've got Councilwoman Logan would like to speak again, and so would Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. And I'm going to allow you to speak again. I'm totally kidding. All right, Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, go ahead.
Was it the board that suggested having additional members?
Yes, ma'am, was brought forth by Commissioner Carl Person. He's not here today. He was the board sponsor for this. And having heard from, I believe, the collection of mayors who have been talking about this, this has obviously been a discussion as I built a relationship with the suburban mayors and brought information back to them that was of concern to the suburban mayors.
I would like for us to look at the charter because that doesn't seem to be part of their responsibility and duty to be able to suggest adding board members. And I would also like to invite the board members to come and to explain to us their position on having a suburban representative on the MLGW board. If we could hear
Gotcha,
from them.
Councilwoman.
Sure. We have several of them here today. I know they're here in support. Commissioner Person was the sponsor, so he might rightly be the first person to start with.
Yes.
I would like for them to come back at another time after we've
Agreed,
had
I
an
got you.
opportunity to look at the charter and look at their duties and responsibilities.
Thank you, Councilwoman. All right, noted. You good?
Yep.
All right, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. President McGowan, can you talk about the difference in, it's my understanding that the utility is owned by the owners and not the customers. Is that so?
It's a City of Memphis owned utility.
And will us allowing the municipalities to have a vote, how will that impact the that status? Because it's MLGNW is owned by the city, and the customers, there's a difference in owners and customers, correct?
Yes,
So
ma'am.
how will this change impact that dynamic?
It doesn't change that at all. It's still wholly owned by the City of Memphis. There's no change in the authority of the board. There's no change in the authority of City Council, no change in ownership status. Much like, I guess, Tennessee Valley Authority is not owned by us, but there's representatives from various parts of the service territory that have members that are appointed to that board, but that doesn't mean that they're owners of that. It's the public power model is participation model, and it doesn't talk about ownership, and this doesn't change ownership whatsoever.
I just know that the city of Memphis owns that, so I just wanted to make sure. I'm
doesn't change.
asking. I was just making sure that doesn't change because you can be a customer but not a part of the board. So
Yeah, that's
just
right.
wanted to make sure that it wasn't going to change the dynamic or the scope. And
It doesn't, and I guess just one thing that dawned on me as you were saying that, that's why I mentioned, for 44 years, commissioners only had to live in Shelby County, and so I hadn't gone back and looked at all the commissioners, but I'm assuming that there were some that lived outside Shelby County that were voting members, or lived outside the city of Memphis, but in Shelby County during that period of time. So, but it doesn't change the ownership status whatsoever.
okay, thank you. You're back.
Any other questions? Comments?
I wanted to say something.
Councilman Ford, the floor is yours, sir.
Flashback. Okay, when it comes down to the commissioners, okay? I made a statement one time. When I was in 16 for some water. Still, I must have drunk it. get together and do things, you know. But I was gonna wear it, but you know, they were kind of all right with me because they just didn't send me a robe. They sent me a grand wizard robe with all the decals and everything, so they gave me some rank. But since they sent it here, I was gonna wear it, and my wife started crying, and she called her mom and said, "Please don't wear that robe, because I know he will." And I was. Okay? Cedric, you were here. I have flashbacks, but like I said, with the commission, I can understand where they're coming with the commissions at light, gas, and water, because they were terrible. And the reason why it happened to me, because I told the president that he needed to resign that day when we had a meeting. And that's what happened to me the next day, even though, like I told you, I was covered anyway. I wasn't worried about him. Okay, but I just want to bring it out so, hey, all y'all new ones.
Yes, sir.
Those are things that happened with the commissioners over there. That's why you have to kind of put the right ones in there and everything else. So I'm glad y'all bringing it up and putting it out there, okay? Because, hey, it will make a difference, okay? Thank you. And then it'll help you out, too.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Swearingen, Washington.
I just want to say, just because you are a customer, it does not mean that you are entitled to be on a board. If we spend millions of dollars with the Ford company, that doesn't mean we're going to have a seat on the board at Ford. And the county spends several thousands of dollars with MATA. They don't have a seat on the board. So just because you are a customer, it does not mean that you are entitled or even have the right to demand to have a seat, additional seats on the board, especially when we know that that is Memphis light, gas, and water. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I think Matt is trying to get a seat on the board.
They have one.
All right, a couple points to note. First discussion, thank you for bringing it to us. We're going to get the answers for you with the charter, duties, responsibilities, obligations. Councilwoman Swearingen, Washington, just saying all this for the record. And then if council members would like to participate, I will suggest sending questions to your analyst, and we'll put them all together and try to get them in front of Doug and the team so we could share those questions and answers publicly and just try to move the ball forward on the discussion before we come back. So we'll discuss next week, and thank you for putting all this stuff together like you have been. I think it's been great for the council members. Any other questions or items before the committee?
I have one item, Mr. Chair.
We were so close.
And I just want, this is an answer to a question. There are 450 underpass lights and 900 high mast lights.
Thank you, sir.
So about 1,350 additional lights in addition to the 1,500 that we're replacing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, team. Thank you, board members, for showing up today. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
right, everybody. Spinoza didn't get us back on schedule. I'm probably not either, but we can try. This is the May 21st meeting of the Economic Development, Tourism, and Technology Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Attorney Johnson, please take the roll.
Councilman Canali.
Here.
Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Councilman Warren. Councilwoman White. Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Walker. Chair Green.
Present. All right. Item number 1 is a presentation by the Office of Business Diversity and Compliance to discuss the City of Memphis Minority Women-Owned Business Enterprise, also known as MWBE certification process. And before you begin, I just, we reached out to you because there were questions in our previous council meeting about how this process happens. I know it is May, but some of us are new. And so we would just like to walk through that process and talk not only about how people get certified, but also how they learn about opportunities and your outreach. So if you can say your name and title for the record, and then we will begin.
Yep. Good morning. Thank you so much. Zandria Davison, Director, City of Memphis Office of Business Diversity and Compliance. First, I want to thank you all so much for the opportunity to speak with you all today about the processes of OBDC, as we call it. So just a little bit about the office. We do have 2 locations, one here at City Hall and the Entrepreneurs Network Center, which is the Universal Life Insurance building on MLK. So there are 3 areas that OBDC focuses on. There's contract compliance, certification, as you said, and business services. So our contract compliance, they're responsible for the EBO and SBE programs, which comprise our MWSBE efforts. And we make sure that the City of Memphis is in compliance when it comes to our spending related to MWSBE vendors. Our certification program is, we'd have an in-house certification as well as a reciprocal certification process. In our business services team, we offer business development assistance and education to minority and women-owned businesses in the city. So just a little bit about our programs and initiatives. We have our EBO program, our SBE program, our Sub to Prime program, which is our Competitive Bidders Prep Accelerator program, our Day of Opportunity, our Contract Compliance Training, Contractors University, which is funded by Living Cities, our certification training. We have 2 classes that we do. We do a pre-certification class and I'm Certified What's Next, as well as our Breaking Barriers to Business, or B3, which is also funded by Living Cities, and our Summer Entrepreneurship Certification Program, which is in partnership with Lemoyne College. So as it stands right now, the City of Memphis, our certified and non-certified MWBE spend is 30%. And this was as current as FY23 year end. And as of yesterday, we have 535 certified MWSBE firms. So this is just a brief overview of our MWBE spending for FY23 the year end compared to FY22 year end. And this is where we get our numbers from. The total City of Memphis budget, 138 million went to minority and women-owned businesses, which comprises about 27.54%. Like I said, overall, the certified and non-certified spend was 30.05%. So just a little bit about our contract compliance and our goal-setting process. So OBDC oversees all contracts within the City of Memphis that are over $5,000. So this is done through, the program itself, I'll say, is done through our addressing disparities that were identified in our 2016 disparity study. So all the projects are evaluated for opportunities that are based on the nature of the goods and services that are provided compared to the number of ready, willing, and able certified firms. Divisions are required to submit projects for goal setting, which those meetings are held every Friday, and goal setting meetings are virtual. And OBDC audits each contract that comes in the City of Memphis that has a goal attached to it. Our certification, again, it is in-house. We verify minority and women-owned businesses to make sure that they are who they say they are. Certification is meant to be intrusive. So we require a lot of documentation to make sure that we understand and that these firms are actually who they say they are and that they are not a pass-through. So certification in the city of Memphis is absolutely free. There are no fees associated with certification. We do have a reciprocal certification process, and we receive certifications from these 5 agencies: MMBC, Shelby County Government, TSMSDC, the airport, and the state of Tennessee. At our Entrepreneurs Network Center, we do business development. We have business owners, even if they are not in a position to do business with the city, we still assist them with all of their business needs. So this covers all industries. We have 4 partner agencies in the Entrepreneurs Network Center, which is MAMCA, TSBDC, which is the Tennessee Small Business Development Center, the BBA, the Black Business Association, and Operation Hope. In the Entrepreneurs Network Center, we do business plan development, we do one-on-one business counseling, we have a computer center with internet access, financial management, contractors assistance, as well as market analysis and research, and so much more. So that ends my presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions the council has regarding the certification process.
I see Ms. Cooper Sutton in the queue. You're recognized.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Director Zan, I want to thank you for all the hard work that you are doing, and thank you for the personal invite. And Chief Adams, I went down to the celebration of those women who got their certification.
Yes. Contractors University, yes.
Yes, and met them and their families, and that was just very exciting to see the hard work that these women have put forth and making sure that they comply. And so thank you for the invite and getting a chance to talk and to see the process and how important it is to the city of Memphis.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Zan.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess one question that I have is about the outreach, how people can learn about when your certification classes are happening, or how they learn about the one-on-one business counseling. Like, how are you getting that message out to people who could benefit from your program?
Sure. So a number of ways. Of course, social media is our main point of contact when it comes to getting the message out. We rely on, we have ambassadors in our office. So anyone that goes through our programming, whether it's Contractors University, our CBPA program, we consider them our ambassadors. So they're our mouthpiece. They're the ones who we, really look to, to spread the word about OBDC and the programs that we offer. We have over 9,000 individuals that are signed up for our email list. So, of course, we send that information out there. We have our B2G system, which is our contract compliance system, and we have over 900 who are signed up on that one. So we send our messaging through that as well. It's also through communications. They do a good job with, putting out our information as well. We've used a library to put out information. So, of course, I was sitting here when you were talking to Director McCloy, so we absolutely use the library as well.
I think, again, it's timely as we talk about communications and their staff and their budget to make sure that they are being put to use for all our divisions. And I love that you partner with the libraries, of course. But I think that, it says something that there were many people who are pretty plugged in, engaged members of the community sitting here on the council, right? Yeah. That not everybody knew or understood exactly what your office did or offered. So I think it's definitely a place for improvement that we need to do more outreach, because it is fantastic that you have this many firms with you, but we know there are many, many more minority and women businesses in our community that could benefit from city contracts. And so we need to do a better job. 30% is great. We are a majority minority city, and we need to be doing better on those numbers. All right, and I see Councilwoman Logan in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. And thank you so much for your presentation. I would say that, of course, we definitely want to increase that number, and we'll continue to do so. But I do feel that I do want to say that being in the community, I know they do a great work of getting out in the community, and the people that are in the space pretty much know of the work that they do. Even though, we want more people to be certified, it's my understanding, that's what I want to ask. It's my understanding that some people choose not to become certified because they feel it's going to impede upon their access to certain funding. Can you speak to that?
So, yes, I can, absolutely. And thank you, Councilwoman Logan. It happens all the time. A lot of people choose to self-exclude themselves from certification because of we have different criteria that they must meet to be certified. And there are thresholds when it comes to that. So our threshold standards are, we use the same threshold standards as the SBA. So whatever their standards are, that's what we adopt in our office. That's what the ordinance tells us to do. And so once firms reach those thresholds, you know, they just don't, they graduate, what we call graduate out of the program. So they no longer qualify to be in the program. And so, you know, because of that, they choose to self-exclude. We would love to have more firms on our registry, but because we do have thresholds, it kind of, I guess, they just don't want to be involved because they get more benefits of not being in the program than they do to be in the program.
And that's the part that, you know, that I want to understand how we can change that, or is it beneficial for them, you know, or is there anything that we can do to maybe mitigate some of those challenges?
Sure. I think it's an opportunity for us to look at it to see what we can. I'm happy to have some conversation with council about, you know, how we can make that happen. There may be some opportunities. We are in the process of going through a new disparity study. So, you know, there may be some opportunities there that we can, you know, look at and try to figure out how we can make that happen.
Because I know you all do a great work in helping the ones that will be a part of it, but if there is a barrier there, how can we mitigate that? And some of them tend to go with some of the partners or whatnot, and I'm glad that you all kind of collaborate and kind of circle the wagon and all work together, but I appreciate that. And I just wanted to note that so people wouldn't think that you're not, you know, engaging at that level, but some just choose not to be. So I look forward to exploring that as well with you.
Absolutely.
All right. Chief Adams, were you going to say something? Okay. Thank you. I yield back, Chair. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? All right. Thank you so much for coming. And with that, this committee stands adjourned.
Thank you.
Started. Colleagues, today is May 21st, and it is 9:54 a.m. I hereby call the Housing and Community Development Committee of the Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Hale, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Green.
Present.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Dr. Warren.
Present.
Chair Logan.
Present. All right. All right, we're getting ready to get started. Please, if everyone would get in place. Colleagues, today we have 4 items. However, item number 1 and 2 will be held until the June 4th HCD committee meeting. Item number 3 will be postponed indefinitely without objection. And item number 4, we are ready for.
Point of information, Madam Chair. Why are we holding 3 indefinitely?
I'm going to recognize Director Cash.
Thank you. Good morning. Ashley Cash, 170 North Main, Housing and Community Development Director. So item number 3, in our haste to get the documents to you, we actually submitted the wrong resolution. So there's incorrect information on the resolution. So we need to resubmit that resolution and the support and documentation. So it's just inaccurate, and hopefully that'll come back and we'll route that documentation immediately.
And the reason why we're holding it indefinitely is
because
we're gonna come
it's
back
wrong.
with
It's
the correct one.
That's
Yeah.
correct.
Yes.
We'll come back with the right one.
That's works too. Yeah.
Just withdraw as opposed to hold.
Well, it's I'll let y'all.
Yeah,
You said 2 weeks, right?
when do you plan on having the next one at the next meeting? Hold on 1 second, everyone. Hold on 1 second. Director Cash, are you able to bring it back, the correct one, June 4th?
We can definitely attempt that. Of course, we go through the submission process as long as we meet, and I don't have the calendar, but as long as we meet that calendar deadline for submission to have it all to budget and et cetera, then we should be able to meet that deadline.
Okay, well, we're going to hold item number 3 until the June 4th HCD committee meeting as well. Mm-hmm. All right, item number 4 is a resolution authorizing the sale of multiple parcels known as 333 North Claybrook, 329 North Bellevue Boulevard, and 417 North Bellevue Boulevard, Memphis, Tennessee, 38104, parcel ID number 0200090019, 0200930003, parcel number 0200950008, parcel number 02950009, and parcel number 0200950006C, respectively, acquired by HCD in 2021 and 2024 using available development funding to developer known as Crosstown Partners, LLC, for $300,000. District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by administration. I'd like to recognize Director Cash. Have a second. Second. It's been moved by Councilman Warren and seconded by Swearingen Washington. And I want to recognize Director Cash at this time to present.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everybody. So we have.
Would you give us your name and address?
Yes, I will. Ashley Cash, Director of Housing and Community Development, 170 North Main Street. So we are presenting today for your approval the conveyance of several parcels. Chair just read the parcel IDs, and you can find them in the resolution. These parcels make up 2 lots. These parcel IDs make up essentially 2 lots. And so just for background, in 2019, HCD submitted or put out several RFQs for development partners for various parcels of land across the city. we were trying to spur development in the city of Memphis in places where we wanted to see development, but also our goal was to make sure that the development that occurred was what is beneficial to the community. It aligned with our comprehensive plan, and it had other, requirements in it. And so this is one of those parcels. The development group Crosstown LLC, which I think all are here today. Actually, can we pause? Do y'all want to give y'all's name and address for the record?
Thank you, Director Cash.
You're recognized. Give us your name and address, and you may present. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Josh Whitehead with Whitehead Law, 275 Jefferson. I'm joined here with partners of Greg Love, Ed Apple, Eddie Kircher, and as a community liaison, Todd Richardson with the Crosstown Concourse. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And I have a short presentation. I was going to allow them to say a couple of words, Chair, if that's okay, when I conclude. Yeah. But they make up the development team. They submitted a proposal for mixed housing type at the parcel that I'm about to show in a minute, including some public space in the area. Where's my parcel?
Do we have this presentation?
I will send it to you.
Thank you.
All right. So this is the site that we're talking about. The initial parcel is this larger red rectangle at Overton Park and Bellevue. At that parcel, that's the Crosstown Mound. This was when TDOT was going to put the interstate through the center of the city. This was their staging area, essentially, where they ended up with a lot of dirt there. And once the project was abandoned, so was that lot. Since this time, we have had numerous issues. We've actually had to cut trees that are adjacent to neighbors' yards to protect their homes, their backyards. We've had dumping. We have had homeless encampments. Hospitality Hub has been gracious and helped us with some of that. But the city has had challenges keeping this site maintained while we enter into this development cycle. And also, it's a huge blight on the community. As you can see, it kind of breaks up the neighborhood. Crosstown Concourse is just above. That's North Parkway to the north, and then more of the community to the south. So the main parcel that we're talking about with the dirt is this one at Overton Park in Bellevue. And then just to the west of that is some additional land that is currently owned by TDOT. We have the option to purchase that land, and this part will complete out that crosstown development. So this is one parcel number, that first parcel number that ends in 00019, and then the remainder parcels make up this lot here. Okay, I'm gonna go back. So this was the development proposal. They gave us a budget. This was several years ago. I imagine this needs to be updated, but like I said, it's primarily housing of different mix, which goes along with our comprehensive plan and also the housing policy plan about providing both affordable and naturally occurring affordable housing, creating density in our community. The project estimate at the time was about $23 million. And this was just the early concept. They have been working with LRK. They submitted this with the development proposal. It's kind of, the text is small, but it talks about the different uses on there. We've got some multifamily in red. Predominantly on that site, you'll have single family with some duplexes around and public space. And I will let the development team talk to if they have made any changes or modifications. But this was proposed. I want to go quickly through the site. So the city purchased the site in 2021 for a little bit over $800,000. It was given to us by the state, but the state said if we wanted to have any income generating activity, then we had to purchase it at appraised value, and that's what we did. There are currently 250 cubic yards of dirt on top of the site, and so all that fill would need to be removed and either taken to a landfill or other suitable sites. And we looked prior to any testing at what that would cost. It would cost the city an additional $3.8 million. Once again, this was several years ago, and so I would imagine that price has increased somewhat. We did some testing. We were going to move the soil to a project here locally, and for that reason, before the site could accept the soil, they wanted to test it to make sure it was safe for their site, and that's when it opened up what I would call Thank you. Took the words out of my mouth. That's when we found a lot of different things. We've since done a lot of testing. We, the city, have worked for years. The development team has been patient and also innovative with us to try to come up with ideas on how we can move the dirt. So what was in it? Arsenic. There has been a lot of news stories about arsenic in the site. I do want to clarify that the levels of arsenic are the same that are found in Shelby County. So that is not a concern, but there are certain places and ways that you have to dispose of that dirt. Some chromium, and then we have been talking with TDEC over the past year around removal of the site. Because of the contaminants, like I say, there aren't any major volatiles, but because we and TDEC, the Tennessee Department of Environment Conservation, because they know about it, they want to monitor and make sure we're not dumping it in the river, we're not dumping it into a disadvantaged neighborhood, and so there's some monitoring and paperwork that has to go along with that. We've been working with Tioga around environmental review, also around this voluntary cleanup and oversight program. Tioga is an environmental firm, and they have also done an assessment based on their numbers. It would cost the city to move all this dirt to the landfill somewhere between $17 million and $20 million, which is just astronomical. We don't have that kind of money to move dirt around. And so what we have tried to do, the development team, obviously they want to develop the site. We think it's a great deal for the city. It puts additional housing units into production. But also they have the ability, they have different sites, and they do this all the time where they distribute dirt. They move around things across town within their projects or their partner projects. So we felt like it would be a good opportunity for us to convey the land to them and then allow them to remove the dirt instead of doing it backwards, which we were trying to do is remove the dirt ourselves and then convey the land over. I just got a couple more slides. This talks about the transaction price. And so for that first parcel, the larger one that has all the dirt on it, the price is about $10. We want to continue to work with the developers to offer them a federal investment of community development block grant funds of $1.6 million over several years. 3 years is what we're targeting, and it is removing that slum and blight. That gives us the opportunity, that helps reduce the cost to make sure the project does happen, but that also allows the city and the federal government to have oversight to make sure that we're putting requirements on the site around affordability, around MWBE participation, and other prevailing wage opportunities. So it really does give us some additional oversight in making sure that the development happens as we want to see it happen. Post-closing, the responsibility. So we've got a couple of components in there. We are asking for the dirt to be removed within 18 months, and redevelopment starts either concurrently or just after that 18 months. There is the option where they can move a portion of the dirt, start redevelopment. They don't have to move it all at one time, but that will be part of their program. They will assume that responsibility of the VOAP program with the state where the dirt is monitored. And then if they want to sell any portion of the lot, except if they're selling to a single homeowner, then they have to give the city notice and then approval to sell. So this once again protects the city to make sure it won't be a gas station or something that we don't want to see developed in that community. The redevelopment will also include a park. I talked about the affordable housing and the MWBE participation as well. And then the city's obligation, we're going to help them where possible with permitting, and a lot of times that's just communication and coordination communication to let the different departments know that the development is coming through. We want to support their entitlement process, which is when they go to land use control board and maybe ultimately to city council for any planned development approvals. And if those terms are not met, we have the ability to for the land to revert back to us, and we can either put it back out there or do what we deem to be appropriate with the site. We've got 2 letters of support, one from the Crosstown Concourse Development Corporation and then another from the neighborhood. And so we think this is a good project. The other thing I'll mention is when we started this RFQ process, there was a lot of community engagement around the site, what people want to see at that site. And so the proposal that was submitted was what the community bought into and told us that would be beneficial on that site, being more housing. I would like to pause and give the development team if they want to share a couple of words about the project.
Thank you, Director Cash and Madam Chair. Again, Josh White at 275 Jefferson. As Director Cash mentioned, this has been a 5-year process. We're very excited to be the chosen developer and participate with the city on this. Let me take a moment to just give a brief history. You, through I think a Zoom city council meeting a few years ago, met many of the development partners through the landmark district creation. That was in 2021, and we participated in that process. And so here we are in 2024. Our next step, assuming this gets approved, would be to finalize our development plan and then come back to you. The property right now is zoned low density, single family, and although much of our development will be single family, there will be some duplexes and quadplexes and maybe an apartment building or two. All of those require zoning approval. So the next time you see us, again, if this gets approved, we'll be through that zoning approval process. With that, Madam Chair, I'm available for any questions, as are my partners.
I think there was the point of clarification is more information, Councilwoman White.
Well, I kind of wanted to go one step back, and this question was for Director Cash. So I see that we purchased the property, I guess, in 2021 for almost $900,000. And then it takes about, I think you said 3.8 to move the dirt on there. What was the intended purpose of this purchase?
Well, we purchased it actually we purchased it so that we could redevelop it into something income producing, whether that be housing, commercial, et cetera. When we initially requested it from the state, we didn't realize that it had those restrictions around we can have it for free, but you can't do anything income generating. So we actually requested it from the state. We put the RFQ out. The developers bid on it, was awarded. And then when we tried to start that process, we learned that we had to go back and actually purchase it for the appraised value. Did that clarify your question? Or
when we purchased it, did we know that it would cost $3.8 million?
No, we did not. We
dirt?
didn't. We did not know. We did not have that information available.
Okay.
All right, Councilman Warren.
I'm going to sort of piggyback. That was my initial thing. I think this is really making something good out of something bad, because what that was doing is sort of a blight on that neighborhood and keeping that area from sort of connecting and redeveloping. And it's almost like we should go back to the state and say, what do you mean the appraised value was $895,000? It should have been minus $2,750,000 because you don't have to move all this dirt to do anything with it. And so I don't really think that appraisal was accurate based on the land was, nothing you could do to it until you put $5 million in it. So it's a negative appraisal. They should pay us to take the land. But that hasn't happened. So this looks like a good way to really make a good thing for the neighborhood and make it work. I guess I'm looking at that piece of property that's on the other side of Bellevue, in between Bellevue and the interstate. And I'm wondering, is that a spot where you could have some higher density apartments that would go up, because the view there is incredible. I think you would be able to sell stuff there because it really is a beautiful view of downtown from that perspective. I don't know if you developers have been thinking about that, and I can see by you smiling that perhaps you have. So how do we make sure that property is purchased? Because right now the state owns it. So what are the plans for getting that into local hands?
Yeah, if I can clarify. So we have the, and I may get this language wrong, Carlton Osborne with the real estate office is here to clarify if need be, but we actually have the option to purchase that from the state for appraised value, I think $270,000. And as a part of this, the development team is going to pay $300,000 towards the purchase price. So we'll actually be getting a little bit over that appraised value. But once this deal is approved, which the state reaches out to us regularly to see if we're still moving forward. So once this deal is approved, then we can go and try to finish the formal steps on the other piece.
Well, I'd like to point out that although this is in my neighborhood, it is not in my district. It's in Councilman Ford's district. think this is still District 7. But I think this looks like a good thing for the whole neighborhood and for the city. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Were you all done with your presentation? Okay, all right. Councilwoman White?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. So, going to well, first, do you all intend on applying for any TIFs or pilots for this project?
Councilwoman, the majority of the site will probably be single family, and single family is not eligible for a pilot. We may be looking at a TIF, which obviously would require city council and county commission approval for the whole project. And quite frankly, the apartments are so small, it may not pencil out for pilots, but we haven't come up with a complete concept yet.
Okay, and then going to, looked a little bit over the contract, and it says that purchaser agrees that 20% of the units will be affordable to households of 80% or lower with the Memphis metropolitan area. What is, do you know as of right now, what your rental range will be?
Well, for the homes, we have calculated the home prices. So for our larger homes that are over 1,500 square feet, we were looking at $250,000 for a sale price. For some of the cottages that are 1,500 square feet, we're looking at the low 200s. As far as rental, there's I think a table that is issued by HUD, thank you, that we would have to adhere to.
Okay. May I comment on that? And so for the affordable rents, if you are using vouchers, then the rent will be capped at 30% of whatever the person's income is. So if they only bring home $400 a month, then only 30% of that $400 is what they would be paid, and the voucher would pay the balance of that. With those
Is this vouchers? Like, is that what's
it can be included?
Here?
I think it can be included. So that's one way to get to those 20% or lower affordable rents. It could be vouchers, or it could be a rent that's at that 80% or lower, that table, the fair market rents that Attorney Whitehead was talking about.
Is that what you're anticipating?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then I do want to just clarify on the affordability piece. In those home sale prices, all of those homeowners would be eligible for our down payment assistance program. So down payment assistance is up to $300,000 per house, up to $25,000, 10% of your total purchase price. And so those prices fall right in line with our other programs to make sure we're having that same affordability.
I have one more question. Okay.
You good?
No, I think well, hold on one second.
Okay. Or did you want to send it to them?
I have a couple. I actually have a list of questions, and that's fine. This was just the first opening conversation, so I'll submit those questions to you, Director Cash, and then if I have any other questions for Attorney Whitehead, I'll give you a call.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else have any questions? Okay. Seeing none, we'll take a voice vote on item number 4. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. It's in the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Is there any other business that needs to come before this committee? Seeing no further
All right, let's take our seats. The May 20th meeting. Is it the 21st? You got the 21st. Okay. May 21st, meeting of the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Services Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Wright, please call the roll.
Councilman Canale, Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Green, Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Smiley, Councilman Spinoza, Dr. Warren, Councilwoman White, Councilwoman Walker, Chair Swearingen Washington.
Present. We have 4 items in today's committee. The first item is transferring $2,800,000 from Fleet Services unreserved fund balance to cover the FY24 shortage. All council districts sponsored by administration with a request for same-night minutes. Can we get a motion and a second for this item?
So moved.
Moved by Warren, second by Councilwoman Logan. Thank you. Who from the administration is here to present? If you will please give us your name and address for the record, and then you may proceed.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Good morning. Melvin Jamerson, Interim Director, General Service, 125 North Main. Right, so we are here to request funds be transferred from the Fleet Unreserved Balance Fund for $2.8 million and transferred to the Fleet Operation Budget. We were here 2 weeks ago, and we were asking for this resolution to go through for the fleet operations. So I sent out, and we know we had some things that were addressed last time on the timing of and the communication of the resolution, how it went out. We went back and pushed out the communication, pushed out a PDF for everybody to see, and we were here to discuss some of it today. So the need for the funding, there's a shortfall in our fleet operational fund right now, and some of those things that shortfall, she's passing out a handout as well. It shows some overall information about fleet from the life cycle and the reason why we need the funding. I want to go to the shortfall. The shortfall for this is invoices from the last quarter of FY23, closing down of the St. Jude's Place location and relocating to the temporary location over on 3rd Street at 2966 South 3rd. There was a cost that was unexpected. Moving and storage fees, disposal of chemical from a COVID surplus was a big cost for us this year. Some portable storage containers to hold some of our inventory there. We have 3 shops that we had to outfit because of 2 new buildings and because of the temporary location over on 3rd. So the 2 new buildings, of course, is the Coke location. I'm sorry, yeah, the Raleigh location and the Julius Lewis location, and then the 3rd Street location is the temporary location for the body shop that we had to move things to. So those are some of the reasons for the shortfall. The impact, if not approved, that's a section in the handout. If not approved, we're going to have a lack of necessary parts for repairing of the vehicles. We're going to have problems with professional service and paying professional service vendors. We're going to lack of supplies, and of course, fuel would be reduced for this year. And the total that we're asking for is $2.8 million. And the fund balance today is 5.7. So we would be asking for about half of that fund balance. And so that's the end. I'll take any questions.
Okay. Councilwoman Logan?
The unexpected, unbudgeted expenses due to the relocation of St. Jude, how did that come about? The relocation, the decision to relocate.
So St. Jude's Place, we have been, and for a long time now, moving from St. Jude's Place to another location. It got pushed up on us, and, you know, it was coming, but, you know, we didn't just plan for a funding source to cover that move. So when it came about, we just had to get going and move on out of the place.
So it was our property, we were selling at St. Jude.
Oh, so St. Jude's property was a property that we sold years ago to St. Jude's, and they basically just took ownership. They let us, it was a deal worked out to where we could stay there for a number of years while we were building a new location. We overstayed our welcome.
Oh, okay, that's what I was trying to get to. Did they just kick us out all of a sudden one day?
No,
or?
it was not.
Okay.
We overstayed our welcome. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Let the record show that Dr. Councilwoman Michael and Easter Thomas has arrived. Good morning.
Thank you.
May I have Dr. Warren?
Thank you. I guess the issue is, we knew we were going to be moving to the Coke facility, and we're still in the process of moving. What is our timeline for having that facility ready to where we're actually in there and we're no longer renting other facilities and things like that? Because I think that's what everyone here is wondering, because we got the impression that we were going to be in there. So where are we in that process, and how much more is it going to cost us?
So the process for the deadline for the construction is November this year, 2024. So we have a Zellner construction team there. They are on track. We should be ready to turn that building over by the first of the year at least. But if we get to substantial completion in November, we'll have about 30 days after that. So we do feel like it will be completed. Now
that work is already budgeted.
That work is already budgeted out of the Coke CIP fund. Yes.
And so the issue is that since it took longer to do than we thought, we had other expenses that we had to do to keep ourselves running, and that's pretty much what we're taking out of our fund reserve. Is we're like keeping ourselves going until we can get there, and then we'll be back on budget.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on this item? If not, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those against, nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. The second item is a resolution accepting insurance proceeds totaling $423,714.87 for damage suffered at Bass Pro due to a lightning strike and a pipe failure. District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by administration, with a request of same night minutes. Can we get a motion and a second? Moved by Warren, seconded by Councilman Ford. All right, who from the administration is here to present?
Again, Melvin Jamerson, Interim Director, General Services. So what we had in this occasion at Bass Pro were two claims. Two damages from one was from a lightning storm, which was for a damaged cooling tower, and the other was chiller system, and the other was from a rainstorm, which it was a damaged rain leader. And so we filed the claim with our insurance provider. We're receiving those funds now, and we are putting those those funds back into our service center accounts.
Thank you. Any further discussion on this item? Okay. Councilwoman Easter
Point of
Thomas.
clarity. Thank you, Chair. So the city does own the Bass Pro building, right?
Yes.
And how long do, if things like this happen, we have to do the insurance on it?
So the claim started, so it depends on the insurance company, how long it takes them to get that claim.
Well, not so much that. How long are they in the building as we own it? Like, what's the lease? I forgot what we did when they did it.
I think it was a 20-year lease that they had the building for. Not sure.
When do they come up for renewal?
I believe it was 2 5-year renewals.
I can, we can give you the definite lease terms. Offhand, I believe that it's a 20-year with 2 5-year extensions
Have they
or
came up
options.
yet?
Oh, no, ma'am.
When did they get in there?
They began, I think, in 2015.
Okay.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. And so it is our building, and we do own the land in the building itself. They provide general maintenance in and around the building, and the deferred maintenance items are ours.
Are with us.
Yes, ma'am.
Parking lots and stuff too.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify.
All right, Councilwoman Logan.
Just a quick question. A couple of times I've asked about systems and processes that are in place that or not in place that impact the budget. For moves or things like that, is there a plan in place or a project management model in place that dictates or that governs the moves and acquisitions and mergers and scheduling those out, and someone follow those? Because I know you said we overstayed our welcome at the St. Jude facility. We knew we were going to have to move. Was there a plan in place for that, and we just happened to not finish the building in time, or were we just saying, were they just saying y'all can stay as long as, we thought we had more time?
St. Jude's moved.
So I think what Director was referring to, I think back in 2014, 2015, we sold that location as well as a location where engineering, paint, signs, and markings occupies to St. Jude. The anticipation was those locations were to build a new location. They were to build, bless you. They were to build out on the old Walter Simmons housing complex. That required that the administration as well as the council, we design and request, and you all fund the new locations. It took us a little bit longer to actually design and request and for you all to fund. And I'm not talking about this particular body, but just the council in general for us to get there. And so it took a lot longer. St. Jude has been a great partner and neighbor and extending graces to us as far as getting out. We needed to get out sooner, so that's why we had to actually relocate the paint and body shop in Councilman Ford's district. We are under construction to move that ASAP so that we don't have any more constituent issues in his district, but we are moving to get those relocated.
When we sold it, did we have like a 5-year extension?
Yes,
and once we saw that we were getting close, was there not an ability to renegotiate that or to figure out something else? Because it seems like it cost a lot of extra money because, there was, and just wanted to see if those are in place and this one just didn't go that way, or?
There were,
things in place and moving forward.
So we are.
Okay. All right.
So just kind of give you some timeline. There was a design and a full-blown campus redevelopment plan for that location to redevelop the 32 acres at Walter Simmons. In the middle of that, we decided to acquire the Coke facility. So we stopped the full development there, and we acquired the Coke facility. We took some of the funding from the redevelopment of the Walter Simmons location and we acquired and started redeveloping the Coke facility.
What was that? Why?
It was the city's decision to acquire the Coke facility, not to allow it to go dead, and we could adaptively reuse that location. And so we are completing the adaptive reuse of those buildings there. You currently have the administrative building where code, public service core, fully occupied, and I think you have the radio maintenance shop that's in the first two buildings there. Then, of course, now you have the construction of the vehicle maintenance shop that would house the fire shop and the paint shop, and that's near the corner of Highland and Hollywood. Okay. Southern and Hollywood.
So when you all come to council, say, just use this as an example, with the request for purchasing a Coke Center, did council know at that time that this is going to replace what we were doing at the Walter Simmons, and that's going to take longer, so there's going to be an expense attached to this project? Was that expense that included in the purchase?
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes, ma'am.
We
had
knew
that for
when
the
we got the Coke
relocation.
that these expenses, this extra $2.8 million that you're asking for now was included in that.
No. So the $2.8 million, this is not totally, this expenditure is not totally for that. This is a part of that. Part of the 2.8 is listed out on what page it is, but.
Well, what I'm getting at is, when we decided to get the Coke Center, knowing that that was going to extend past the time that they allowed us at St. Jude, the expenses that were going to be incurred, were they a part of the presentation or the ask at that time?
No, the expenses weren't. Those were just construction expenses for the actual building of that building, the relocation, and those expenses were incurred in our budgets.
So I would ask that, moving forward, that's something we consider, that if we are already going on a project and we switch to something else, which is fine if that's going to be better for us, that we anticipate what that cost is going to be and bring it at that time. So we won't be here, then. And I get it, So what happens to Walter Simmons? Or is that whatever? Is it still?
So let me just kind of make a distinction. What the director is bringing forward to you are just day-to-day operational expenses. So to calculate future operational expenses because of a move is really difficult. So what we did bring to you all were current day anticipated construction expenses. These here, what he's bringing to you are operational expenses, correct?
Well, this says unexpected, unbudgeted expenses due to relocation. It didn't say
yes, ma'am.
Operational
and that's
things,
what I
so
want.
that's what I was talking about.
Yes, ma'am. And that's why I wanted to make sure I did clarify. These are operational expenses.
So it's not unexpected, unbudgeted expenses.
These are unexpected operational expenses.
Unexpected. Yeah, they were unbudgeted. They were unexpected that we would have to use funding from operations to take care of these items.
What was the other? What would have been the funding source if you didn't use it?
I mean, it didn't come from construction dollars.
Okay. All right. I'm going to get with you a little bit later, so make sure I'm understanding what you all are saying.
Because we don't want to be confusing.
I'm not getting it from here.
Because we're on item 2 and you asking questions about item 1.
Pardon me?
You're referring to item 1 and we're on item 2.
No, I was referring to, they went over this right here. That's what I was talking about this. So
all right.
we can I can follow up with you after this.
Thank you. Councilman Warren.
Just a point of information, we were donated the Coke property, is that correct? that was given to us, or do we purchase that?
We purchased it at a nominal fee.
Okay, so I
Yes,
mean, what we purchased it well below the
Well
value of the
be-
property,
well below
like
market. I wanna
tens
say
of
maybe-
millions of dollars below the property.
Yes, sir. I think maybe for maybe 1.5, $1.2 million is
And-
well below market.
And it was appraised at, I think I remember reading it was appraised at $12 million.
Yeah, 12 or 14
So I mean,
million.
so essentially we were donated that, we purchased it, and that was in the calculation of how we were going to move this, and not, and then, so it wasn't like we bought something and just walked away from it. It was a better deal when we looked at it and ran all the numbers, and we were going to save money by doing it. And I think, and St. Jude's didn't really kick us out. They gave us a long time, and we only moved when they were getting ready to build on top of us.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty much what it is. We hadn't been moving, they're going to be putting a crane and they're going to be taking the building up. So
Yeah, they moving.
they were moving. So that's where we were. So it was just a combination of those things. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is there any more discussion on the insurance acceptance of $423,714.87? If not, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. The third item is a resolution accepting insurance proceeds totaling $119,583 for damage suffered at Burt Ferguson Community Center, District 2, Super District 9, sponsored by administration with a request for same night minutes. Can I get a
So
motion?
moved. Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Ford, seconded by Warren. All right, who from the administration is here to present?
Melvin Jameson, Interim Director, General Services. So this is a damages sustained to the chiller system at Burt Ferguson Community Center from the winter storm, was January, and we are asking for acceptance of the proceeds to put back into our contingency account.
All right, is there any further discussion of this item? If not, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say nay. It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. The last item is a report on debt obligation for the State Revolving Loan Fund, CGB22 2024-471 for $39,636,000 for sanitary sewer collection, system rehabilitation and replacements. District 1, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Super Districts 8 and 9, sponsored by the administration. Can we get a motion and a
So
second?
moved.
Moved by Warren, second by Cooper Sutton. All right, who from the administration is here to present? Please give us your name and your address for the record, and then you may proceed.
Yes, Robert Connect, Public Works Director, City of Memphis, 125 North Main Street, and I have
Andre Walker, Deputy CFO, 125 North Main Street.
So this is just a report. We're obligated with this execution of this this loan, the state revolving fund, which is we call SRF loan. During my budget presentation, I gave you a handout, just kind of explaining WIFIA and SRF, and so you may not have that, but this gives you an idea of how beneficial SRF is to the city. It does provide us with financing for water, wastewater types of projects. So in this loan, we are basically the debt issuance is $39.636 million. However, there's a $2.5 million principal forgiveness. So the total value to the city is actually $42,136,000. So it's actually, with that principal forgiveness helps us with some of the obligations. So it's a really improved opportunity. And then what is the true interest? It's 1.36 plus 0.08% administrative. So it's the interest to the city is 1.44% for this debt, which is very low. You can't get bonds for 5%. We're 4.5%, 5%. So it's basically as low a cost of money we can get from the state, and the terms are very advantageous to our ratepayers. So, do you have anything you want to add?
Only other thing I would add is that the principal payments are provided on page 3 and the maturity dates on page 3. That's the only other thing I would add to that. Oh, and one other thing, this report is presented for informational purposes only and no further actions required by council.
All right. Just an obligation as part of this to update the council on what the final is.
All right, is there any?
Any questions or anything about it? There's not, no
Okay,
vote
so no vote
required.
is
It's
needed. Okay, all
just
right.
information only, so if you just have any questions.
All right, does any member of the committee have anything else that needs to be addressed before this committee? If not, we'll stand adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, City of Memphis. I'd like to call to order the Personnel and Government Affairs Committee at 10:52 a.m. Ms. Johnson, please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilman Ford? Councilwoman Logan?
Present.
Councilwoman Green?
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington? Dr. Warren?
Present.
Dr. Easter Thomas?
Present.
Councilman Smiley? And Councilman Spinoza?
Thanks for joining us, gentlemen. Colleagues, we have one discussion item on the agenda. Discussion about the use of staffing agencies, particularly in the Executive and Finance Division. All council districts requested by Councilwoman Green. Can you motion a second just for discussion purposes? Second. Motion by Green, second by Spinoza. Councilwoman Green?
Yeah, I appreciate you coming today and discussing this item. I think it's just come up as we've had budget hearings over and over again. And in some divisions, it has been a couple $100,000. And when we continue to add it up, it's becoming millions of dollars. We've heard from like OCA saying they're doing their criminal background checks and vetting. We've heard from the police department. Again, it's just been across the board, a lot of staffing, and they seem to fall into responsibilities, whether it's payroll or things of that nature that would normally just fall under our HR department. So I guess, question mainly from me, but I guess from others too, is why are we contracting this out instead of doing it in-house? How much is the full contract of these staffing services across all divisions? And would we be better served just taking it in-house? So, thank you.
Good morning, Fonda Fouché, Chief Human Resource Officer. Today, I wanted to provide some context on why we utilize staffing agencies. The HR talent management team is also here to discuss their operations if needed. I just kind of want to briefly go over the roles and responsibilities. In talent management, we actually do all the hiring for all city positions. We create like the recruitment plan, we advertise and post positions, recruit, review, screen, interviews, make job offers, onboard. The staffing agencies provide contract employees, and they occasionally assist us with sourcing. Reasons that we use staffing agencies is that divisions may not have open positions, may be at authorized complement, cannot increase ISLs. Sometimes staffing agencies, we use them to source for highly specialized positions like in IT and finance. And with the absence of full-time positions, it's been crucial for divisions to use staffing agencies to support critical operations. Also, when we received ARPA funding, some of the divisions were given funding but no ISLs for staffing. And that's particularly true in the executive position with OCA and also Memphis Animal Services. They were given money through ARPA, but they weren't given ISLs to provide the staff and support. So we had to use a contract agency. And also, almost all government and local organizations use staffing agencies as a way to supplement the workforce. But because this has come up a lot during the budget cycle, we were already in the process of reviewing because there's so many across the board. And some divisions are in the process of moving some of their contract employees in-house for part-time to part-time or as open positions, as full-time positions become open.
I don't think I heard like maybe my most critical question, which is what's the total amount that we're spending on staffing agencies across all divisions?
So it varies per division. When we looked at both NEMARC and Connect the Dots, the two biggest ones that we use, it totaled almost close to maybe $5 million. Yes.
And that's just two, that's not all.
So I know that Robert Half is also used by finance, but for NEMARC and CTD, those are the ones that I have oversight over, so I was able to pull those appropriation statements. But I can't speak to what all divisions do with their miscellaneous professional services.
Chief Adams, do you think that's a point of information that we could get from the administration?
We can. Excuse me. To Chief Foucher's point, there are some professional services that we augment, specifically like in engineering, where there will be contracted engineers that will come on board. They wouldn't come directly through a staffing agency, but they may be augmented through an engineering firm. So we can get that for you.
Yeah, I think that's important when we're talking about at least $5 million to see the scope of it, because when you see it as only a couple $100,000 here or supplementing staff there, it may not feel like a lot. But when we see the giant scope of it, I bet if I increased your budget by $5 million, you could increase your staff and your abilities to do things and maybe be able to streamline and bring in some efficiencies, because Neimark, Connect the Dots, all these other companies I keep saying, they're in a business to make money, to make a profit. So they're making a profit off of us in things that we have the ability. You know, you are an incredible HR professional. We have the ability to bring in-house. We can do criminal background checks. We can do marketing. We can do hiring. We can figure out how to get part-time employees employed. But I know that because we do it every day. So I have a lot of faith in your abilities in your offices, and I would rather see us spend those resources in-house. And hopefully, I know when we spoke directly with the police chief, she said people wouldn't even come onto our payroll. They wanted to stay with the contract agency because they were making more money. And so that means we're paying too much money. We need to be increasing our benefits and our salaries to make it more lucrative for the employees, more desirable for them to be a city employee as opposed to being an employee for a contract agency. I'm not saying there is not a time and a place where you might have to specialize services for certain high level, finding engineers. Like we've talked about some of that. And I, certainly some executive searches that might be going nationwide. I get it. But this seems like we're just writing checks on the regular, right? To do what HR should be doing. And to the tune of $5 million is a lot, especially when we're considering this tax increase. That could be 4 or 5 cents off the tax increase. So I guess I'm asking, I want to see the full scope of it, and then I would like to see from the administration any plans to decrease it in this budget, because it's not, everything's just been presented as we will continue it into FY25 as we've seen the presentation. So I would like to see us scale it back in some way.
So, so that I'm clear with respect to your request, you like to see, one, what it would look like if we scale back and brought on those professionals at their rate of pay to our payrolls, and then scale up the similarly situated employees at that rate of pay, because that's what we're looking at. So I want us to understand what we're asking for.
Also increasing complement.
And increase in complement. I mean, because you have to do that.
Hold on, we got folks in the queue.
You can't just bring this group on and lower their pay, because again, the reason that they've chosen not to join payroll is because they're paid at a higher rate than we're able to pay at this current time. So I do, but I want to make sure we understand apples to apples in our comparison. Not fighting. I just want to make sure we understand what I'm saying and what you're asking for. Because the one thing that you've heard in every division, even down to general services, we augment staff. The mechanics, outside mechanics are paid twice the amount that the mechanics inside. HVAC techs. So we augment staff. You augment paraprofessional and professional staff in every organization, as well as skilled labor. So I hear what you're saying. I just want to make sure that we understand what we're asking.
Well, and so I guess to my point is we are already paying that rate. We just pay it to Nemark or to Connect the Dots. I would rather us pay it directly to the employee. So that, and I am also a little worried, I will say, that it was mentioned that many of these were out of ARPA dollars and that we're continuing them. And we keep also, this is another thing that we keep running into is ARPA was not supposed to be for forever. And so we need to, again, evaluate if we are just in perpetuity keeping these programs running on what was supposed to be short-term gap filler dollars. So maybe that's another piece of information that we need is like how much of this staffing was originally ARPA. And I'll get out of the queue.
Thank you, Councilwoman Green. Also, let the record show we've been joined by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. In the queue, we have Councilwoman Logan and Chair Smiley.
Thank you, Chair. What I wanted to understand from all of the presentations, just to have an understanding, when you say you augment, well, sometimes, because I understand you have to have your, enough people to do the work. Sometimes people don't come. Sometimes you can't find qualified people. Sometimes people don't want to work. They living their best life with their, with their own businesses, entrepreneur and over here and doing all these different things. So are we having a problem with staffing or finding suitable staff, or is this just a method that we're using to keep the compliments down by using labor? I'm just trying to understand our situation more so than how much.
So yes, a lot of it is in the absence of having full-time positions to bring employees on, because the division may be at complement, they may not have any open positions. Then there are also instances where, like I said, with ARPA, where we use staffing to support the initiatives that we receive with the ARPA dollars. So and then there's also situations like in IT where highly specialized roles, they use contract employees to do that work.
And is that based on projects, or is this on an ongoing basis, or is this to augment full-time staffing, or is it like you got to bring on some, we're going to change out all of our IT and you had to bring on some extra bodies for a period of time? Can you explain that part on the specialized services?
So it varies by division. I did speak to Chief King in IT, and this is in addition to the employees that he already has. He needed more employees to get the work done in IT.
On an ongoing basis?
Yes, on an ongoing basis, yes.
So the complement that he was approved for does not meet the level of need?
Correct.
Okay. So, and is this what you're finding in all of the divisions, that they're getting temporary or temp because they've already they're already full on their complement, but still need some more help?
Right, and sometimes you can also supplement with part-time employees, but sometimes there is a need for full-time, a person that can work full-time hours. And part-time employees are limited to 28 hours per week. And sometimes with the workload and just the need, there is a need for people to be able to work full-time hours to get the work done.
So most of the presentations, well, I'm not saying most, several of them that I recall, and I can go back and look, when you get to the complement, they're either some posted and still, no one has really reached their complement. There's some vacancies, and some of them posted, some of them are not. So I didn't see a lot of divisions or departments that were at full complement.
Yeah. For those positions, so I asked about that when I reached out to the divisions that had
temporary,
that had open positions, and I asked, were these the positions that they have the contract employees are? Those are not the ones that they are filling. It's a different role. That's because I asked about that as well when I reached out to the division.
It's a different role. What do you mean?
So like someone may need let's say a contract analyst, and the vacant position they may have may be for a payroll analyst. But they don't have a vacancy for a contract analyst.
They have all the contract analysts that they need,
Right, and they may
but they're
need more.
contracting another one?
Yes, to get the work done. Yes.
So,
Councilman? Oh, I'm sorry.
So in a lot of, and I can kind of, amplify and clarify in some instances. Like in engineering, I'll take the engineering division. Engineering at one point had maybe 80 more employees than they currently do. They were staffed. And to make budget over the years, what they've done is they've decreased their head count, their authorized complement. And that's not what we propose to do now. And that
okay.
But in doing so, what they've done is they've returned, to Chief Foucher's point, they've returned with contracted employees. Those contracted employees are professional style employees. Those employees do demand a salary in which that their similarly situated employee that's here in the same seat, one is being paid less than. And we acknowledge that. Two, we understand that there is an admin fee to onboard.
Right, that's what I was going to say.
And we get that. But the other part of that is if we were to ask for that ISL is going to now reestablish that seat, but then we'll have to bring everyone else up to the same funding and employ those group of employees. And that is the proposition that I was asking. Are we ready to do that? And that's what we'll have to do.
So I guess, excuse me,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
think that might be what, and I don't want to speak for her, but it sounds like you have to determine what you're spending to determine what the need is going to be. So her question was, how much, and you can clarify, how much are we spending total across all divisions in the whole city of Memphis on temp or contracted employees? And when you see that total number, and then you look at the divisions, well, how many extra employees do you need? Well, how much would that cost? You can determine if one is less than the other, but right now there's no way for us to say that you can determine that because we don't know the figures. And I think that's what I hear her saying, and I agree. There's no way for us to know if contracting and temp is the best way to go because we don't know what that figure is, and we don't know what the total complement should be based on what I'm hearing. Even though we might have had 80, we went down to 50. Now we're trying to get to 60. Are we getting to 60, the extra 10 with the contracts, or do we need to go ahead and hire the extra 10, or that type of thing? So that's the information that would help us in determining exactly where we are, the budget.
And that's what I was clarifying. I mean, and again, this helps because you take the situation in finance where we do hire through Robert Half, because we've had iteration after iteration after iteration of trying to hire for just analyst positions, but you're not hiring because we pay less. And so you end up, because the finance director needs the employee, then we hire and we bring on board from Robert Half. Because otherwise, you won't have anyone in the seat to support and do the work. And so now it is a matter of you now raise the tide so all boats float higher. And so it's good to have that support on the council to do so. Because again, it's a we. And it always has been a we, but it's been a we in not investing in the employee as well. And it's been our problem with not fully articulating that to you all as well. The HR division has done a great job at helping the different divisions as a former division director at looking at the job descriptions, making sure that they are accurately depicted such that we get the employee with the correct minimum skills and qualifications to onboard so that we can get the employee. But again, it is about paying them. And right now, we cycle employees throughout all of our other municipal partners.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Chair Smiley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is the perfect time to echo the sentiments of Councilwoman Logan and Councilwoman Green. I think this is the ideal time to have these conversations, especially during budget season, as we attempt to figure out what we can do to, decrease our amount of spend. But I don't think any council member is saying that we should, get rid of every contract for temp services. But we're just trying to get an understanding of, what's absolutely necessary. And I think we've surpassed what's absolutely necessary. That's one. Two, what I'm trying to understand, let me ask this way. Did we scale up during COVID in terms of the amount of dollars we spent through temp services?
I think it was more so with the ARPA.
Right.
I don't think so. During
That's what I
COVID.
mean. So you got the federal funding.
I think it
during
was
COVID.
more so with the federal funding that we've seen an increase in the use of contract employees.
Okay. And how many new positions did we create during the time we received significant federal funding? Was it, so I'm assuming we did, because it sounds like we took federal dollars, we created new programs, and with the new programs needed people to work in them. Right. So we reached out to some temp services to bring in temporary employees to fulfill that need, correct?
Right, because we did not get ISLs when we got the funding. We didn't get increase in service levels.
But have we lost funding? So we were still not at the same level of funding that we were during the time we were receiving federal dollars. I'm trying to get an understanding.
So, Chair, I'm going to ask you to dig a little deep in your recall.
Okay.
There was an exercise that you and your former colleagues went through, and we cost out whether we should buy additional equipment, if we should extend hours, if we should do certain things. And we did collectively, we made decisions where we added to certain services because they were working, and we made certain purchases because they were definitely needed with respect to the federal funding. For instance, we did put in service 3 additional employees at Animal Services with the federal dollars.
Are they temp?
No, sir, they're
so
full-time.
Now they're full-time.
Yeah, and so
Okay.
we are normalizing those employees into the general fund. But that was a conscious decision that was made, and we're moving forward, including the R3 program as well. So it's a conversation in which we even talked about, because I think with that's where we started creating an allotment for some of the take-home vehicles as well for MPD. So we even talked about possibly extending operations in solid waste, talking about the Blight Initiative. We talked about this with GVIP. This is not an old conversation. It's just one that, we probably didn't understand what the impact would be a little later, but it's coming back to haunt us.
So I get that. Well, I don't necessarily think it's coming back to haunt us. I just think that, there's some tough decisions that need to be made. And, I'm more, in line with Councilwoman Logan and Councilwoman Green, but more so for me is understanding a lot of these programs were temporary. And what we seem like we're attempting to do now, we're trying to make temporary programs permanent. When we make temporary programs permanent without the amount of funding that we had during receiving federal dollars, it impacts the budget differently. Now we're I guess at the crossroads where we have to determine whether we want to have this significant tax increase. I think it may be more prudent to scale back some of these programs so that we can, so we don't see the type of tax increase that's currently before us. That's just where I am.
Yes, sir.
But I would like to know how many more positions did we create after we received the COVID dollars. I would also like to hear from you all in 2 weeks again, answer the same question that Councilwoman Logan and Councilwoman Green had, which is how much money across the entire city government, the administration, that we're spending on temp services. And then I'll also like to know what's absolutely necessary. Because I do understand especially with IT, those individuals have specialized training, and I do believe it may be necessary in IT. But with HR, I'm not sure if all the funds we spend for temp service would be absolutely necessary. I know we probably would like them, but I wouldn't like a 75-cent tax increase either. I just think there's ways that we can cut back, and I think we just have to, we have to be good stewards of the tax dollars that we have. And I don't know if we go forward at full capacity, knowing we don't have the funding in our coffers right now, if that is truly what's best for the people of Memphis. But I know these are good programs. Not saying the programs aren't good, but I always have to be mindful that the majority of the people who have homes that are behind or are in arrears on their tax dollars are in my district. I always have to be mindful of that. So if we increase that number anymore, I'm telling someone's grandmother that they have to leave. I'm telling someone's sister they have to go. We have to be mindful of that. So let's find ways to cut. And it's going to be tough cuts, but we have to be real with the people. The cuts are coming. So that's what I'd like to see in 2 weeks. I hope, you all can give us that information. And with that, I'm out the queue. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Also, we have Councilman Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the budget line shows that we spent $42.4 million in professional services. Can you bring that back to us and break that out as next time? Exactly, was it all spent for temp stuff? What was that 42.4 million spent for in professional services? And let us know. I think that's going to answer a lot of the questions that people are asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other colleagues' questions?
Yeah,
Councilman
just
Spinoza.
one. Back to the COVID money. If you could provide us the number, and I think I know what it is, but I would just want to see the full number for what we received in FY24, and then where it is in FY25. Did it all flow over into full-time, employee roles? I mean, is it permanent? I mean, are we trying to hold on to every single COVID dollar that we received and now have it as, in the general operating budget for, where is it? Were any cuts made with the COVID money? Not easy, tough decisions, everybody.
That's a good question, Councilman Spinoza. Director Fouché, when you do it, can you send back everything in the same email or PDF just so that council members aren't looking for their particular questions in a separate email? Sure. Thank you. Any other colleagues? Are you able to bring this back in 2 weeks?
Yes.
Okay. Well, we'll see if we need to put this on the agenda in 2 weeks, depending on just what you all saying and if colleagues have any more questions. Okay. Seeing no
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker. Councilman Warren. Councilwoman White. Chair Carlisle.
President, Chair, observes quorum. Colleagues, we have several items on today's agenda, and we need to move somewhat expeditiously in order to catch back up to the schedule. Item number one is an update on division CIP projects. All council districts requested by me. If you'll remember, we had several Q3 CIP project spends that didn't happen. We had a little bit of a miscommunication that both parties are responsible for, and so we don't have all the division directors here. We do, however, have MPD, so they get the Gold Star Award today. And then we're going to have the rest of the division. Oh, and Robert's here. Director Connect is here, as always, to talk all things bio-waste. We are going to go with police since they're here. And then the rest of the division directors, we're just going to do and wrap up because it'll probably, a lot of them will segue into their FY25. So without further ado, Chief Davis, the floor is yours.
Thank you, CJ Davis. City of Memphis Police Department, 170 North Main Street. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to give you a quick update on our CIP projects for fiscal year 24. Most of our projects are ongoing and no new projects. And at this time, we will go through each one of them. Yeah.
All right. Sean Jones, 170 North Main Street. We have about 6 projects, most of them are ongoing. The newest project that we had was the Axon project that started last year. Basically, that was a bundle of various solutions that we already had that was operating disparately. We merged all of them together for this particular project, which was at a cost of $55 million, at a cost of $11 million per year. Remember, this we had our tasers, they were separate. We had our body-worn cameras, they were separate. We had our in-car cameras, they were separate. We did not have adequate interview room cameras, so we were able to bring in interview room cameras at all of our interview stations with equipment to support them. As a part of the futures, connecting all of that, the cameras, connecting them throughout the city, we were able to bring that on board as well, in which we received cores to give to our business community to kind of help us in that part. We were storing with Axon, so again, this was just a merger of multiple contracts, and we ended up just merging all of our contracts into one for this particular solution, which gives us a better operational standpoint. So go ahead and hit enter. It's not moving. Yeah, not moving. Let's see. It's stuck. Okay, we're good. All right. So basically, just a summary of that. So we've actually executed that contract. This council approved that contract last fiscal year. As a result, we talked about buying tasers. We went from having 300 tasers to outfitting all of our officers with tasers within the police department. This was a direct result of some of the activities that had occurred that previous year. So we equipped all of our officers with tasers. So we began that process. Again, the Connect to Memphis, in which we fully have deployed that, and we began our integrations. We have individuals, when we talked about those cores on the first page, from an integration standpoint, we have 1,085 individual business owners have integrated into the Fuchsia system. As it relates to the registrations, we have about 7,075 people who have registered, so we can see all of those cameras throughout the city through this Fuchsia solution. As it relates to the in-car, we had a disparate system there. We had Insight. It was not on the Axon platform, so we were able to move these to the Axon platform as well. And we've done 643 cars. When our new fleet comes in, we're anticipating about 26 cars. Those cars also will be added to this solution, to this platform, the new platform. The Axon platform also have technology monitoring of the overall system just for accountability purposes, and we did not have that before. Also, okay, all right. Okay, and again, so we still had to have a migration from the Insight solution to the Axon solution. So about 200,000 that was left to maintain for that particular solution as we go forward into FY25. The next was the in-car video system. We just talked about the Insight solution for the most part. That was the original car system, well, car camera system, which was different from the Axon body-worn camera system. Putting them all on the same solution allowed us to be able to, we needed to migrate the video data, and cost us $1 million to integrate that video data for that particular solution. We've already installed on 564 of the cars that we have in the patrol fleet. And as additional cars come in, we are making that installation of those, migrating that data over. So we think it's probably half of the year we'll be able to migrate all the digital data from that platform into the Axon platform so that we can utilize it. Next, we have the Mount Moriah Precinct Bill, ongoing project, began in awarded 10/10/23. The full amount for that particular project, the bill is on the way. For that, we had $4,734,014 encumbered for that. We began our groundbreaking for that precinct in December of 2023. Again, it is underway, and we anticipate that it will be completed by the end of fiscal year 2025 with the funding that was allotted. Also, we have the Rain Station bill. That's a new bill. It was awarded 11/8/11/23. It's going to be like a $13 million project cost. That was transferred to HCD, so we won't be maintaining that particular part of the project. We will have our voice as it relates, but it's going to merge with the Southwest Twin Development to complete that particular project. As it relates to the Police Academy renovation, these are renovations that began in 2018. They've been ongoing. There have been multiple phases as it relates to that. Phase 1 was like $4,687,843, and phase 2 combined. And now we at the phase 3 is about $200,000. We actually ran out of money in that particular project, and what we had to do was move funding from other projects that MPD had that were closed to be able to complete this part of the funding. So we didn't come back to the council to ask for additional money. We just used money that was left over from some of the projects that were already completed as it relates to that. Basically, this is again, phase 3. Phase 1 was we converted what was the gym to a multi-purpose room. Then phase 2, we just completed that last month, which was two classrooms and a storage room for all the files associated with the training and the training records. And phase 3 is probably a very important phase as well. It's the gun range in terms of lead remediation. We have an indoor range and we have an outdoor range. The outdoor range has a berm, and we have to remediate that for lead, as well as the indoor range has lead that's being captured, inside of there. So we have to mitigate that in order to avoid adverse medical situations for our employees who work inside of that building. So this remaining amount of money, $765,000, will allow us to remediate and replace both of those systems so that we can remediate the lead issue. Then we have the radio maintenance, and radio maintenance has been a multi-year project for the most part. Started in 2019 with $3,050,801. Basically, it involves the renovation of the facility where we install radios for the entire city. The amount of money that was $1,643,765 for that. As it relates to basically what we had, that was 2 phases as well, and really involves the renovation. 1, it was too small. 2, it didn't have a female restroom in it. It wasn't ADA compliant, so we had to work through a lot of issues as it relates to renovating that building in the first phase of it. Phase 2 really focuses around, we do fire trucks and other large trucks. The bay doors at that particular facility were not high enough to allow vehicles to come inside in order to do that radio maintenance work. This renovation allows us to do that. Again, the project was $1,407,036, and we have the funding encumbered to do that, and that project is still, underway. Then we have our take-home car as it relates to that particular program. Fiscal year 23, we had like $1.5 million for that. We began this project in fiscal year 21. And in fiscal year 21, there were 1 million, in which we bought the first Dodge Chargers out of that particular, and we distributed those take-home vehicles to our officers. In fiscal year 22, we had $7.5 million. We used ARPA money primarily from that. We bought 140 cars, which we've taken possession of and distributed to our officers who live in the city. Then in fiscal year 23, we had $1.5 million. These cars are on order. They have not come in yet. We're working with General Service to get a potential arrival date. Approximately 1.5 million was actually carried over from fiscal year 22 as it relates to that particular, and we're using those dollars now to make the other purchases. And that's it. And we'll take any questions.
I've got Smiley and then Councilman Canale. Vice Chairman Canale.
All right, thank you, Chair. So I just received an inquiry, particularly about, I guess you all put out an RFQ related to the cameras.
For the cameras?
The street cameras.
Oh,
Sentinel cameras.
The Sentinel.
Okay.
Oh, the Sentinel cameras, the cameras that we supply for the different council districts.
Absolutely. So I just wanted to know, as it relates to the specs, was it a similar specs as the previous cameras that we had out there?
Yes.
So is there a way that we can have higher quality cameras? Because what would we have to do to get there? That's what I'm just trying to figure out. I don't know enough about the process.
Right. Yeah.
My bad, Oakley. That was on me. My bad. That's on me. My apologies.
Okay, so we put out the RFQ. It ended on the 15th. We're waiting who the contract awardee is through procurement, and we did put out specs. They are better. It is a better camera than the previous ones.
So is it better or is it the same? Because I thought a minute ago you said it were the same specs. Are the specs the same? Better?
The camera equipment is better because it's newer, but I thought you were referring to what the box looked like.
I'm just talking about the video quality, because I'm assuming the video quality will be the same, or will it be of a better grade?
It's going to be a better grade 1080i. We're putting a Fusus core on it so it can be integrated into the real-time crime center, which has never been done before.
Okay, so when someone said the quality was similar or the same, it would just be untrue?
No, it's going to be the latest technology. The other ones are old now. You know, like Martavius Jones used to say, an iPhone 7 versus a 13. So this is the newest.
Okay, so this is just a better version of what we already had. So I'm assuming the video clarity will be much better.
Yes, because we did demo one. We built one and put it in front of real time, and it was great.
Oh, so we tried it out before.
Yes, we did. And we did our own specs. We gave it in the RFQ, and that's what we expect.
Okay.
Then we'll be coming before the council in a few weeks to identify your hot spots. So we plan on putting 98 cameras for Sentinel 7.
Okay. My only request is that you talk to the super district members as well. Sometimes
Thank you,
people forget about Councilman Canale and we all forget about Councilman Carlisle. So.
I'm okay with that. I'm 100% right.
Oh, Doc.
Be happy.
You saved my life before, so
we'll be able to get those ski masks in 8K.
Never forget about Dr. or Councilman White and Cooper said. All right.
Any more questions about the camera?
No, but thank you.
I think you'll be happy with what we're doing.
I think the most important thing to say on the cameras is, the Sentinel program continues to kind of evolve and develop. But the thing that I've come to kind of crystallize on, and after meeting with Chief Oakley and others, if the cameras are going to be a meaningful tool for us, based on the fact that the majority of the crimes that we use to investigate them for, carjackings, violent offenses, tracking, even officer accountability, everybody has to get on board with the Connect 2 program, because oftentimes it's very difficult, and I was joking, but not really, about the high def when you see, you may get a piece of a car, you may get a partial license plate, but at best it's a paper tag on a stolen vehicle with 4 guys. And so the only way for the police department to get a really meaningful, fast response is to be able to go from camera to camera and track the route. I mean, that was significant in their investigation with Liza Fletcher and others. So I guess this is just a public plea to continue to try and enroll in that program, because if we can go from house to house, camera to camera, in addition to publicly owned cameras, I mean, we can get somebody down into a very finite area instead of 300 square miles around the city. And that is huge. We had an incident last week. Somebody had stolen a truck, and we had very rapidly had footage out from a homeowner because of that program. So,
and Councilman, the FUSAs that AC Jones was referring to is a vital part of that. That's the platform we're using.
Yeah, can we, and I'll digress this because I think it is important. Can we talk about why don't you talk about how you launched this program for businesses with trying to get early adopters, and we even loan boxes, and whether or not it's meaningful to try and expand that or not, because I think it's worth considering in this budget cycle, because obviously we're rolling in cash. But I do think it's important because the indirect benefit of a business owner getting that box, they may be resistant to it. I think the indirect business, especially in specific neighborhoods where we know the data is the data, if we need to fund a small business grant program or get EDGE or the DMC on board to reimburse the MPD for that, like, we've got to get shopping centers and those groups on board. And so if there's anything we can do, or if you guys want to jump into that just for 2 or 3 minutes, I think it's worth it.
So I'll just speak to that just briefly. That's one of the areas that we've been a little concerned about, small business, because some of the small businesses want cameras, but they may not have the resources to be able to purchase the core. And part of what we could do as
and will you explain what the core is, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Chief Oakley is the tech person. The core really is the basic piece that integrates into the real-time crime center. You want to speak to that a little bit?
Different price points.
Right, so like a core is like a cable box. You'll get to your DVR, call the help desk. It's online. All the video footage goes into the cloud. We can access that in real time, or we can go back and retrieve the footage without having to go knock on the homeowner or business's door to retrieve it, which saves a lot of time.
So theoretically, in a highly kinetic environment or situation like Ezekiel Kelly, where one of the issues we had was tracking, you're trying to find an individual as quickly as possible. In a theoretical perfect world, if we had every business with the core and homeowners at least set up to subscribe, the police department from the real-time crime center could access and immediately track that individual between that and Spot Shotter, So I just, for council members, kind of like when you launched the Sentinel program, right? Go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, I want to thank Chief Oakley. I went and visited him last week, and I know this morning I was telling everybody to go to the SCADA, do a SCADA tour for MLGW. Go check out his office. I know he would appreciate it. And you can put your eyes on core. You can put your eyes on everything that we're sitting here talking about today. It'll make an impact. This is a big way for us to make an impact, and I look forward to the budget details in 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I know Congressman Cohen, 1.3 million maybe.
It's 950,000.
Okay, I thought it was more than that, but
You'd have thought after 8 years in Congress, he could have gotten up to 7 figures.
Well, no, we appreciate that. Anyways, we'll find it. Yeah, we'll find out what that number is. But then I think the thing that we'll have to think about, and I say this humbly, but we went and visited, again, I went and visited last week, and from what I can gather, there's a lot of equipment that's aging. We're going to get new cameras, and we maybe missed a year or two of Sentinel cameras.
Yes.
So it's going to be, how do we purpose that money to, fix the old stuff and get us up to date with the new stuff? And the last thing I'll mention is this. The cameras are great. The license plate readers are so important, but it's like this city right now, we can do all these things with community centers. We can do all the things that we need to do and that we want to do with art museums. But if we don't address the criminals and these fake license plates and start pulling people over, the cameras are useless. It's all unmarked cars. So we're here to, I think this council is here. I'm excited to support you all. We got to be aggressive. I know you've got a resolution that I sent your way, Chief Davis.
Yes.
I'm ready to push that out today. I know we're not ready to push it yet, but
Close.
we need to be aggressive with the criminal element, and these cameras will work, but we have to do both things, right?
Yes.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry.
Thank you, Councilman Spinoza. Councilman Canale.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief,
Yes, sir.
The Mount Moriah station and the Rain station, are those similar in build out? No?
No. And actually, Lieutenant Mayor can help, but I actually had some conversation this morning about the difference in the two. Just like Austin P is sort of a mixed property. You know, you have Austin P Station, you have the Traffic Bureau, and then you have the library that was part of that project. Rain Station has the precinct and will also have some other public space for other recreational activity. I don't think the specifics have been laid out just yet or have.
Okay. It's going to have Levi, the new Levi library is moving there, and then we're working on a plan for, I mean, it's some sort of, to the point, community use, skate park, movie venue. I don't know. We're working it out.
Okay.
And Mount Moriah Station, sir, is strictly precinct. It's precinct only.
/ football stadium.
Okay.
/ football stadium, and we're hoping to maintain the basketball courts that are there because our officers heavily utilized by the community and our officers interacting with the community there too.
Great. Thank you, Chair.
And real quick, just Chief Oakley, I know he loves hosting city council members. I just want to say, he said, yeah.
Thank you. Make sure that's on the record. All right, thank you for your update. Appreciate you guys. Oh, yes, Councilman Ford, sir.
Yeah, I'm going back to the cameras.
Yes, sir.
I know we have very good cameras. The county, I always had to go across the street, okay? Have y'all been coordinating with them because their cameras are nothing like our cameras? Okay, where they can kind of get an update on what we have, which would help also because hey, city, we are in the county. Some of those cameras are going up, but some of them are not worth nothing. Okay, so where are we on talking with the city to try to help them along the way with the right type cameras that would help all of us out? Don't need to put up 100 cameras and 99 of them not worth anything.
Right. So I do know, I think from the conversation with Chief Oakley, they are trying to go into the future system as well. So that gives us the ability to utilize their camera footage as well in our system.
Yeah,
so
theirs will be integrated in our real-time crime center.
Right.
But they do have to get an upgrade like our cameras are in the future system.
Okay. And I just want everybody to know, hey, their cameras, hey, you know, our cameras got blue lights. They got a little bitty blue light on some of them. Their lights are white under the bottom. So that's how you know the difference in a city camera and a county camera, in which great big difference. But they need to do the upgrade just like us if we're going to do it. Why spend money on something that's not going to be in the future for us? Like you said, real time. I don't know about that, so hey, help them out over there across the street, please.
Will be.
Okay. Thank you.
We'll be friendly. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Chief. Appreciate you guys. We're going to move on very quickly to item number 2, a resolution to amend the council fiscal year grant. What's that? For who? Yeah, we're gonna do that. Yeah, we're gonna do that and wrap up. Sorry. All right, item number 2, a resolution to amend the council fiscal year 24 grant allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. I have a request for same 9 minutes. Can I have a motion and a second to hear this item? Moved by Ford, seconded by Warren. This was part of the council grant program. Obviously, there was a hiccup with the organization it was headed to, and it's going to be reallocating the $25,000 grant to Pure Youth. We don't have to spend a lot of time. You guys are all very familiar. They are growing, and their operations are growing, and this will be in support of that mission and their new campus and standing up that program. And making up for the fact that they had made it into the governor's supplemental budget for $250,000, but eventually were cut out. And so we and the county are both supporting their effort this year. So if we could send this down with a favorable recommendation, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Same rights and privileges. Seeing none, the chair's an aye. This moves down with favorable recommendation tonight with same 9 minutes. All right, I'm going to skip down to item number 6 because we have a couple guests that need to move on, which is a presentation on 2023, 2024. Wait, is that 22, 23? I have 23, 20. You know what? It doesn't matter. It's a presentation on their annual report, and then the 23-24 Q1, Q2 pre-K reports, all council districts requested by First Aid. As they are settling in for those, we, under the Strickland administration, set up the Universal Needs-Based Pre-K program, and our fiscal agent for that program is First Aid, which is now funded by Fund 245. All right, as she's getting set, we're going to go to item number 3. It's a resolution to accept settlement proceeds in the amount of $621,574.21 from prescription opioid manufacturers fraudulent marketing litigation, all council districts, sponsored by the administration.
So moved.
Moved by Councilman Warren, seconded by Logan. I'm actually going to add same night minutes to this and put it on the fiscal consent agenda for the evening. Mike Fletcher was here, but basically at a very high level, if anybody wants a detailed report, these are funds that were received by us as part of a lawsuit against opioid manufacturers, as it states in the title. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Same rights and privileges. Without objection, this goes down tonight with same night minutes for a favorable recommendation on the fiscal consent agenda. And didn't see it. We'll deal with it downstairs. Boom. All right, back to item number 6, presentation from First Aid. Floor is yours if you'll give us your name and title.
Thank you, Chair. Candace Thomas, Dr. Candace Thomas, Executive Director of First Aid Memphis, 1350 Concourse Avenue, Suite 481. Thank you for your time this morning, almost afternoon. As you all may remember, First Aid Memphis is to present to the City Council on our quarterly pre-K outcomes, as well as share annual reports and results with you. So that's our presentation this morning. So as you know, First Aid Memphis is our Memphis and Shelby County's early care and education systems building organization. So essentially, we are in charge of aligning and coordinate early childhood programs in Memphis and Shelby County, prenatal to 8. And you know that we are about 5 years old now, and over this past 5 years, the city and the county have invested in pre-K in our community. You may know that we have 4 pillars of our early childhood system. They're here on the slide, and your focus is mostly in pre-K at the moment. You all know that the first 8 years of a young child's life is most important. I won't go through this slide, but you know it tells us a lot about the future of a child and the community and how much we invest in them starting when they're born. So our work is through prenatal to 8 because of those reasons. So just to remind you, our City of Memphis and Shelby County Pre-K program, this is a joint ordinance between the city and county and a joint commitment between the 2 government entities to fund First Aid Memphis as your fiscal agent to pass dollars from our organization to pre-K operators in the community. We have 16 pre-K operators that we currently work with, the major districts as well as charter schools and smaller community partners. So your investment comes through First Aid Memphis to pre-K partners in the community. So I want to remind you of our budget. I know that this year is a really, really difficult budget year for the city. Our budget and our contract notes a $7 million investment in pre-K, and right now the proposed budget is $6.5 million. So again, this is a joint effort, city and county. We have a joint ordinance. We also have a joint contract. And if you were to cut your budget by $500,000, we will likely have to decrease by 4 classrooms. That's 80 4-year-olds in our community. And we know that every dollar counts for a young child. So I've been working with the administration, and I'm asking you formally to reconsider the budget. You see here that we have our contract for $7 million, and currently it's listed at 6.5 in the proposed budget. So to celebrate our wins over the last year and over this the last few quarters, but first I'll remind you that of the dollars that we spend in pre-K, you may remember that 90% of the budget goes to teacher salaries and staff support, and then 7% goes to program expenses and then administrative expenses. The reason why our budget costs so much is because on average across the country, people spend $11,000 a year on pre-K, and we are trying to increase that number in Memphis. So this school year, we're spending $8,700 per student. We're still $4,000 behind other cities and counties. And next year, our hope is to increase to about $9,000 per student. Okay, and our students are, our student requirement is at 300% of the federal poverty level. So that is $7,500 a month for a family of 4. So we actually have the largest amount of, we have the greatest amount of household income eligibility in the community. And you know, we're all working to try to move forward more of a pre-K for all approach, which means regardless of income, we want to enroll young people in pre-K. Okay, so as I said, our vision is that pre-K should be for all children in our community. Right now, we are at about 75% for 3 and 4-year-olds. And this summer, we're gonna be coming to you with a proposal to see how we can invest in 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds regardless of income. And our team has been working really hard on thinking through a budget and an advocacy plan to really figure out how can this community invest more in young children. So for the first day classrooms that you fund, as you may remember, we're in almost every single community across Memphis and Shelby County. So a lot to celebrate there. And over the past few years, we have seen increased enrollment. So for the last school year that ended last May, we were at 93% capacity. And for the first 2 quarters of this school year, we've been about 85% in Q1 and 91% in Q2. So our enrollment is steadily increasing. There's more of a demand for our programs. In terms of attendance, you've asked us to report on student attendance. 85% of our 4-year-olds, so this really means their families, attended school last year at the end of, this is annual report for last year. And then for the first 2 quarters of the year, Q1 attendance was great. We were at 93%. Q2, which ended in December, attendance was down. December, 4-year-olds, a lot of flu and other illnesses. So we have 3 accountability metrics that we are supposed to report to the city and county: attendance, enrollment, and kindergarten readiness. We've met all of them. Again, attendance was at 85% last year. Enrollment was at 93% last year. And last year, our kindergarten readiness was the highest in the community in terms of Memphis and Shelby County at 51% kindergarten readiness. So our program is doing really well, and these 4-year-olds are learning a lot in their classrooms. So you remember that a part of our program, we do wraparound services and we support teachers. So this just shows you that 100% of our teachers have been supported through monthly coaching opportunities with our coaches. And when we coach them, they ask us a lot to think about, they ask us to think a lot about co-planning with them, modeling best practices, access to resources, which we've helped provide. Our families, when we ask them, what do you need to support your 4-year-old in pre-K? They actually said to us, we want more support around kindergarten transition. And this is consistent. Families have told us over the last 5 years, we need more support around health, and we need more support around financial planning and income support. So we wanted to just remind you all that in the communities with the highest needs in terms of the families who reported to us, again, said health, utility access, food, and then there are several communities that have multiple needs, and you see that on the map in front of you. Sure. Okay. All right, and then finally, remember that we assess our 4-year-olds, so we want to know if they're kindergarten ready. And like I told you, in our program, 51% are, which is actually pretty strong. And then we also assess how are they doing in pre-K? How are they doing across different developmental domains? And what you see here is that of the classrooms that you help fund, our students are performing at the same level or better than 63% of their peers across the country. So your investment's going far in supporting this group of 1,600 4-year-olds in our community. Thank you.
Thank you so much and all the work that you're doing. Councilwoman Logan and then Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Thank you. I wanted to know, in terms of the 51% ready for kindergarten, what does that say to their reading proficiency or at that age level? And is that a part of what we do for the 4-year-olds?
I'll have to double check on the assessment that we use. I don't know if it breaks down to reading. I'm gonna look at my team member. Yes, it does. Okay, thank you, Joanna.
What is she?
Reading and math. So there are certain reading and math levels that we want to see at the beginning of kindergarten, and that shows proficiency for 51%.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said you want to see 51%.
Oh no, I'm sorry. So the test their reading and math abilities. And so we want to see what their abilities look like when they enter kindergarten. So it does mean that 51% of those students were proficient in the reading and math level at that time.
Okay, 51%. So your program does include teaching the 3 and 4-year-olds how to read?
Well, the foundational aspects, yes.
Okay. All right, so I'll get with you on that to see what that means, the foundational. Thank you. And I saw that transportation was one of the main factors as to why the children don't come to school, the ones that are having trouble. What is being done about that?
Some programs offer, depending on the family situation, may offer Uber vouchers or or MATA support vouchers. Other wraparound service providers try to work with families to figure out, okay, is it a temporary issue? Is it a permanent issue? Can we think about anybody else who can bring the 4-year-old to school? So it varies depending on the family situation and the pre-K operator.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I love that question, by the way, because this is something that the school system at large should have been exploring, both beneficial to the school system and to MATA. But there are some federal and state transportation laws, but this is something that really has not gotten the thought that it deserves, because there is a way to support the operations of MATA by utilizing them in some sort of full and or complementary or support role in school transportation, full stop, especially as they are moving away from the fixed route into the on-demand.
Right.
And I cannot remember, when I first got on the council, I had all these conversations, and I would love to bring them back up. But it requires a lot of a partnership. But here's what I know. There is a huge missed opportunity, both in the practical outcome of exploring that and the financial stability that we would provide a city agency that desperately needs it in MATA. And what it would look like, the simplified version is that we would provide, basically, the city would contract and or provide annual bus passes for students, families, or those in need, et cetera. And the funding would circulate via the school system, right? So it becomes a circular flow through of utilizing what the school system is already spending on their bus contracts into the MATA pool. So you're getting the benefit of that. It's just it's way above my pay grade, and we've never untangled it. But if somebody was willing to really sit down and explore that, there's a huge opportunity for the city.
Especially with the, like you said, with the on-demand, increase of on-demand. One thing that I did, the last thing I wanted to say was, the reading proficiency is very important to me, and I think it's key for our city. And because and I had, mentioned it earlier about, to me, the way that we spend our dollars for children learning would be a great way to do it. Would be to hand over to the MSCS children that could read proficiently, and increasing that and raising the bar in that regard, because we can pretty much determine what happens with the program we have. But once they leave us, we don't really have much to say about what happens at that level. And as I was sharing with Chief Adams and the mayor, that to me, our dollars could be well spent with our program. And, we can dictate those outcomes better from our position. Not to say that the, MSCS doesn't need it, but how can we govern that and make certain that when they leave us, they are reading at 4 years old and reading proficiently. And that's something we don't have to worry about when they get to kindergarten. They already know, and it is definitely possible. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Swearengin Washington.
Thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to say as well. We know that the pre-K through third grade is most important, and children have to be ready for reading in kindergarten now. It's no longer just playing, but you have to know your letters and sounds, sight words, be able to write paragraphs now in kindergarten, and really be mathematically literate as well. And it's just interesting that we are, instead of increasing our investment, we're decreasing it.
No, you're also supporting the other way.
But the greatest gift, it seems, it would be ensuring that these children are ready for kindergarten and first grade and so on, instructionally. So how are we?
There was a schedule that was worked out prior to me assuming this role, and it was kind of a joint agreement between the administration and the unions that are usually supported by Fund 245, because this is a Fund 245 supported initiative. And so that schedule was tracking at 6.5, but we did grant $7 million last year. And I mean, barring any changes that you all may see, I don't think we have a fundamental problem with going to $7 million this year.
Okay. That sounds good. 8 sounds better.
If I can be the queue.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. I totally concur with my colleagues have said. This past, Chairman, what was it, yesterday that I went to North? Okay. Yesterday I went to North Haven, and it was a kindergarten to 5th grade honor celebration. And the students and their parents were there. What I did see and what I did notice, and even asking a few questions, talking to a few of the parents, is we have to make sure that the parents are interested in reading as well. That is a key component to our children reading. What I noticed, even talking to the parents, those kindergarten through 5th grade, these students got principal list and they were getting honor roll. To me, that was phenomenal, because if they were in high school getting that, that means their GPA would be like a 4.0. So my question to the administration that was there and to the parents that was there was, what can we do and what can I do as a city council and my colleagues do to make sure that we see our children love reading, advance in reading, not only in reading, but arithmetic when I was growing up, math. But these babies were so excited. The parents, again, does not have enough support that they need. And I found out even some of them can't read literacy. They can't read. So there's a great pushback when we see it. To Chairman's point about transportation, there were 2 parents that I saw. They were embarrassed, but they waited till everybody else left before they walked out because they were walking, the mother and the father. And I stopped and I, just chatted just to see, how far they had to go, if I could give them a ride. Of course, they told me they wouldn't. And of course, I told them, I'm not afraid of strangers. I don't mind giving you, I know you. So somebody knows where I am if something happens to me. It was just a joke alone. But you're exactly right. Transportation-wise, some of the students didn't attend the program because they had an issue with that. Student was made principal list. And so when I pulled the counselor to the side and we began to engage and talk about things, we have really missed the mark on the support and the investment we really need to make in our children, especially reading. And so to that point, I've been following you since I got elected. I sat in that back seat and I saw your presentation. You were surprised that I remembered you when I met because your presentation was in more than one language. You were asking for funding. You were not really accepted because you weren't really from here. And I saw your passion and your concern of the importance of reading. So I concur with my colleague, Councilwoman Swearing Washington. 7 million, 8 million. We got 25 million out there right now. They're trying to decide what they need to do with it. That would be such a huge impact. Just like Seed for Success, following the parent when they're pregnant, following them, giving them that wraparound, giving them that support that they need. I was at the breakfast the other day that you invited the council. We had no representation, but county did. But I did show up. We had no city council representation, and because Councilwoman Washington and I talked, Swearingen Washington, we coordinated, and that's how it ended up there. And I'm glad that we did have someone representing the city there. So I support what you're doing 100%, and hopefully this council and my colleagues will greatly take in consideration investing in you and what you're doing for this city and our children. I yield the floor.
Thank you. So I have a quick question, and I mean quick because I know it's a huge conversation, but what is the transition out of, I mean, I'm fully bought in that pre-K is needed. It is unique. I've got a son, he literally just got promoted out of kindergarten into first grade, and it is amazing how much is required, especially since the developmental milestones are all over the map, and most of the children that you're encountering too, there are many more other things that they're dealing with. But Vanderbilt's study on the learning loss is still what it is. And so my question is, what is the transition like from this program into the handoff, I guess, and that coordination of services? And and I'm sure it's a much longer conversation, so I'm happy to come sit down with you and have that, because I think that's the curiosity, I think, where the city council or the city administration can play that role is we're trying to do everything we can at every milestone. Like, we've got these massive programs for Opportunity Youth because there's so much downward pressure to triage what is going on the streets of Memphis and in the communities, period, right? And I was joking, but it's not a joke. The Opportunity Youth is considered 16 to 24. It's starting to become like 12 to 24 at this point. It's getting that bad. But it all ties back to, it's like the circular reference of, is it poverty or is it education? We know it's both, but everybody's is in the whirlwind. And so I guess, does the city need, we have limited resources, so do we need to shift that focus from, I don't want to say from like a boys and girls club at older age, but I'll just be very direct. Does that focus need to be weighted heavier in supporting literacy and aftercare programs for kindergarten through third grade so that learning loss doesn't occur? And therefore, we should need to have to give as much support for Opportunity Youth, because the thesis is if I can stay on the learning curve through third grade, that my educational attainment and opportunity should be higher. Therefore, I should be more likely to stay in school and succeed because I'm not struggling as much. That's a big loaded question, but like I think at some point we have to ask ourselves, and the hard part about that question is that somebody gets left behind today, right? Do you forego a lost generation or a lost group in order to say we know? I know everybody wants to say, well, we got to do both, but in reality, if that were the case, everybody would be like, let's raise it $1 on taxes, right? So I'll let you off the hook. I'm going to let you off the hook.
Okay.
Because I really want to have, I want to have that conversation. That's a 30+ minute conversation, I think. And we just don't have the time today, but I'd love to have you back or have you in a working session with council members that want to do that and other stakeholders. I think Seeding Success would be an interesting group to have there. Because we only have limited, like I said, we have limited resources. We're not the United States Treasury. It's just a fact. So I think we have to start looking at how we weight priorities because everything now is a priority.
Right.
So.
Well, I'll say one thing related to, two things related to what you asked. One, as a part of our work, our wraparound service providers and family outcome specialists or family engagement specialists, part of their job is to help with the handoff between kindergarten to first grade. And so we're still developing that. Every single operator is different. They handle it differently, but a part of their job is to do that and to help the parent understand what their children learned in pre-K and to help the new pre-K classroom or school know what did the child learn in pre-K. So that's one thing. And then in terms of the Vanderbilt study, it's loaded and very disputable, but I will tell you that First State and Seeding Success, we actually wrote a report in response to the Vanderbilt study looking at 7 years of Memphis Shelby County Schools data. So I can, as a follow-up, we can send you all, it's like a 4-page report or so, showing you that we did our own analysis here to show the investments in pre-K. I believe it showed that children who went to pre-K, who in particular MSCS, outperformed their peers and knew more than their peers who did not go to school by up to 6 months. So they knew more than the child sitting next to them who didn't go to pre-K by a certain amount of time. So we can follow up with you.
Yeah, I think that's important. By the way, the Vanderbilt study is not gospel for me, but it is out there. It is loaded. But you have to acknowledge the fact that, yes, of course, a child that's been exposed to the routine of a classroom alone should be in a better position.
Right.
You look at children that have low educational attainments or their first time college. They drop out the most because the idea of being away from home or the shock of being in a college environment, right? So it's the same thing where I hear you, and I don't think anybody's going to try to utilize that study or even reference it at this point about whether to justify pre-K. I think now the question is that we've justified pre-K and it's becoming our normal. The question is now how do we bridge the gap to where while they may be 6 months ahead, we need to have the literacy rates stay stable as they move along the curve and the milestones. And now it becomes a matter of priorities. It's not going to, I can tell you this right now, and this is not a knock on any teacher because they're doing everything that they can with 30 kids in a classroom and maybe if they're lucky a teaching assistant. But every kid in that classroom or a large majority probably have an IEP that doesn't have the proper supports or funding for them, et cetera, and you just keep going down the line of like all the things. It's kind of like the judges saying, well, I had them out on an ankle monitor and a curfew, but no one's looking at the ankle monitor after 5 p.m. Right. I can say that they're doing all these things in the classroom to help, but at the end of the day, the results are the results. And what we know is the results are not good. How does the city shift its weight to support basically from 215 to 515 or 615 literacy programs that we know will help stem the curve and keep kids and help parents that have jobs and can't pay for after-school care? And the second thing may be that we go to the state and partner and say we want a pilot program for the summer, right? Like we've never really looked at with the school system. And I know you're not necessarily the school system, but you are a huge advocate and have a lot of more influence than I do. But we could partner and pilot we need the school system's facilities, but there's no reason we shouldn't be piloting like a summer literacy program where you come to a school, middle or high, and you go for 3 hours a day with math and English, and then the other 3 hours a day, Boys and Girls Club comes in and they do summer camp. So now you've created a pilot program in Shelby County that basically says this is what it could look like if you ran a year-round school or you ran a summer literacy program and I'll bet you it would only cost 20, 30 million bucks, which sounds like a lot of money, but not if you're the state of Tennessee. So these are the things that I think like the questions that have to start happening around a narrowly tailored issue, which is we know literacy is the key. We know that a lot of these kids have unstable environments when they are not in the school system, and that the school system, for the most part, is somewhat overwhelmed on the student-to-teacher ratio and outside supports. Therefore, what can the city do to support literacy outside of the school system in those early years? That's the challenge, I think, for you and Seeding Success and all the other education think tanks that are here. And it ain't going to be cheap, but it ain't going to be as expensive as all the other routes I think we've taken. All right. Any other questions? I'm sorry. Councilwoman Logan.
One thing to your point is great observation. It's important, though, the curriculum and the structure, because all of the partners that you have, they're all doing their own thing, right? There's no rubric or anything. So making certain that those programs or the curriculum that we use, it focuses or has a strong handle on literacy and early child literacy and learning is
There
key.
are about 4 or 5 curricula that's approved by the state. So curriculum
See,
actually
that's the
comes from
problem.
the state that pre-K classrooms have to use.
So it's not like private where you can use. See, that makes a big difference.
So your
too.
state advocacy matters too,
Yeah.
because then we can help them understand that what DOE is choosing impacts our community.
Are you able to supplement?
Slightly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that matters too, Chairman.
Well, and it may be that they, under the new guidance, I'm not advocating for this, but to have more flexibility, you guys may end up partnering with the university school system as like an in-round to some of the state. I mean, I don't know. There are so many moving pieces right now with the DOE, both at the federal and state level. It's very difficult to keep up with, but it's a great point.
But I'll work with Seeding Success, and we'll work on putting together a working session with whoever's interested.
Yeah, I mean,
through.
Again, I'm not trying to say let's abandon the ship, but it's like at what point, right, can we start addressing the things that are within our purview that we've seen these outcomes? Dr. Warren?
I just want to remind us that one of the things that we did as a trial was we funded a thing called E2P, which is where we're taking 2 and 3 year olds instead of 3 and 4 year olds, and we're paying parents $500 a month to get their children at school 85% of the time or more. And those kids are coming into pre-K really ready to take that 50% achievement up to 80 and 90%. So as we're thinking about this, we know that kids that need these extra efforts, to help them with reading and writing and all the skills they've got to have, the earlier we do it, the more likely we are to get a level playing field. Because if you think about how much it costs to send kids to MUS or PDS or all those other things, they're spending a lot of money to get extra curriculum and extra stuff to those kids. And we need to look at your program and see, do we need to start it earlier? And if so, what can we do that are helping people? Because as you pointed out, Chair, we spend the money early and we get good results, or we spend it late and we're it's like trying to catch someone after they've done the crime, as opposed to like giving them a chance not to do the crime and to be successful and have a much better life. So as we're looking at our budget and we're trying to figure out where we want to put our money for our kids, I think this is a spot, and I think we need to think even earlier. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
If you want to coordinate with either Ms. Keaton or the CAO, just because I think there may be other council members, that's fine, either one. And let's shoot for, we'll find a time. I don't know if it's going to be before budget or after. It probably needs to maybe possibly be before, but like I said, all right, thank you.
Okay.
Colleagues, we have one other thing, but if you want to go eat, it's a debt obligation update, and I'm usually the only one that cares. It's really exciting, but feel free to go grab lunch. Now would be a good time to do that. This is just something that we're required to do under the comptroller and the charter.
Yep.
Floor is yours, sir.
All right. Andre Walker, Deputy CFO, City of Memphis, 125 North Main Street. So this report is being presented to the council for informational purposes only. No further action is required by council. In July of 2022, City of Memphis issued its General Improvement Refunding Bond Series 2022 to refund for debt service savings the 2014 B bonds and 2015 C bonds. The earliest redemption date of the 14 Bs and 15 C bonds was April 1 of 2024. Because the redemption date was more than 90 days after the issuance of the 2022 bonds, federal rules and regulations require the city to issue the 22 bonds on a taxable basis. However, the city reserved the right to convert the bonds from taxable to tax exempt after the redemption of the 2014 Bs and 2015 C bonds. The purpose of this report is to advise council that we did the conversion on April the 2nd, one day after the redemption of the 2014 Bs and 2015 C bonds. Looking at the first page of the report, again, it's for the Series 2022 bonds, which were issued in a par amount of $167.5 million. They have a true interest cost of 3.28%, and the conversion occurred on April 2nd, 2024. Going to the second page, at the top it shows the purpose of the bonds to refund the 2014 Bs and 2015 Cs. And then at the bottom of the page too, you see that the city incurred costs of $57,000 and change for the conversion, and most of those costs were legal fees. And then if you take a look at the very last page of the package, you will see the maturity dates and principal amounts, as well as the original taxable interest rate and the final tax exempt rates, which we are now paying, which is about 80 to 90 basis points less than the taxable rates. And that concludes my report.
Good times with interest rates. Any questions? Thank you for the report. We are adjourned.
Good afternoon. We're going to call the Transportation Committee to order. Ms. Dearborn, please call the roll.
Thank you. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Councilman Warren. Present. Chair Ford Sr.
Present.
Thank you.
Okay, we got one item. Iceland Investment Presentation of Zoom 2125 Initiative Monorail Rapid Transit System, all council districts, sponsored by yours truly, me. Okay, I want you all to introduce yourself, and then we'll be ready to listen to you.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Patrick Price. I'm the Chief Investment Officer of Iceland Investments. My address is 1840 Pyramid Place, Memphis, Tennessee, 38132.
Thank you all for this opportunity to allow us to present this. My name is Stephen Polk. I'm with Solid Properties TN, 1840 Pyramid Place, Memphis, Tennessee, 38132.
Okay. So, today we are here to discuss the future. Should you not share our enthusiasm for the future, you might believe that smart city applications are only the stuff of science fiction. A well-known management expert once said something that has resonated with me as a child. The best way to predict the future is to create it. Before we continue on our journey into the future, please allow me to travel back in time. As you all may know, Memphis was founded in 1819 on land previously inhabited by Chickasaw Indians. The city's name paid homage to ancient capital of Egypt, which was also called Memphis. Memphis was the capital during the Old Kingdom and continued to be one of the most important cities throughout most of the 3,000 years of ancient Egyptian history. According to a Berkeley historian, Memphis has had some 30,000 inhabitants and was by far the largest settlement worldwide during its reign. Memphis eventually fell into second place, and its economic significance waned, especially with the rise of coastal Alexandria, which became a major hub for trade and commerce. Its eventual downfall is believed to have been due to loss of economic significance. The city's decline was a gradual process influenced by political, economic, and cultural factors. Today, the ruins of ancient Memphis offer fragmented evidence of its once prestigious past. Currently today, the city of Memphis' reputation has not been as prestigious. Memphis has consistently ranked amongst the most dangerous cities in the United States due to high crime rates. For example, the U.S. News and World Report ranking of the 25 most dangerous places to live in the United States puts Memphis at the very top of the list. Common crimes include theft, vehicle break-ins, grand theft auto, robbery, assault, gun violence. Although most crimes, especially violent crimes, occur in residential neighborhoods where tourists don't tend to venture, even downtown has its problems with crime. A recent local news survey of visitors of Memphis shown that many tourists had been warned of crime in the downtown area, including on Beale Street, or has witnessed a dangerous incident. Now, let's be clear. No city in the U.S. or around the world is considered a utopia. We're not here to advocate that level of perfection, but we do believe that Memphis can be known as a city of excellence and innovation.
And we will now demonstrate that through our Zoom 2125 initiative.
Okay, section 1. The Zoom 2125 initiative is a public-private partnership revitalization plan that is designed to revolutionize the economic and social conditions of Memphis, Tennessee into a smart city. A smart city is an urban area where technology and data collection help improve quality of life as well as the sustainability and efficiency of city operations. A forward-thinking strategic shift in culture and identity to a thriving metropolitan city of the future. The Zoom 2125 initiative will introduce a new model for living, focusing on nature and creating a sustainable, livable, and walkable city. Memphis will be powered by renewable energy and become a tourist and innovation destination. Zone 2125 initiative consists of several public-private partnership mega projects, starting with the monorail rapid transit system and smart grid upgrades. As you can see below, these are a list of mega projects that would be included in the Zone 2125 initiative. As mentioned earlier, in bold and red, the two main projects that is the foundation of the Zone 2125 initiative is the monorail rapid transit system, smart grid upgrades, and as follows: Major League Soccer team and stadium, National Football League team and stadium, Major League Baseball team and stadium, pedestrian and cycling infrastructure expansion upgrades, futuristic theme entertainment center and Nassau facilities mixed-use project, business technology center and federal facilities mixed-use project, decorative garden healing center and Olympic training facilities mixed-use project, illuminating night neon city lights upgrades, wireless electric charging road system infrastructure, surveillance and monitoring cameras center MPD program. And the next two projects are centered and focused on our children: in-school program and professional adult building skills program, student achievement improvement recognition leadership program, the Stax Museum revitalization plan and mixed-use project, and the Gardening City Restoration Senior City program. The Zone 2125 initiative will prepare Memphis for growth and innovation for the next 100 years.
Section 2, monorail rapid transit system benefits. It creates jobs. Building a high-speed rail will create hundreds of thousands of jobs. Every $1 billion in investment creates 24,000 jobs. These are highly skilled jobs that will revitalize the domestic rail industries, supplying transportation products and services. Many additional jobs are created through the commerce, fostered through the economic activity and development which they spark. Accessibility and job opportunities. One of the most direct ways public transportation contributes to economic development is by increasing accessibility to job opportunities. Efficient transit systems connect residents, especially those in underdeserved communities, to employment centers, making it easier for people to find work and for businesses to tap into a larger labor pool. In cities with robust public transit networks, unemployment rates tend to be lower and income levels are generally higher. Increases economic activity. Every dollar invested creates $5 in short-term economic benefits and upwards of $9 in long-term economic benefits. Upgrading passenger operations on newly revitalized tracks, bridges, and rights-of-way is spurring business productivity along corridors. The rail services will connect America's economically vital mega regions and help keep them mobile, productive, efficient, and internationally competitive. Over a 20-year period, the impact represents a ratio of approximately $5 billion of additional GDP per $1 billion invested annually. This includes productivity gains and the pattern of investment spending. Urban revitalization. Public transportation can play a pivotal role in urban revitalization efforts. Neglected or underutilized areas can be revitalized when connected to transit systems. As more people use public transportation, businesses are more likely to invest in these neighborhoods, bringing new life to previously struggling communities. This leads to increased property values, job creation, and a vibrant local economy. Real estate value and development. Proximity to public transportation often translates into higher real estate values and spurs property development. Homes and commercial spaces located near transit hubs are in greater demand and command premium prices. Developers recognize the value of building near transit, which leads to mixed-use developments, including office, shops, housing, further boosting local economies. Cost of savings for residents. Public transportation offers significant cost savings for individuals and families. Owning and maintaining a car can be an expensive endeavor, while taking public transit is often more affordable. The money saved on transportation expenses can be redirected toward other essential needs such as housing, education, healthcare, thereby improving overall living standards. business productivity. Public transportation can enhance business productivity in several ways. Employees who have reliable, stress-free commutes are more likely to be punctual and productive at work. Additionally, businesses located near transit hubs can draw from a broader customer base, resulting in increased foot traffic and revenue. Reduce environmental impact. Cities with efficient public transportation systems tend to have lower levels of air pollution and reduced carbon emissions. This environmental benefit not only contributes to a healthier population, but also helps cities avoid the costly consequences of addressing pollution-related health issues and mitigating the effects of climate change. Reduce infrastructure costs. Public transportation is a cost-effective alternative to expanding road infrastructure. Building and maintaining highways and roads requires substantial public investment, while public transit systems can move large numbers of people efficiently without the need for constant road expansion. These cost savings can be channeled into other essential public services or infrastructure projects. Tourism and cultural exchange.
Once you finish that, I want you to just hit the basic points, especially the matter and all that. We won't have to go because everybody got one.
Okay.
Okay? Yep. Because we're kind of behind all day today. So,
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So we go into the smart grid.
You say you want us to hit the matter?
The main points.
Okay. Go back to the matter. No, that was it. Oh, right there. That was yours.
Okay. So MATA bus routing efficiency. The monorail rapid transit system will allow MATA to implement shorter bus routes. Here are some of the advantages of shorter bus routes. Reduced travel time. Shorter routes mean quicker travel for passengers. They spend less time on buses, which can lead to increased satisfaction and productivity. Improved frequency. Shorter routes allow buses to complete more trips in a given time, leading to higher frequency. Passengers don't have to wait as long for the next bus. Lowers operating costs. Shorter routes reduce fuel consumption, maintenance costs, and wear and tear on buses. Operators can allocate resources more efficiently. Less congestion. Shorter routes are less likely to encounter traffic congestion, ensuring more reliable schedules and timely arrivals. Environmental benefits. Reduced emissions due to shorter distances contribute to cleaner air and a smaller carbon footprint. Quality of life. Lastly, but perhaps most importantly, a well-functioning public transportation system improves the overall quality of life for the city residents. Reduced traffic stress, shorter commutes, and increased access to amenities contribute to a higher quality of life. When residents are content, cities become more attractive to businesses and individuals looking for places to settle and invest.
Okay, so we're going to skip to, okay, what is a, section 3, smart grid benefits. What is a smart grid? The concept of a smart grid simply refers to a modern, smarter electrical grid. Essentially, a smart grid leverages power of digital transformation to improve electricity management, often with the help of Internet of Things, IoT technologies, and the use of big data. Now, we're going to skip this, but the reason why I mentioned this, because in order to have an efficient monorail system, you must improve the smart grid. And that's why we added the smart grid upgrades into our budget. And that's a part of the, again, the Zoom 2125 initiative is to improve the smart grid, improve the grid, which will make it a smart grid. As you notice, with things, weather, unfortunate weather attacks Memphis, you know, power go down, and sometimes the power stay down for quite some time. That's because we have to upgrade the grid. And I know that can be a burden on, a capital burden on the city. So we would take on that responsibility in upgrading the grid and make it a smarter grid. Okay, I'll skip. And I just want to touch on this really quick. Section 4, smart city benefits. So all of this, the Zone 2125 initiative, is meant to change Memphis into a smart city. A smart city is a technologically modern urban area that uses different types of electric electronic methods, and sensors to collect specific data, information gained from the data is used to manage assets, resources, and services efficiently. In return, the data is used to improve operations across the city. This includes data collected from citizens, devices, buildings, and the assets that is processed and analyzed to monitor and manage traffic and transportation systems, power plants, utilities, urban forestries, water supply networks, waste, criminal investigations, information systems, schools, libraries, hospitals, and other community service. Now, I know this may seem very intrusive on one's privacy, but if you look at all of the cities around the world, the future is going towards a smart city. And in order for us, Memphis, to be competitive, we have to start taking the necessary steps to making Memphis a smart city. And we're going to skip to, let's go to revenue. Okay. So section 5, and this is most importantly, revenue opportunities for the city of Memphis. The city of Memphis will receive a one-time fee contribution, the starting date of the PPP agreements per each PPP projects in the Zoom 2125 initiative. PPP means public-private partnership. The city of Memphis will receive revenue, the duration, not only a one-time fee starting, but the duration of the PPP agreements per each PPP projects in the Zoom 2125 initiative. The city of Memphis will receive revenue from tourism generated by the PPP projects in the Zoom 2125 initiative. The city of Memphis will receive revenue post the PPP agreements per each PPP projects in the Zoom 2125 initiative. And that basically means once the agreement with the city and our group is ended, you guys will still be receiving revenue because everything will be turned over to the city. So you will still continue receiving revenue. All right, section 6.
So we're gonna run through this. And so our budget projections, private capital would be responsible for 60 to 80%. And then we would rely on our federal funding for the remaining 20 to 40%. The monorail rapid transit system and smart grid upgrades by themselves will be in the 20 billion range. And the Zoom 2125 initiative would be in the range of, wait, is that altogether would be an initiative of 45 billion. These are projected budgets for the monorail rapid transit system. You have your construction costs, design team, engineers, manufacturing costs, and management team, and you can kind of see them. Now I have the breakdown. The smart grid upgrades preliminary budget would be research and development, operations and planning, the management team, construction, and also cybersecurity.
Okay, and we are at the last section. Sponsor group, consortium. In the United States, governments are increasingly turning to public-private partnerships to implement public infrastructure works. Here's why the benefits of P3 for project delivery, not just financing, will continue to shift the market in this direction. The World Economic Forum ranks U.S. infrastructure behind that of most other comparable advanced nations such as Singapore, Germany, and the United Kingdom. Our sponsor group, consortium, experience and leadership consists of institutional private capital, foreign domestic, federal funding, project management, military cybersecurity, space intelligence, infrastructure, and energy. Our sponsor group consortium will be responsible for raising all private capital, securing additional federal funding, initiating consulting bids, initiating designing bids, initiating development bids, initiating construction bids, initiating operational bids, and initiating management bids. Our sponsor group consortium will form an SPV, special purpose vehicle, which is a legal entity created specifically for PPP projects. This SPV will sign a contract with the city of Memphis and will manage the PPP projects throughout its life cycle and or the contractual agreements. As you can see, the next slide That's some of our partners in the sponsor group. It's a collection of individuals in different areas. Steve Price, he's in the project management in the energy space. You've already met Stephen Polk and I. Derek Stallis, he's in the federal funding, cybersecurity space.
In our conclusion, we are excited about the Zone 2125 initiative and what it will do for the city. Being native Memphians, we are connected to the city and we want to see it thrive to its fullest potential. As mentioned before, between the transit system and upgrading the city's grid, this will create an influx of jobs as well as billions of dollars of revenue. This will lead to increased tourism and enhance the city's reputation, attracting the talent we need to become a more innovative city. With all of these efforts, this will lead to a reduced crime rate. And remember, the best way to predict the future is to create it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for your presentation. Very thorough. What is our obligation?
That's a great question. So basically, we would just need you guys to sign off on allowing our group, our consortium group, to be the sponsor, to be the group that's leading the charge for this initiative. And our responsibility will be to raise the capital. Our responsibility, not only the private capital, but secure federal funding, and also to bring the leadership in certain areas of construction, operation, management to make this project successful.
How long do you think this project would take?
So as mentioned, the Zone 2125 initiative is a collection of several projects, but we're focusing on the main two projects, which is the lifeblood of this initiative, which is the monorail rapid transit system and the smart grid upgrades. Those two projects alone will be a process of about, generally speaking, 5 to 10 years.
Let me ask you a question since we're talking. I noticed transit. What about with Matter? You all planning on getting with Matter to try to come together, both of you all? Have y'all talked with anyone at Matter?
Absolutely. I'm working with a gentleman. He has a high position at Meta, and he actually has helped me out to understand what it would take to make our vision and their company outlook coexist. And what we came to realize that the reason why Meta may not be as efficient as we believe that Meta can be is because there's too much responsibility on their routes. And if we can condense their routes and make their routes, if we can condense their routes and make their routes less, if we can condense their routes, we believe that their bus lines will be more efficient. Meaning, if a bus have to get you from Cordova to East Memphis, then that may not be as efficient. But if a bus line only needs to get you from Cordova to maybe Bartlett, or Cordova to maybe the end of the street of Germantown, that may be more efficient, if that makes sense.
We wouldn't put so much wear and tear on
I got Councilwoman Logan.
Well, that was exactly my question. What bearing would this have on Meta? I was going to ask the same thing. I just wanted to understand where the monorail, approval and concept and all of that, and who's responsible. I know you said you're going to go get the funding, but on behalf of city, county, federal government, or you're a private business? Would it be privately owned? Is that what you're proposing?
So primarily, it would be up to 60 to 80% will be private capital. The remaining 20 to 40% will be federal funding. So we're going to take the burden or the majority of the responsibility of raising 60 to 80% of the capital. And then as of now, this is not a pipe dream. As of now, we have 2 of the top major investment groups in the world that's already interested, but they didn't want to put all the eggs in one basket until we speak with the city. But we have 2 of the major investment groups with an AUM of half a trillion dollars, an AUM of $500 billion, 2 of the major investment groups in the world.
Okay, so that's what I was trying to find out. You have an investment group, so you all would own it. That investment group would own it, or are you transferring it to the city? Are you asking for rights? I mean, asking for us to donate land, or you want to lease the land from? How does that work?
So how we envision it, it would be an agreement for, I'm just throwing out a number, a 30 to 40-year agreement to get the project up and running, operational standard, and after 40 years, then yes, we would transfer the project back to the city. Before maybe 20 to 40 years, our company will have ownership of the project, and after 20 to 40 years, we will return the project back to the city.
Okay, it's new to me, that concept, because normally it's just like a lease, or you buy the land or you transfer the land. But thank you for the information, and I'll definitely be listening for future presentations.
Councilman Warren.
Well, guys, I know if you're like me, you're sort of blown away because this seems crazy, and it seems like, I'm a big science fiction buff, okay? And I agree with you. If you can think of it, you can do it. And when I grew up, I remember looking at Dick Tracy. It was a comic in the paper. And that guy, he had a watch on his arm, and he could see people and talk to them on it. Mm-hmm. It was incredible. Nobody believed that was going to happen. Mm-hmm. we got them on our wrist right now, right? Absolutely. You could talk on your phone and see somebody. That wasn't going to happen. Absolutely. So as we're looking at this, I know this seems crazy and pie in the sky, but you got to have a vision to make something crazy happen and something big happen. And, I think all we're really doing here is giving permission for these guys to go out and explore and bring us back a project with money that we can say, go for it. Am I hearing you right? Is that what you want?
I would say yes, that's correct. And I would say whatever you guys can help us with as far as on y'all's end, as far as from a leadership perspective, and whatever resources that you could connect us with to make this happen, we're open.
So I think we can be the intermediary that gets you with the chief person who matters, so y'all can brainstorm how that would integrate. We can help you get with federal officials as you're moving forward. I think our odds of this happening are, probably low because everything is really hard and things make it rough. But gosh, you guys' attitude make it much more likely we're going to be able to pull this off than if I was the one trying to do it. I can tell you that. I really like your innovation and your thought and your imagination. And I think if we really did pull this off, what they're saying, we would be the hub of probably the central part of America. I mean, this is a huge thing to be able to pull something like this off. And I know other cities are thinking about it. So the other thing you need is you need to be with Doug McGowan. Okay, so you have to be with MLG&W because they're the grid. Okay, so as you're talking about this, bringing ideas about how you coordinate upgrading that grid, because I know they want to be doing it. So I don't know where we go from here other than, figure out with lawyers, because it's got to be a lawyer thing, what sort of agreement you need and what that obligates us to. But it sounds like all we're really obligating ourselves to now is saying, please proceed and bring us back information.
Absolutely. And to piggyback off that and to respond to an earlier point, you also mentioned ownership. As I mentioned in the slide as well, this also will be a revenue share. So even though our company will have, ownership interest, you guys, the city, will still be getting a large revenue share. And we're open to, whatever percentage, that you guys want to take in. But as speaking now with the capital guys that's investing the bulk of the capital, I'm sure they're going to want a certain percentage. But you guys, the city, will have a major revenue share as well. So even though I know you mentioned, or I mentioned, turning it over after 20, 40 years, but even before that, you guys still will be getting a large revenue share.
If you pull this off, I don't think we want you to turn it over to us because I think we'll need someone who can actually run it. I'm worried if you gave it, you would have to train our people to be able to run the thing, if you know what I mean.
Let the record show that Councilwoman White has joined us. To piggyback on you, I guess you're about the same age. Dick Tracy, huh? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to give you all a good typical example of something. My brother James, guy, had a chip. The chip is in telephone, computers, everything else today. He tried to get some investors. He could not get anybody to invest in this chip. He went to my brother. He invested in it. My brother died. But about a year after he died, the company called and said, hey, we want to give you all y'all's first money. It was in the millions. Because investing in this one chip, so I'm giving y'all a heads up. Hey, keep on doing what you're doing because we don't know, just like what you said, Doc. Hey, if we don't do it, it won't happen. But if you keep on, hey, we can see a difference. Because like I said, that's what happened with my brother just invested. He was the only one that invested in this person.
Everybody thought he was crazy.
Yeah, they did. But it paid off in the end. And it's still paying off.
This looks like
Okay, over and over and over again. Okay, so that's why I said, hey, it's a good thing, the things that, hey, we got to think about the future. And like you said, everybody got to watch and they can see everything on it now, okay? We good. All right, now we have who? Oh, the record show, Councilwoman Easter Thomas has joined us, and I'm going to call on Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Chairman. As I was sitting here and I was thinking, I remember when this didn't exist. Nobody thought bottled water would make any money. And my grandfather, who's now deceased, rest his soul, they were talking about it back then. And now it is absolutely in existence. People pay for bottled water. In 2025, I'll be 156 years old. So it's very seldom you can hear someone to sit in that seat and talk about revenue for the city of Memphis, bringing in money in dollars and not actually asking the city of Memphis to provide capital investments, people who will put their money out front because they see and they know what the future is looking and being innovated. So to see you two young men sitting here bringing this, and with Councilman Ford, I think he said 20 years ago you talked about this or so, 20 years ago. And we probably should have had a better rail system than we have now. And we probably would not be in the position that we're in. I'm excited to look into it further with you all and maybe become an investor, because this is something that is going to move the city of Memphis. This is something that's going to move the future when we move forward, just like the Tesla car driving itself, whoever thought. And so your mindset has to be ready to receive the different things, because we're not going to always be here, and we know things are evolving in the future. And so I want to thank you all, and thank you, Councilman Ford, for bringing this presentation, to even just to plant the seed. See, the seed has to be planted first to get people aboard and on board to understand what is about to happen and what is happening. So this here is something phenomenal. You just asked for resources. You got the federal government, you got your capital investment, you got people that are already going to put their money, and would love to talk more about that, because this is something that's going to advance not only the city of Memphis, but this thing is going to explode around the world.
Overnight, Memphis will jump in the top 5 cities overnight in the world.
So thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
And before I call on the next person, you know, if y'all look at the History Channel, how America was built, there were 3 men that built America. The 4th one, last name was Ford, okay?
Y'all named after him?
No, always the Ford coming. As you go. But you see, they started in their mind, say, hey, what can we do with this? What can we do with this? Why is this? You know, and it made things happen. You know, it was kerosene and all the rest, and you know, and they were making one thing and said, what is this running off? And found out, hey, this was gasoline. This was this. So, hey, you got to focus and, hey, and you have to try to do things. And you never know what may come of it, you know, and all. But like I said, he ended up with the vote, and we made them all well. All forward. Yeah. So y'all look at this History Channel. Every time it come on, I make sure I look at it. And it's about 8-10 hours long now. So hey, you got to get your popcorn or whatever else. But hey, but it's about that long. But these are the things that happen, you know. And like I said, that's why we've come so far, and we can go much further and further and further with technology and everything else. Okay, I got Councilwoman Swearing from Washington.
Thank you. I want to thank you also, Council, for bringing this to our attention. Years ago, when Apple first came out, my Aunt Dorothy and Uncle Joe tried to convince the family to invest. And we thought they were crazy. Uncle Joe didn't pay us any attention. He invested his money in there, and my God, millionaires. We have to not be afraid to step out and invest. We're already the transportation hub between Tennessee, Arkansas, and Mississippi. When we went to the National League of Cities conference, most of the conference was talking about becoming a smart city. That's what most of the conference was focused towards. So anything that we can do to be innovative, we need transportation. I spoke with someone this week. She is a physician. She lived out in California. She no longer drives, and she said it's impossible to be able to work and not have transportation. So she ended up moving to New York. Now that she has property here, but we don't have viable transportation for someone who can't drive. So we don't want to lose people because we don't have viable transportation. So hopefully we will follow those next steps of partnering with MATA and MLGW, and anything that we need to do to help support, we're willing to do it. And thank you for choosing Memphis.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
We appreciate you so much. And then, like I said, I'll get with Tara when she can get you with MATA, or she can get you with light, gas, and water. Everybody needs to be kind of part, and then hey, we can see from there. And then not only that, since we've got, what is it? Just coming. Y'all got to help me, I got old now. Okay. What is it? The Comcast wanted everything. What is it? Blue Oval. All of the rest. Hey, everybody got to be part of it, you know, and we can make it happen, you know, and especially when you're talking about grids, things like that, it all makes a difference. That's why I said, go back and look at the History Channel. It tells you about how those grids, it tells you about this, it tells you about all of the different things. It gives you the insight on, hey, what you can do, you know, and it was amazing that 3 men did it. And they didn't like each other. But they made it happen until we came in, didn't we? Okay, and then we made it all happen afterwards, okay? So y'all just keep the good work up and everything else. And like I said, we'll keep in touch, okay? Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
She's sort of here.
Chair Canale.
Here, Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have one item on the agenda today, resolution approving an honorary street name of New Allen Road between Bluffwood Drive and Raleigh Millington Road for Reverend Carl E. Shields. It's in District 1, Super District 8, sponsored by the chairman. Here's a request for same night minutes. This item will be on the consent agenda.
So
there's no actionable item within the committee. Councilwoman Logan, do you want to speak on this?
No, this was presented by Chairman Smiley. I'm not familiar with this.
Okay. All right, that's all we have. We're adjourned.
Thank you, though.
I call the executive session of Memphis City Council to order. Ms. Hyman, you know what to do.
Councilman Canale. Here. Councilman Carlisle. Present. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Spinoza. Here. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Present. Councilwoman Walker. Councilman Warren. Councilwoman White. Present. And Chairman Smiley.
All right, y'all. So I think almost all of us are here. Before we begin today, I want to take a moment to share some exciting news, but to be honest, it's somewhat bittersweet for this body. One of our staffers has submitted a letter of resignation, but we are excited to wish Ms. Hale. Oh, yeah. She might leave too. We're excited to wish Ms. Hale well wishes as she explores a new opportunity. So let's show her some love for the work she's done for the people of Memphis. All right, so with new opportunities and people leaving this body comes some other work that we have to do. So I'll be working with the young lady to my left, who doesn't like me saying her name, but I will say it anyway, Brooke Hyman, to get that position posted immediately and to also fill that position. As always, if you have any recommendations, send emails to us with qualified people. We'll do our best to vet those and say some great things. Her council person wants to say something, so we're going to allow space and opportunity for Councilwoman Lowton to share some words with Ms. Hale or anyone else, and then we're going to handle the other business of this body. Councilwoman Logan?
Thank you. I did share with her in private how I am so excited for her. This is an amazing opportunity, and I know she'll do a great job and represent. So let's all continue to wish her well and be praying for your success. Thank you for your time here, and we look forward to great things from you.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I would share this. I always encourage people to go on and do better, but I always hate the fact when they decide to leave us after they decide to, go explore new things. But, I wish you nothing but success, well wishes, always in your corner, and continue making us proud. And, we're here to support you every step of the way. Anyone else? All right. So on to the other business of the council. We have 5 items on the agenda today. Item number 1, discussion of the fiscal consent agenda for May 21st, 2024. All council districts requested by me, Chief Adams. Got a motion by Councilman Carlisle, second. No, okay. So it's requested by myself, Chief Adams, and is Chief Adams here? Yeah, okay. All right, well, we don't have to have a conversation about this, but I requested it, so Chief Adams, the person who looks like you, could you join us? And Manny. And whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering.
I forgot to say something. Ms. Hale's last day, so I'm gonna get in trouble. Her last day with this body is the 7th of June, if I'm not mistaken. Got it. Okay, now I handled everything I was supposed to handle. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I think the item up for discussion today is item number 7 on the fiscal consent agenda for full council. So what is presented to you is a resolution to accept, allocate, and appropriate roughly $6 million that we received from TDOT to continue the work that we have been doing for the cobblestone project. Just a little bit of a context behind the project. It's a restoration. The cobblestone is a restoration project. It started back probably about 15 years ago, plus or minus. And it's roughly about $12 million project right now. Back in late 2021, we had an event where the river was fairly low. The construction that was made for that was a revetment bank stabilization. And what ended up happening is the low river water ended up undermining the cobblestone and the revetment that was constructed. We ended up having to redesign it. We're in the process of a redesign for that now. We submitted for additional funding from the state to help for the construction and the rebuilding of that. And we were granted this $6 million to help assist with the construction and this restabilization of that project. Currently, the plans for the redesign is in the state's possession for review. We anticipate that to be completed within the next couple of weeks, with the intent of completion of the entire project later this year, if not early 2025. So with that, we ask for your approval with same night minutes request.
So as I look at here, it says discussion. Can I get a motion? Okay. You already moved it? Okay, it's already on the agenda?
It just requires us to have it heard.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so thank you so much. Does any questions? Any, Councilwoman Cooper said?
Thank you. Since I'm a new council, it's the first time I've ever heard of this, and this is just point of information, just trying to get some clarity on the cobblestones. So I don't want to misquote you. So this was already paid for once, or I mean, you're getting, and so what happened? Could you just kind of give me just a small narrative, because I need to know before I vote on anything.
Yes, ma'am. So the cobblestone restoration project is along Riverside Drive between Union up to Jefferson. So it's on the cobblestone side of the river. It's been going on for at least 15 years. The project, 15. The initial concept behind the restoration started back in 15. And this, what's presented to you right now is just additional funding that the state has granted us to continue on with that project. So back in 2021, as I indicated, the river was low. It undermined the bank revetment that was installed there. We are now in the process of the redesign of that. It's been submitted to the state for their review. We're currently awaiting for concurrence from them. Once we get that concurrence and approval from the state, we will proceed with continuing with the repair and hopefully get the project completed by the end of this year.
15 years for just to...
Yes, so there's been quite a few different things that have happened with that project. It is a historical cobblestone, that's for one. So you have the SHPO historical group that has to review it, so it goes through that process, and environmental has to be approved on top of that. So there's a lot of coordination with the state regarding it. We are happy that I think we're at the tail end of the project. Once the body approves the allocation appropriation of these funds.
So I mean, I'm just kind of confused, but is there an invoice that I can see of the previous or what have happened? I mean, we're getting money. We're getting, okay, because I'm just trying to get information to point, because I'm just trying to understand. We're getting $6 million.
We are receiving the money from the state.
For them to finish?
For us to finish.
For us to finish.
Correct. For us to finish.
This ain't nothing coming from us.
No, there are a laundry list of items that have sped up this particular project. What we are asking for now is for us to move this downstairs to be voted upon so that we can receive the money from the state.
The $6 million?
Yes, ma'am.
And so will this cover?
Yes.
Will this be, we will finish?
Yes, ma'am. So
will this finish this project?
That is the intent, is to conclude this project by the end of this year. Let me clarify something. When I said 15 years, what I meant was the project has been in inception for 15 years. The actual construction of the project didn't actually start until 2021.
Well, thank you. And when I ask these questions, whether, whomever wants to, when my constituents ask me a certain thing, they voted me in and I represent them and I'm their voice. And so when they ask me a question and I can't give them a correct answer, thank you. I'm going to find out and I'm going to dig deep in whatever I need to dig deep in. So thank you. I yield the floor.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas? Absolutely not, Councilwoman. Doctor, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. I'm teasing.
Chair, I was just supporting my colleague in her statement.
Thank you.
And Councilwoman Green said snaps, so we're both supporting it. That's all, Chair.
So I just wanted to reiterate that the councilwoman from District 7 and the councilwoman from District 2 saying what she said. All right, so Dr. Warren, the floor is yours.
So we're going to have Joe come down, and he's going to talk to us about how we're putting the cobblestones up again and again and again. Joe Kent. So he's going to talk about cobblestones today, okay, just so you know. I just want you to be ready for him talking about cobblestones. I think what's interesting in this project is we've had a real hard time getting the money from the state and getting approval to do the historical stuff, and we've done parts of it and been stopped, and then we've had the weather come in and undermine, what did you call that thing?
It's called the bank revetment repair.
A bank revetment, okay, which sounds like English, but it's not for those of us who don't know what that is. So essentially, the low water undermined the work they've done. They've had to go down and redo that again just to make sure the cobblestones don't wash away. And we do like to keep them because it's part of our history. So when Joe comes and talks about it, let him talk, but don't take it personally. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Warren. Is any other council members in the queue? All right. Thank you. Item number 2, resolution to amend the council rules of procedure. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Canale and myself. Moved by Councilman Carlisle. Seconded by who? I thought it was Brooke. Seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. And I just want to note before we get started, Councilman Canale worked diligently on these rules to amend them to make sure that the rules were appropriately.
Rules and regulations this year pretty hot.
Similar to the way he did with tolls, absolutely. He worked so hard on these.
Then the party buses, this guy's all over the rules.
Absolutely. And then, he asked for some very de minimis assistance from Attorney Wade. So, Attorney Wade, the floor is yours.
There may have been some confusion about what was not in an earlier version, but we worked diligently to continue to make technical corrections to this document, and there was no intention to mislead anybody. If you want me to, I can go through everything that's in here, or if you want me to, I can react to any questions that anybody has. A couple of things that are material. Right now, the administration and council members have until Thursday before the meeting, preceding the council meeting, to submit written documents. That's been advanced to Tuesday before preceding the meeting. And the reason for that is because, I don't know if I would suggest that everybody have to participate in preparing this agenda. It is very difficult. Stuff changes all the time, all the way up to the time that we present things to you. And it's not fair to you where you don't have the stuff well in advance to be able to review it, make a decision. So that's why that was moved back. There was some streamlining in the handling of staff. Basically, that's going, the chairman basically is the person that is in charge of staff, but the day-to-day is actually done by our chief administrative officer, and so they collaborate and deal with that. There was one change made about attorneys. Attorneys are governed by the Board of Professional Responsibility. We have very distinct and rigorous rules about how we perform our job for governmental entities. So that is going to be something that A layperson cannot direct a lawyer of how to perform. These things are going to be done under my direction, and I consult with the chairman, and that's basically how we have done it for decades. There was some changes. We had one case involving People's Auto in District 1. It was People's First. It was that card. We turned it down, and then I think we had agreed to send it back to the Land Use Control Board because the guy said, I want to do a canoe shop or bike rental or something like that. We thought that was shady, that they may have wanted to come back with a more reinforced application. We reconsidered it and turned it down. They sued us in Chancery. We litigated it, and the chancellor at that time made this ruling saying that they had no constitutional right to this hearing, nothing. But he said that when we reconsidered it, our rules required us to have a written motion to reconsider an item, which is nonsensical because what it meant is that every motion that you make, even one to move the adoption of an item, to second an item, to do anything procedurally, which we do by verbal motions, he was saying that you had to have a written motion, which means we couldn't transact any business. You couldn't even do anything, because if you got to have a written motion for some procedural item that comes up during a meeting, there's no way that you could have it Thursday before. So we changed that to take out, there are no motions that we make that are in writing. Every motion that we make is verbal, oral, based on Robert's Rules of Order, and that's to clarify that issue. What now? Well, it's supposed to be. Other than that, I think the rest of it, and I just want to reiterate that we keep having.
Anyway, Councilwoman JSW has a question for you. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm coming down.
Thank you,
ma'am.
Chair.
We're just gonna go down the road like
On page 5, on number 6,
Okay.
where it says the chief administrative officer shall supervise and control the office staff. Control just seems to be a little dog poundish.
It just says.
That is a term of art. That is a term of art. The term of art means that person is responsible for direction of subordinate employees. That is a term of art in terms of, being responsible for someone else's actions. So you are not responsible if you don't have the right to direct and control their performance. So that's not intended to be dog poundish or saying that we have slaves. We don't. It's basically a term of art that has meaning in the case law of Tennessee.
And that could not be done with. That could not be done with the word manage, supervise, and manage.
I don't care. I'm not wedded to that word. I'm just saying that's why we chose it.
On number 6, page 5, manage.
So we amending, instead of control, we use word manage. Got it.
It says supervise and manage based on her recommendation.
And that one day changing from, because originally it was Thursday, and then having the documents and resolutions on Wednesday, that's necessary to have it from Wednesday to Tuesday?
I mean, you can talk to staff. I think they want to have the time to be able to properly give you your notebooks and prepare everything.
And then what we also must keep in mind when we have this, and I'm just be very direct, we have division directors and CEOs and presidents who don't get work to us in a timely fashion, attempt to usurp the process. So we have to try to allow time for them, but we also need to be clear in what we put out. Because literally what happens is you get amended agendas after amended agendas, and the council, we're more lenient than we need to be as it relates to what happens when we don't receive a timely report. We try to make concessions. But I think at some point we got to stop making concessions and say, here's the rules and this is what you must abide by. But we also, ourselves, we also must follow those rules ourselves. Because what happens, there was I'm gonna speed up because I know Carlisle was telling me to speed up. There is what happened, there was a video made about us not timely posting the agenda online. But literally what happened was we didn't receive documents from entities in a timely fashion, so we could not post our documents on time. So we have to make sure it's set in stone and allow time. But we do also need to be more, we should be less lenient in how we give time to people to submit documents to us after the time. We got to be by the book.
And to comment on that, your predecessor in District 4, not her sister, but Janet Hooks, if you were late, you weren't going on the agenda. Just absolute not happening.
Yeah, I done told me something I didn't know.
That varies from chairman to chairman, but I think to give fair notice to everybody, we want this stuff in advance so we can do a better job.
What he said, we're going to do that. I like that. I heard it. Chief Adams. We're going to put the honors on Director Davis to tell his colleagues.
Chair, we can live with that. From the administration, that's one of the things that we'd like to have as well. So we like to make sure that we're prepared adequately and to respond to you all. And then, of course, as we stated up front, we need to be held accountable. If we don't have it in a timely fashion, it doesn't hit. We agree with you. No need to rush for same 9 minutes. It's not fair to you all. So we want to make sure.
So I was just gonna say no from now on out. Just wanted to make sure we're clear.
Yes, sir.
No need for us, the council, taking hits from mistakes or lack of punctuality. That's not our fault. But and staff is also getting their stuff in on time as well, and with the directors. I know we had 2 more council members. Are y'all still in the queue, or just Easter Thomas? Councilwoman Easter Thomas, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. So with the new things being asked for on Tuesday, what day are we expecting actual agenda documents?
With that change, we hope to be able to get them to everyone Thursday evening instead of Friday morning if we're able to get all the documents in. That was the rationale for the request. Staff has, I've worked with Chief Adams. We sent out a timeline. I'll update that and send it back out. But also it's been incumbent on staff. When you ask for a presentation, when we're leaving this meeting by Friday, every staff member should be asking their division directors what items are coming up so that they have time to prepare and get it in on time. So that's something that we are also going to be mindful of every Tuesday.
Okay.
I know we have Dr. Warren in the queue, and then I think
one comment and then one question on the item number 39B on page 12. The one comment was, I've been on school board and I've been on the council, and this sort of creep of agenda getting to you later and later and later just tends to happen. Is you have to set the rules just like Councilwoman Hooks did and do it. And then gradually what happens is people start to do it and you let one exception go by and another because you need to. And then it gets like this and you have to reset the rules. And I think this is a process that you just have to go through periodically to remain efficient. So I don't think anyone's done anything nefarious, but I'm glad the chair is doing this now. Right here, what is a timely motion and an appropriate council meeting in 39B?
Okay, so 39B deals with...
It's to reconsider upon a timely motion.
Okay, let's talk about reconsideration. Once an item has been voted on, either approved or rejected, it may be reconsidered one time. It has to be done before the minutes are approved. So if we decide something tonight and the minutes are approved the next meeting, you can move to reconsider the same night. or you can move to reconsider the next meeting before the minutes are approved. And
So
that
it's-
means at a regular meeting, not in a committee.
And so people need to know that if you have something you want to be reconsidered, you let the chairman know before the meeting that you need to bring that up, so you can be recognized before the minutes are brought up to be read for your motion
Yeah,
to reconsider.
So it doesn't get overlooked. That's correct.
So it's
Now,
just a process.
And if you look at what the state does, when they pass legislation, rather than, they move it to the table. So that means that it cannot be reconsidered. Reconsideration is moved to the table, meaning it's final. So if you move to reconsider the same night and it fails, it cannot be reconsidered a second time. So that's what timely means.
Now, does it mean that you can't move the motion again, or does it mean that it's completely gone? Can someone else who voted against it or voted for it ask to reconsider it the next meeting, or it only has one chance per motion?
Right. Once a motion to reconsider is heard and either approved or rejected, if it fails, it cannot be done again by anybody.
If it's approved?
If it's approved, it goes back on the agenda as if nothing ever was voted on, and then you reconsider the item all over again.
And can someone, but never mind, that's good enough for me. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Logan, I believe you're in the queue.
Thank you. Page number 6.
Ooh, I got us jumping over.
The first paragraph, when it says, the chairperson through the chief administrative officer strongly encouraged to notify the council in a timely manner when a position becomes vacant, preferably one business day. Then it strikes dismissal of a council staff is subject to the approval of the council in executive session. So now where would the dismissal of council staff lie? Is that with chairperson or chief of staff or what? Chair. Okay, working in conjunction. Okay. Thank you.
It used to be done. We don't want to embarrass people.
Mr. Chairman, you got to know.
So I will offer some context to that. So it used to be done in executive session, but yeah, we believe it to be more prudent so that we're not embarrassing staff, that we do it in a different light. I believe Chairman Boyd would do that and then just kind of briefly let members know in executive session, but it still had the embarrassing effect. So we're not trying to embarrass people. We're just trying to make sure we're doing the work of the people of Memphis as efficiently as possible. We have one more page. So what Councilwoman Logan is referencing is page 6, where we briefly talked about what it was to hire someone, but Councilwoman Logan wanted to know what it is to, let someone go, and how would that be done? Absolutely. And as it relates to dismissal of council staff, we used to do it in executive session, but in hopes that we're not embarrassing people who may not meet the high expectations of this office. We do it, so the chairperson does in a consultation with the chief administrative officer, as opposed to just saying the chairperson making a decision and then coming back and having a very open discussion in executive session. We don't want to embarrass people. Long story short, we're not trying to embarrass people. We're just trying to do the business.
Not only that, we may butt up against it.
Yeah, I know. All right. Any other questions? So we can turn away. You got anything else to add? I think we've been through all the rule changes that you all.
I had a question.
Okay, hold on one second. So, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman White, you still asking questions?
Well, no, I just wanted to.
Mike, please, and I can't hear you.
For Attorney Wade, I know earlier you were saying that there was no intent to not show. My only thing was, and I'd already spoken to I didn't want to call her Brianna, I wanted to call her Attorney Owens about the changes. And what I was just saying was that when you get a red line document, that usually it shows what was changed, and that the changes were more significant than what was shown in the red line. And so I was just saying, with something as serious as the rules of procedure, that I wanted to see what was changed. And actually, they just addressed one of the lines that I was talking about that's about dismissal of staff counsel. Like in the version that we got, it wasn't in there at all, but it had been previously deleted. And so I just wanted to be able to see, and now they've provided it, but I just really haven't had a chance to really go through the actual red line version yet to see what the true red lines are.
No.
So that was the
no.
only thing.
Your comment is not inappropriate. It wasn't taken wrongly, because if you're not ready, we just don't do it right now. You review it some more, and then we come back and talk about it some more. I mean, this isn't earth-shaking that we got to do it immediately, right away. I mean, I'm not a right-away kind of person. You know, we want everybody to be ready before we make a change to the rules and understand the implications.
All right, so hold up. Councilwoman White, you still in the queue? All right, thank you, Councilwoman White. Councilwoman Cooper said.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Councilwoman White. That was the question, one of the questions that I had to ask, not be in such a hurry to approve this, because we just got this, the third revised one that I have gotten, and I really like to read and really get a clear understanding and ask questions if I have to. The second is page 7 and 10. There should be no more than 3 presentations on the regular agenda per meeting. Priority will be given based on the time of notification to the Chief Administrative Officer. My question is, how and who identifies the time? Who turns it in? I mean, how is that going to be identified?
When we are preparing the agenda each week, the staff, this is already an unwritten rule. So when you have a request to have a presentation, they email myself and council records, because those items go on the regular agenda and to me, so we can keep account. Whenever they come in, they go in order of acceptance. And right now we're not taking presentations on the agenda to make time for budget, so there are none. But the staff, at the direction of their council member, will send a notice to myself and council records, and that is how we pick the 3 people that will be on the agenda in time of submission.
And that will be timed. Those emails are timed. They have time.
Okay, and my next question will still allude to this question as well. Is there a backup? And just in case she's not there, is there a backup? Is there a backup? Attorney, do you have a backup?
All those
just
items,
in case?
they go to, for the staff, whenever they're sending things of importance, they go to myself and the 2 deputies, so they will also go to Ashley Hayes and Melvin Isom.
All right, and I think I was on page 11, it said the council may by resolution add, recognize, or consolidate standing committees. That's a point of information, please, for me.
Let me address that.
Thank you.
We do have standing committees, and they're historical, but from time to time, we have adjusted those, combined those. So this body, 7 votes, can decide that we want to combine transportation and audit or whatever's most efficient. This is just, it's inherent in your authority anyway, so we just put that in there.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. So thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Attorney.
Thank you, Councilwoman Cooper said. Is there any other questions by this body as relates to? So, most of the
Mr. Chairman, let me do one more thing.
Okay, go ahead.
We have had you guys criticized by this guy with a clown hat on about not being heard, right? Under Tennessee law, there's no right to be heard, period. What do we have to do? You no right to be heard, period. Now, the only exception that we make is when you have a zoning item and there is a property interest involved. But just to come in and talk about Islam and Hamas and all that, we provide a place outside City Hall for people to exercise their First Amendment rights. But otherwise, they do not have the right to be heard. And we just recently had that reaffirmed in the People's First case, where they said, well, we weren't heard when you reconsidered it. We don't have to hear you. The reconsideration is for you, not for them, right? You had your hearing. So I just want to make sure everybody understands that. And if you look at our rules, they basically say, if you let me look at the play. if you look at 11, this was done a couple of years ago.
I'm sorry.
Come on, come
11.
I can't hear that.
Page
Okay.
11,
Okay,
page 11, 32.
That's better. In the
Okay, so council members, we're gonna get in the queue.
She just couldn't hear.
She just wanted to know where we were.
All right.
Yeah, I got it.
All right.
Oh, I didn't know why we were talking about that. I was confused.
All right, so it appears that there's some, it seems that this body wants some more time to read through the rule changes. Is that safe to assume, or are we ready to take a vote?
I have a question.
Go ahead. Thank you, Councilman Espinoza.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So Alan, as far as public speaking goes, that's not a change, correct?
No, this is, I was going to tell you, 32's been in there forever.
That's right.
There's no
so
change.
so will you explain why that is?
Why, what is?
Why public is similar to what like Councilwoman Swearingen in Washington said. She said it sounded like a little bit like a dog earlier or whatever it said. It sounds harsh, but there's a reason and
No,
logic
you're here to
behind
deliberate the public's business.
That's exactly
You
right.
are representative government. You have been elected to speak for them, not to be spoken to.
On that,
And that's
on
what this
day,
says.
from
As a
3:30
reminder,
PM
these
until the
meetings are
meeting.
for the official business of the council and are held in public, not as a meeting with the public. Citizens may address the council as a matter of legislative grace and not as a matter of right, period. End of story.
365
I just want everybody
days
to
a
be
year.
reminded of that because we keep getting criticized for doing
And there were a
that.
couple of mumblings up here as far as, is that a change? And the answer is
No,
no.
it's
It's
not.
always been that way. Yeah.
All right, so we're spending a lot of time. We're spending a lot of time on these rule changes. For the most part, these rule changes are very minor. They're cleanups. If you look at the document, you will see 90% of the changes are formatting errors. We're
Mr. Chairman, I'd move the previous question.
Thank you. There's a motion to move the previous question, seconded by Ford Canale. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right, and I will note for this though, if there's any other, hold on. The question was moved, the previous question. I mean, he called for the question. I mean, we just took a vote on the item, this item.
You took a vote to stop.
We took a vote to stop deliberation. That means we're ready to vote on the item itself. So I just want to make sure I'm clear. Like, these are our rules. If there's any changes that you see, you can always bring changes and we can always take a vote on them. But a very large percentage of the items that have been changed are formatting issues. Okay, so we are, the question, go ahead.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion by Councilwoman White. There's a second by, I think, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. I believe so. All those in favor for a 2-week hold, say aye.
Aye.
All right, this item is held for 2 weeks. Thank you. Let's see. We're on item number. So hold on. Nope. All right, we're on third item. Resolution for amnesty period from May 21st, 2024 to June 31st, 2002 to offset the proposed property tax increase. All council districts sponsored by Councilwoman Green. Request for same 9 minutes. Councilwoman Green, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And we're passing out a copy of the resolution, and attached to it is also a printout from the clerk showing that from 1991 to today, we have about $265 million in outstanding fines and fees that could be collected. The idea here is we're trying to find every source of revenue that we can to help lower the property tax rate that has been proposed. I have no idea if we'll get a penny. but we can ask. And so the idea is from now until the end of the fiscal year, we will reduce all payments by 50% and see what we can bring in hopes of generating some revenue to help fill up our coffers. It's a way for all Memphians to step up and be a part of the solution. And I will say that actually right now, down in the Mayor's Hall, when we leave executive session, I'll be having a press conference, and anyone who's in support of this idea, I invite you to join me and to say a few words. Yeah, 15 minutes ago, so don't worry. They're waiting on us. They'll still be there. So if you're interested in joining me, please come downstairs. The Hall Mayor's right after that. So that's all I have on this. If there's any questions.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Green. Is there any questions for Councilwoman Green related to the amnesty program? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, yeah, we got a motion. Was there a motion in a second? Moved by Carlisle, seconded by Swearingen Washington. All those in favor? Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. We're on item number 4. Item number 4, ordinance to amend Chapter 21 of the Code of Ordinance, Memphis, Tennessee, governing motor vehicle and traffic to authorize the city court clerk's office to accept partial payments for traffic citations. All council districts sponsor one. Sponsored by Councilwoman Green. There's a request for 9 minutes. Councilwoman Green, you have the floor.
This is just sort of a legal cleanup, and Attorney Wade can speak even better to it, but we want to make sure that we have the full legal authority to do this now and in the future if we see the need. So that's what the ordinance is about.
All right, any other questions?
Yeah, one quick question. So the ordinance change, it's temporary for a short, till June 30th? Is that what it is?
Attorney Wade, can you speak into the mic? Thank you.
No, the resolution is for this fiscal year. The ordinance authorizes you to do that. It also ratifies this particular item, and it also allows you to do it on an annual basis, no more than once a year, which means that maybe once it becomes popular, it'll be a way to continue to raise the money.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, so real quick before we vote on this item.
Can I say one more thing?
Hold on, Councilman Green. Before we vote on this item, before we continue discussion, I do want to let folks who are upstairs know that we're heading downstairs at 3:30, and those elevators move slow. So I think it may behoove you to go ahead and start heading down unless you want to be stuck on the elevators for a while. We start full council meeting at 3:30. All right, so go ahead, Councilwoman Green.
Councilman Spinoza, to clarify, we had a previous ordinance around an amnesty program, but it was for tickets that were older than 10 years. So this gives us from 10 years until today. So that way we have the ability to do an amnesty program for any outstanding tickets, no matter of the time period.
Councilwoman White, you're playing. Thank you, Councilwoman Green. We do need to dial back some of the chatter. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Absolutely not. Item number 5. Ordinance to amend Chapter 21 of the Code of Ordinance of Memphis, Tennessee, governing motor vehicles and traffic to amend registration fees. All council districts, sponsored by Councilwoman Green. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Councilman Canales, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Councilwoman Green, you got the floor.
I guess we're speaking really rapidly. Okay, so this is to hold a place, again, for another potential place of revenue as we look at the budget. Because it's an ordinance, it would have to have 3 readings, so I'm putting it in now as a placeholder, and we can discuss what that would be. Currently, our motor vehicle registration municipal fee is at $30, and is $30, right? And it has not moved since 1982. And so there can be discussions about whether we increase that and to how much. But in order to do that, we have to move an ordinance through for 3 readings. We can set the final amount in the final reading. So I know we're going to be, it's a puzzle piece, this budget. And so we want to reserve this space for this piece of revenue. So that's what the ordinance is about.
All right, this item is properly moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes. Who's abstained?
Carlisle. Not a team player.
He's not a team player. Absolutely. Abstention by Councilman Carlisle. All other members have approved. All right. All right. So we item number 2 in executive session was held for 2 weeks. That brings us to our add-on items. Council members, can we cut down the chatter so we can get done? Council members, come on, cut down the chatter. All right, item number 28, resolution transferring $2.8 million from fleet service on reserve fund balance to cover FY24. All council is sponsored by the administration. This request for 79 minutes. Item number 29, resolution accepting insurance proceeds totaling $423,714.87. Denver suffered at Bass Pro due to a lightning strike and pipe failure. District 7 Superdistrict, sponsored by the administration. Request for 79 minutes. A resolution accepting insurance proceeds totaling $119,583 for damage suffered at Burke Ferguson Community Center, District 2, Subdivision 9, sponsored by the administration. Request for 79 minutes. Item number 31, resolution amending Council 24 grant allocations. All council is sponsored by Councilman Carlisle. Request for 79 minutes. Item number 32, resolution accept settlement proceeds in the amount of $621,574.21 from prescription opioid manufacturers, fraudulent marketing, and litigation. All council districts sponsored by the administration as requested 79 minutes. Item number 33, resolution for amnesty period from May 21st, 2024 to June 30th, 2024 to offset the proposed property tax increase. All council is sponsored by Councilman Green. Item number 34, ordinance to amend Chapter 21 of the Code of Ordinance of Memphis, Tennessee, governing motor vehicles and traffic to authorize City Court Clerk Office to accept partial payments for traffic citations. All council districts sponsored by the Councilwoman Green. Request to 79 minutes. Well, request to add on for first reading. Item number 35, ordinance to amend Chapter 21 of the Code of Ordinance of Memphis, Tennessee, governing motor vehicle and traffic to amend registration fees. All council districts sponsored by Councilwoman Green. Request to add on for first reading. That brings us to our 79 minute items. 79 minute items are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, and 35. Does any member of the committee have anything else to need to be addressed?
Councilwoman White had a request.
Councilwoman White, I know you have a request regarding the ACD committee.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, we had.
Yeah. Yes, Chairman. I wanted to bring number 4 from HCD. I wanted to move that one back to the committee for further discussion.
So item number 4, HCD committee.
She's asking for it to stay in committee and not let it.
So you want item number 4 to stay in committee, and not send it downstairs?
Correct, Chairman.
I second.
All right. So it doesn't appear to be any objections to that. So item number 4 will stay in committee and not be sent downstairs tonight. Seeing no